Frazzled, bedazzled. I think Crumbley. Okay. I reload it. Frazzled, bedazzled. Oh, that's me. Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing? Sorry, I was a couple minutes late. They're actually just getting started now. Good morning. Hope you guys are doing good. Just get the link over here. This is from Detroit News. As long as they don't claim the stream. Let me see. We got the chat here. Chat. Am I here? Am I in the right place? Hey! Good morning. How you guys doing, man? There he is. I hope you guys are doing good. Hope you guys have some caffeine, coffee. I had breakfast. Mel play Warzone after this. Adrian. Oh, I remember you now. Are you my friend we used to play, I think we used to play? Good morning. What's up, man? I was a couple minutes late. Sorry about that. I was rushing, get up early, school routine for my daughter. I already ate. I had to eat. I did take a picture though. I had eggs and bacon. I had a little bit of caffeine too. Good morning. How's everything looking and sounding? Good. I wanted to get my Celsius drink. They didn't have it in the store. The Walmart that I went, not the Walmart, the Walgreens.
People versus James Crumbley, docket number 2100661, and People versus Jennifer Crumbley, docket number 2100662. Now appearances on the record, starting with the prosecutor, please.
Karen McDonald, hearing on behalf of the people.
Thank you, Judge. Mark Keast on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm Shannon Smith on behalf of Jennifer Crumbley.
Good morning, Your Honor. Marielle Lehman on behalf of James Crumbley.
Today is the date and time set for continuation of the
volume up.
Examination. Are all parties ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor.
We are, Your Honor. I have one minor matter to take up with the court, if you could, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Maxwell.
Last time we were here, we requested that the court allow our clients to be uncuffed, to allow them to more easily write and take notes and send us notes as we're doing our cross-examination and listening to witness testimony. The court left it up to the sheriff's office, and the last time we were here, one of the deputies indicated that they were not comfortable uncuffing either of our clients due to status. Your Honor, we're making that request again, that you allow them to at least uncuff one hand. I'm certain that the court watched the hearing in circuit court with the shooter in this case, or in the other case, and he was allowed to uncuff. So we're asking that the court or the sheriff's office allow our clients to at least uncuff one hand to allow them to more easily write notes. Also, if the court recalls, the last time we were here, there was an issue with the media zooming in or taking photographs of our clients' notes. So I would ask that the court allow them to uncuff at least one hand to allow our communication to be more easy.
Well, I'm going to defer to the sheriff's department at this point in time. Who's responsible for it?
I'm gonna look for a different. I feel like the audio is not that great on this one.
As far as my call would be,
It's like muffled or something.
No, I don't know that you can cuff to those chairs. Can you do one cuff to a chair?
Here's another one. Let's try this one real quick.
In every hearing I've ever had,
One cuff to the chair, one down at the hand.
That's it.
For purposes of
The potential conflict issue.
Go ahead. In terms of at every hearing, the court has reiterated with both counsel and with the defendants relative to potential conflict of interest due to the fact that these defendants are co-defendants. Both attorneys are from the same law firm. At the last hearing, the attorneys indicated for purposes of alleviating to a certain extent that conflict, that attorney would only be representing each one of the
that's clearer to me. What's up, Chris? Thanks, man. Thanks for coming through.
Defendants are still okay with that process, so we'll start with Mr. James Crumbley.
Right.
Mr. Crumbley,
Yeah,
you
muffled.
understand that potential conflict of interest exists in this case as it relates to your attorneys representing both of you because the attorneys are from the same law firm. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And do you understand that your interest in terms of you being co-defendants could be disparate at some point in time during the course of these proceedings, and a conflict may arise? Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And at this point in time, are you willing to waive that potential conflict of interest and continue with your attorney, which is Ms. Lehman?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Ms. Crumbley, do you also understand the potential conflict of interest as it relates to your representation with Ms. Smith, because Ms. Smith and Ms. Lehman are from the same law firm, and that you potentially have disparate interests when it comes to your co-defendant?
Yes, Your Honor.
And at this point in time, are you willing to waive that conflict?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you want to proceed with Ms. Smith being your counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right.
Judge, the only thing I would add is that as was apparent in
Thank
the
you.
February 8th hearing, there's separate evidence as to each defendant, so I just want that made clear that each defendant knows that there's separate evidence to each defendant and waive in that respect as well.
Do you both understand that, Mrs. Crumbley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Crumbley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
Let's go ahead and
Holy
continue.
crap.
When we broke last time, Detective Legrosky was on the stand.
Yes, Judge, he's here in the hallway. Judge, for the record, I did email both defense counsel the day after the preliminary examination, providing step-by-step instructions on how a layperson would be able to go through a Cellbrite reader report and export certain data extractions. So I think we're all on the same page there.
And Your Honor, not only did they do that, but they also provided us with a file that had all of the text. So we appreciate that and thank you.
Yo, that really is a lot of paperwork. Miss Jelly pointed out.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear in the testimony you're going to give will be the truth under the penalty of perjury.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh.
Have a seat, please. We're going to go ahead and continue with the cross-examination. Detective Smith.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Let's see here. The last time we were here, the prosecution introduced and admitted several exhibits through your testimony. I want to go back and ask you a couple of questions about some of those exhibits. Is that okay with you?
Sure.
And if there's an exhibit you need to see or need me to bring up to you, please let me know and I'll do that.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to start with the prosecution's exhibit number 9, which was an audio recording we listened to with Miss Pam Fine that was left for Jennifer Crumbley. Do you recall that
Yes, ma'am.
message? Okay. And in that message, Ms. Fine discusses how Ethan was seen looking at bullets during class time.
Okay. Yes.
And she discusses how guns may be a hobby and there's nothing wrong with that, correct?
Correct.
And ultimately, she says, you can call me back, otherwise have a great holiday. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
From listening to that voicemail, there was no request or demand that Jennifer Crumbley call Ms. Fine back.
Correct.
Okay. So in the media, there has been statements about Ms. Crumbley received a phone call or a message and did not respond to it. That message did not require a response, the one with Ms. Fine. Is that correct?
So I'm going to object to the form of question right now. He's not here to testify what was reported in the media. He can testify to what was actually extracted from these cell phones. He's a fact witness.
So your objection is?
It's improper questioning for this witness, Judge.
Form?
Yes, Judge.
Response?
Your Honor, the witness testified extensively about what was in the recording. I'm just asking a question about the recording.
You can rephrase the question so that it complies with the Michigan Rules of Evidence.
The exhibit with the voicemail did not require or even ask for a callback from Ms. Crumbley, correct?
Correct.
In the voicemail, there was additionally no request for the parents to do anything specific with respect to their son, correct?
Correct.
And when you reviewed text messages between Ethan and his mother, there was a conversation that was admitted as Exhibit 10 about that voicemail, correct?
Correct.
And like I said, if you don't recall the exhibit, just let me know. In the text exchange between Jennifer Crumbley and Ethan, Jennifer texts over to him.
Simply Stranger, thank you for the super chat. I'm gonna get to the ones I missed yesterday when we get a break.
I'm sorry, here I got it. Okay. Her text
Thanks, Julie.
starts off, seriously looking up bullets in school, question mark, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And Ethan provides an answer to her about what he was doing.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
I said Ethan provides an answer about what he was looking up.
I believe, can I see a copy of that? I just want to make sure.
Sure.
Okay, you originally retained the original exhibits that were admitted into evidence, so I believe the prosecutor has the original ones.
Would you like me to use the marked copy?
I would.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, ma'am. Okay, I'm sorry, what was your question?
My question was just that there was a conversation between Ethan and Jennifer about what he was doing at school, correct?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
And Ethan is providing explanations that it was completely harmless, correct?
That's what the text message says, yes, ma'am.
And Jennifer tells him that they left a voicemail about the incident.
Correct.
And Ethan explains how he doesn't want to get in trouble and gives a little more explanation about why he was looking at bullets.
Correct.
He says things like it was a harmless act, teachers give me no privacy, things along those lines, correct?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
And based on the text, you can also see that Ethan wanted to hear the voicemail when he got home, and Jennifer said, I saved it, meaning she saved the voicemail. Is that your understanding of that exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, continuing on through that exhibit, Ms. Crumbley is saying things to Ethan along the lines of, are you okay? You know you can talk to us. We won't judge you. Things along those lines, correct?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Can you just
And
clarify the date they referred to?
I am referring to, that's on page 292. The text would have been on 11:30 at 12:38:04.
That's a lot of papers, man. Holy crap, stack.
And Ethan is telling his mother, after she says she'll talk to him, they won't judge him, thank you and I love you, correct?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
And based on the voicemail that Miss Fine left and the text messages between Ethan and Jennifer, there was not anything more Miss Crumbley was expected to do with regard to that voicemail, correct?
Objection is speculation, Judge. You can't testify to that.
Response to the objection?
I'm asking the witness if there was any expectation that Miss Crumbley would do anything.
It's speculation.
I think it's speculation as well. To sustain the objection, rephrase the question, please.
Okay. Based on the conversation between Ethan and his mother, it appears they were going to talk about the voicemail later at home, correct?
Judge, I'm sorry, speculation. Again, this witness cannot testify to what things may be interpreted as. He can only testify to what he extracted from the phone. The evidence speaks for itself.
Rephrase the question.
The conversation between Ethan and Jennifer clearly states that Ethan wants to see the voicemail when he gets home.
Correct.
Now, whatever happened when Ethan got home, you are not aware of, correct?
Yes, ma'am, correct.
If there were text messages that had more information, and it was important to this case, you would have certainly brought them in.
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm turning now to exhibits 11 and 12, and I just want to make sure that I understand those correctly. 11 and 12 were the Instagram user exports of Jennifer Crumbley and James Crumbley. Do you recall those two exports?
Yes, ma'am.
And those two exports show the username for both Jennifer and James on each exhibit.
Correct.
The information does not show who they follow or what they comment on or what they do on Instagram. Is that correct?
I believe, if I could see it, it states in the report that they are following that particular person.
I believe that that's an exhibit that comes to down the road.
Okay.
This one is just the exhibit, and would you like to see it?
Yes, please.
11 and 12?
Yes.
Judge, I'm going to have the original binder up here for council use. Very good.
That's right.
Thank you. Okay, so I will bring you 11 and 12. And if I can take back this one, I'll put this back in
Yes,
the
ma'am.
binder. Okay, you would agree with me that on exhibits 11 and 12, it only shows the usernames that Jennifer and James use on Instagram. It does not show any additional information about who they follow, what they like, anything along those lines, correct?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
And turning to exhibit 13, the prosecution admitted some photographs that were taken from Ethan Crumbley's Instagram account. Do you recall that exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you need to see the photographs in order for me to ask you questions?
Please, yes.
Okay. This is 13,
And those 11 and 12 here.
11, and 12. Thank you. I'm just going to grab my notes over here. Okay, so on that, on those photographs, it appears that Ethan has an Instagram where his username is ethan.crumbly, correct?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Are you aware of Ethan using any other usernames besides ethan.crumbly with Instagram?
Yes, ma'am.
What are the other usernames that Ethan used?
There was one that was linked to him called Daddy Vader,
Okay.
and another one, Ethan_Crumbly.
And you admitted, prosecution admitted through you, Exhibit 14, which shows that Jennifer and James followed the Ethan.Crumbly Instagram account. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, the Daddy Vader account and the Ethan_Crumbly account, you did not provide that same exhibit showing that James or Jennifer followed those two accounts, correct?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
And in fact, Jennifer and James do not follow those two accounts.
According to that device that we got the data from, correct.
And as far as you know, you cannot tell if Jennifer and James were aware those other Instagram names were used by their son.
Correct.
It's impossible to tell if Jennifer and James had any awareness that those two accounts existed.
Correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
With respect to Exhibit 13, which are the photographs that were posted, we can agree these were the photographs posted to Ethan's account on the Ethan.Crumbly Instagram user.
That they were posted to his account?
Well, they came from his account.
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so the first couple of pictures also show various texts that people put as messages to Ethan through his account, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So for example, on this bullet target practice picture, there were people who wrote messages like, fuck you, rotten hell, and go fuck yourself, correct?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
So when an Instagram user posts a photograph, other people, when they see it, can comment on the photograph, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
It's fair to say that on what you did bring in from Ethan.Crumbley's account, Jennifer and James are not making comments about the photographs, correct?
Correct.
And there is no way to tell if Jennifer and James even saw those photographs.
Correct.
And even beyond that, there is still no way to tell whether they know about two other existing Instagram accounts that Ethan had.
Correct.
Now, there's a photo of a target, photo of a gun, another gun, and then we get into some photos on page 6 of 17, 8 of 17, of this white-faced, ghost-looking creature. Are you familiar with these?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, these appear to be photographs that were not initially posted by Ethan, but photographs that he shared, correct?
Shared and posted, he shared to his account? Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. And on all of those photographs of this ghost kind of looking thing, you would agree with me that Jennifer and James did not post any comments about those photographs either.
Correct, yes, ma'am.
And as a matter of fact, when you go through Ethan's Instagram account, there's actually no evidence to show that Jennifer or James have ever been on his Instagram account other than the fact that they technically follow it, correct?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
I'm going to just put this back before I mess it up.
Oh, there's the pictures from Instagram. Yeah, I think like some people were saying, I mean, I know I'm not a good person.
I don't want to get these out of order, and I already got them out of order.
I'm not a good person with organization, but like you guys were saying, maybe some sort of electronic way. I mean, I like to have something on paper too, though, like personally, but with that amount of files.
And so, for the sake of this hearing, it's fair to say you did not print out any of the photographs or items that were on that Daddy Vader account or the Ethan_Crumbley account.
Correct, yes, ma'am.
And you did already confirm Jennifer and James do not follow those two accounts.
From the device that we have, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Who's shaking? The defense attorney? The lady talking right now?
Now, the photographs that were posted on the Ethan.Crumbley account, you would agree with me, it's not illegal to post photographs of a gun.
Correct.
It's not illegal to post photographs of these ghost-type figures.
Correct.
It's not illegal to post photographs of a bullet with target practice.
Correct.
And you are aware that the Crumbleys shoot guns and go to the gun range, correct?
I've seen a video of Jennifer at a gun range, yes, shooting a gun.
Philip made the point it's easier to pass information with paper. True.
All right, let's see here. Exhibit 16. Okay. Exhibit 15, again, was just Instagram information. And
Morning.
People's Exhibit 16 was Jennifer Crumbley's Instagram photos. Is that correct?
I believe so, if I could see, yes, ma'am. Thank you. Correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and Jennifer Crumbley posted photos showing a target and that she had gone to the gun range and shot a gun, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
She posted a picture of the gun in the case, correct?
Correct.
And she posted a picture of a Christmas tree, correct?
Correct.
And in the photographs that Jennifer posted, there are no comments between Ethan and her, correct?
Correct.
The next exhibit that was admitted was number 17, which was a video that was taken by Ethan Crumbley. Do you recall that video?
Can you refresh my memory? What was the contents of the video?
The video was a video with him holding a gun.
Yes, ma'am. I remember, yes.
Okay. In that video, when you were testifying, you mentioned that you could see a gun lock in that video.
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay, explain what a gun lock is.
Well, that particular one actually goes through with the slide in the locked, the back position, goes through the barrel, out the front of the barrel, and then locks, so the slide can't go forward and a bullet can't be loaded into the chamber.
Okay, so on that particular gun, there is a way to lock it just within the gun itself, correct?
With the lock?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in that video, you can't tell who else is around when that video was made.
Correct.
You can't tell if there was other people there, like if Ethan's parents were there, if friends were there, or if Ethan was alone, correct?
Correct.
The video only shows the gun, no faces. Fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
It's not illegal to take a photograph racking a gun or handling a gun, correct?
Correct.
And I apologize, it's not illegal to take a video racking a gun or playing with a gun, correct?
Correct.
It's also not illegal to take a photograph like that and send it to a friend, correct?
Correct.
Even at Ethan's age, that's something that would not be illegal.
Without looking up the exact law, I couldn't answer that question.
Okay. Now, on Exhibit 18, there are Facebook Messenger messages between James Crumbley and Jennifer Crumbley from November 30th. Do you recall that exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you need to see the exhibit, please let me know. In this exhibit, Jennifer is saying, call now in all caps, emergency, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Then you can see that she texts James photographs of that math paperwork before it was altered and then after Ethan had written some more things on it, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Oof. Yeah, she is shaking a lot, you guys are saying. Maybe she's on caffeine.
The response from James is, my God, WTF.
Damn.
What does WTF mean?
It usually means what the fuck.
So James's response is, my God, what the fuck? Is that a fair statement?
Yes, ma'am.
And the two of them go back and forth talking about him being distraught the night before, talking about how they talked that morning, James and Ethan talked that morning, and a message from James, can you call? Does that all sound right?
Yes, ma'am.
And Jennifer texts that she's heading to a school. And ultimately, she did head to a school. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Jennifer texts, I'm very concerned, headed to school. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And through these text messages, there is absolutely nothing in there to suggest, I think Ethan's going to blow up or is going to shoot a gun at the school, correct?
Correct.
There is nothing in those texts that says, I believe our son has the gun at school and is going to commit a mass shooting.
Correct.
And those texts between Jennifer and James are a very narrow selection of texts compared to all of the texts between them. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you look at texts between Jennifer and James, they amount to this pile that I have sitting here. Does that look about right to you?
Oh, for what period of time are we talking about?
These would be from 6/2 of 21. Oh wait, I'm sorry. It's this pile. Which pile was on? Okay, I'm sorry. This is the stack of text between Jennifer and James. These are dated between 9/13/2020, and they go through 11/30 of 2021. You've had the chance to see these text messages, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So, out of the text messages belonging to James and Jen, the most important information in that stack was these couple of texts about there being an emergency at the school and things along those lines. That's why you've testified about that in court, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And if there was any text between Jen and James or a Facebook message that said, I believe our son could be a school shooter, you certainly would have testified about that in this courtroom.
Yes, ma'am.
It's fair for us to conclude that there are no texts where Jennifer or James say, I believe our son is going to shoot up people at the school.
Correct.
There are no texts between the two of them that suggest he would do anything homicidal or anything to hurt other human beings, correct?
Between the two of them?
Yes.
Correct.
So, and throughout the text messages, there are many occasions where Jennifer and James, through the Facebook messages and text, are discussing things with regard to Ethan, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So, for example, there's several texts of, do you know where Ethan is? What time is he getting home from school? How is he riding? Is he getting a ride home, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
There are all kinds of texts about Ethan's doing his schoolwork right now. What is he working on? He's working on this project. All kinds of things like that.
Correct.
So, in the grand scheme of all the texts between Jen and James, although they talk often about horses and their own things going on in their lives, we can agree they mention and discuss their son frequently.
Correct.
And by frequently, you would agree with me that at least every day from September 13th, 2020 through 11/30, there are texts where Jennifer and James are talking about their son.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Exhibit 19, the prosecution admitted a Celebrate report where it's highlighted that Jennifer and James had a 7-minute and 16-second call at 10:29 a.m. on 11:30. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In addition to that phone call, you're also aware there are other phone calls between Jennifer and James that morning as well, correct?
Can I see the exhibit, ma'am?
Sure.
That morning, you're saying?
Yes.
Correct, yes, ma'am.
So in addition to the one you highlighted showing a 7-minute and 16 call, there's also a 32-second call, a 39-second call, a 2-minute and 44-second call, and then up at the top, we can see some calls between the two phones from the day before, correct?
Correct.
So it's fair to say that Jennifer and James were in touch with each other by phone the morning of November 30th.
Correct, yes, ma'am.
May I please approach and grab that back? Thank you.
She probably hasn't had sleep either. She's probably been cracking out this. This is preliminary hearing, guys. This is day
All right,
2
Exhibit
for them.
20 was the DoorDash map. I don't have any questions about that. Exhibit 21, the people admitted that from Jennifer's device, it appeared she Googled or searched for research clinical depression treatment options. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you don't know if she was researching clinical depression treatment options for herself, or for her son, or for, you don't know who that was regarding, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Correct.
It doesn't say in the search who she was looking for, correct?
Correct.
So, and in addition to that, that's the only search that you provided for this court, although I imagine Jennifer searched for many, many things on her phone at various points in time, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Correct.
And if you had seen something in one of Jennifer's searches, like homicidal child, or what do I do if I believe my son is going to shoot students at a school, you would have brought those searches into this court and shown them to us, correct?
Correct.
There were, in fact, no searches along that line. The closest, most relevant search you found was this research clinical depression treatment options.
Correct.
Huh.
All right. On Exhibit 22, you admitted, the prosecution admitted through you a couple of pages of text messages between Ethan and his mother. Do you recall seeing those?
If I could see him, just to make sure we're talking about.
Sure,
I know what
no
we're-
problem. Okay, so those texts were admitted, and they're approximately 4 or 5 pages long. Is that about right?
Three pages.
3 pages, okay. And when you look at the total, when you print out all of the texts between Ethan and Jennifer, and this is going back to June of 2020 up through 11/30 of 21, there's far more texts between Jennifer and her son than just those 3 pages, correct?
Correct.
May I approach to grab those?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, on these text messages, Ethan is saying things along the lines of, there's someone in the house, I think. Someone walked in the bathroom. I thought it was you. When I came out, no one was home. There's no one in the house, though. Dude, my door just slammed. Ethan is sending his mother a series of messages claiming there's someone in the house or there's something going on, correct?
Correct.
And in all fairness to Ethan, you don't know if there's somebody in his house, correct?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
You don't know if there really was somebody in his house, correct?
I don't, correct.
And you don't know also if there are phone calls between Jen and James or between Jen and Ethan at the time that these texts are being sent, correct?
I believe we looked at that, and I don't believe there were any phone calls between them.
The way you would look at the phone calls, though, would be looking from Jennifer's cell phone to Ethan's phone, correct?
And reverse, yes.
In reverse, but if Jennifer was to use the phone at her office, like on her desk, that would not appear. That would not appear in the search in terms of a call between her and Ethan, correct?
On Ethan's phone, it would.
Did you look to see if on Ethan's phone there were calls?
Yes.
And you didn't find any calls?
I don't recall any, no.
The time these messages are sent, the truth is we don't know if there was someone in the house or what was going on, correct?
Correct.
It's impossible for us to take 3 pages of text messages and understand the complete context.
Object to the form of the question, Your Honor. That's a decision for this court to make.
I'm sustaining. Go ahead and first, please.
It's, whenever we're looking at text messages, the text messages don't say the context within which they were texted, correct?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question. I apologize.
I think it's a bad question, and that's my fault.
Okay.
I'm going to move on.
Okay.
Good morning, good morning. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for stopping by. It's going to be a long one today.
Exhibit 23 continues to be messages between Ethan and his mother. Do you recall admitting those, or providing those to the prosecution and them being admitted as Exhibit 23?
I believe I do. If I can just look at it real quick. Thank you. Okay, I remember these. It's on. Yes.
And these text messages mostly start off with Ethan texting his mother that he believes the house is haunted, that weird things are happening and he's scared, the house is haunted. He claims he got some videos and a picture of a demon, correct?
Correct.
Now, in looking in his phone, you found no videos that would match what Ethan's talking about, correct?
Correct.
You found no photographs of demons, correct?
Yeah, correct.
And Ethan says here, I am not joking, it fucked up the kitchen. In all honesty, you have no way of knowing whether Ethan's joking overall or not, correct?
Correct.
When Jennifer does respond to the messages, she immediately starts asking, where's your dad? Text me when you're done. Are you done yet? Correct?
Yes, ma'am. Correct.
She doesn't really give any answer to all of the, I think our house is haunted kind of texts, correct?
Correct.
And when it comes down to what Ethan was texting, you never saw any evidence that bowls had been thrown and caused any damage, correct?
Correct.
There really is nothing to corroborate these claims Ethan is making about the house being haunted.
Correct.
Exhibit 24, 25, 26, 27 were all photographs of horses, Jennifer with a horse, James with a horse. We can agree they like horses.
Correct.
And these horse photos were taken on one day when Ethan was trying to get a hold of his parents. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And out at the farm, when James and Jennifer are on the horses, I'm sorry, I'll strike that. So the point of these exhibits was just to show there was some moments in time where Ethan could not get a hold of his parents. Is that a fair statement?
Judge, again, I could object from the question.
Sustained.
The photographs that you provided are to show where Jennifer and James were when they were not with Ethan, correct?
Correct.
And they were taken at a time when Ethan was trying to get a hold of his mom and dad.
Correct.
Now, in terms of the text messages that exist between Jennifer and Ethan, and this is going back to June 28th of 2020 through 11/30 of 2021, it's fair to say that there are, this is my printed version, but there are many, many more texts than just these couple of pages that you admitted, correct?
Correct.
And the pages that you admitted would be the most important evidence out of all of the texts for this court to see, correct?
Correct.
And if there were texts in here between Jen and Ethan where Ethan is saying, I'm going to blow up a school, I am going to hurt people, I feel homicidal, anything along those lines, you would have brought those texts into court and shown them to this audience, correct?
Correct.
And those type of texts do not exist in what you've seen between Jennifer Crumbley and Ethan.
Correct.
If you guys could help me out with likes, please, too, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Good morning. Welcome, everybody. This is the second day preliminary hearing for Ethan Crumbley's parents. And I'm mostly going to try to just chat, I guess, because they're doing a lot of talking. I don't want to interrupt the audio and stuff.
All right, turning to Exhibit 28, there was a conversation between James and Jennifer Crumbley that was admitted as People's Exhibit 28. Do you need to see those
Please, yes, ma'am.
exchanges?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Kinsey.
These texts are Jennifer and James talking about something that happened the night before with Ethan. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, ma'am.
And they are talking about how is he doing and what he needs to do to get his stuff back, correct?
Correct.
In these text messages, the parents confirm he's just doing school. Is he okay to work? Things along those lines, correct?
Correct.
And in the end, the parents are just discussing what was possibly an argument the night before.
Something that, yeah, I don't know if I can answer that question.
Just again, I have to object to the form of the question, and again, this witness can't interpret the text messages that he has extracted. He can only verify that they came from the device that they want to.
I agree, and I'll ask the question a different way. This conversation between Jennifer and James does not say anything about thinking that their son is a danger to other people, correct?
Correct.
It does not say anything about thinking Ethan would hurt anyone.
Correct.
And again, when you look at all of the texts and messages between James and Jen, there is nothing like that in those messages.
Correct.
And if there was something like that in those messages, you would have brought it to the court's attention.
Correct.
The items that you provided and that were admitted through the prosecution is what you believe to be the most important evidence out of everything you've reviewed.
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Exhibit 29 were messages admitted between Ethan and a friend of his regarding voices and going to a doctor. Do you recall those messages?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you want to see those? Or
Yes, please. Yes, please.
I'm handing you Exhibit 29.
Thank you.
Yeah. So they said 7 phones?
Okay.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
within these messages, Ethan is saying that he's going to ask his parents to go to the doctor tomorrow or Tuesday again, correct?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Ethan states, this time I am going to tell them about the voices.
Correct.
When Ethan says them, we have no way of knowing, it's not identified, if it was his parents or the doctor that
Correct.
he would tell about voices, correct?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
And when Ethan writes, I only told them about the people I saw, again, we don't know who them is.
Correct.
At the end, when Ethan says, like, I am mentally and physically dying, we don't know if Ethan really feels like he's mentally and physically dying or if he's just exaggerating, correct?
His words were that, but yeah, correct. I don't know what his mindset was.
You don't know what his mindset was or the context of what was going on at the time he typed that, correct?
Correct.
And again, if you had seen messages saying things like, I am going to shoot up the school, I am going to kill people, making plans for this, those are text messages that you would have brought in for this court, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is the best evidence that you found that you think is relevant. This conversation about going to the doctors and telling them about various things.
Correct, yes, ma'am.
And we don't even know who them is.
Correct.
The chat is more interesting.
30 and 31 were videos that Ethan took on 8/19 and 8/20. Do you recall those two videos?
That were in the text thread? Those two?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's fair to say that in those two videos, again, you cannot see any people in those, you can't see the faces of any people in those videos.
Correct.
You can't see who was around at the time the videos are made.
Correct.
There's no description about why those videos were made.
Correct.
All we know is that those two videos were made and that Ethan texted those two videos to his friend Brady.
Correct. With some conversation, correct.
With some conversation, okay. But in the grand scheme of things, the taking the videos he took was not illegal.
Well, him possessing the gun at that time, unless I know the exact, I don't know, I don't want to answer with him having that gun being illegal and what was going on in the video.
Okay, fair enough.
Your main counsel, I approach.
Yeah.
So it says, as far as charges, James and Jennifer Crumbley will be charged with involuntary manslaughter. I'm not sure if that's all the charges. I'll try to look to see. So they're pausing right now for a second. Thank you guys for joining. I appreciate it, man. Please hit like if you wouldn't mind. It's going to be probably an all-day stream, man. So, you know, I'll be taking little breaks, probably to go get a drink and whatever. I'm sure there's going to be like a lunchtime break. 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. Thank you, Kiki. And somebody said the chat is more entertaining than the preliminary. Sometimes it is. I literally, when I post a live stream, like we finish, people are looking for the chat. Sometimes it takes a while to process for the chat to show. People are literally like, where's the chat? We just want to see the chat. That's why I'm like,
Okay, so we talked about those videos that he sent to a friend, and your testimony was that there was some conversation between him and the friend, and that conversation was admitted as Exhibit 32. Would you like to see Exhibit 32 so I can
Yes, ma'am,
answer
please.
some questions?
the mask stuff.
Are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Just for the record, I have 6 pages for Exhibit 32, is that what you have as well?
Yes, ma'am. 6.
I thought these attorneys were experienced. Somebody was saying maybe they're inexperienced.
Okay, so
I thought
on
they
the
were
first page,
experienced.
you can see that video was sent to Ethan's friend.
See.
Correct?
And there's discussion about inviting his friend to the gun range.
Correct.
And we can see that Ethan sends another video to his friend.
Correct.
And the friend is saying things like, nice, now pull the trigger, JK, JK, JK. What is your understanding of what JK, JK, JK means?
Just kidding.
So just kidding, just kidding, just kidding. And those are all things the friend says to Ethan. Nice, now pull the trigger, JK, 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 correct?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
And Ethan responds about how his dad left the gun out, but he knows gun safety, so it's no problem, correct?
Correct.
And then he says, now it's time to shoot up the school, in capital letters, JK, 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 correct?
Correct.
So this conversation existed between Ethan and his friend,
Correct.
but there is not any kind of conversation like this between Ethan and his mother
Correct.
or Ethan and his father.
Correct.
Now, the last time we were in court, the prosecution ended by asking you about some of the conversations that Ethan and Brady would have, and your testimony was that they talked about disturbing things, including the bird head, hurting another girl at school, and mentioned some of the other topics between Ethan and Brady. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
And Ethan and Brady's text messages, if I told you that it's this entire pile is the communications between Ethan and Brady, would that surprise you?
I believe they're about 25,000, so it looks about right.
25,000 messages, about 5,000 pieces of paper when you print it out.
Looks about right.
And you would agree with me that while there was conversations about the bird head and hurting another student, Ethan and Brady talked about way, way, way more topics than just those types of things, correct?
Correct.
They talk about playing different video games, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
They talk about how much they eat versus how big their stool is when they go to the bathroom.
I don't recall that exact one right now, but
They talk about silly boy things.
yes, ma'am.
They talk about other students.
Yes, ma'am.
They talk about homework.
Correct.
What you've pulled out to share with this court, it's fair to say it's a very small section compared to the grand scheme of what Ethan and his friend talk about.
Correct.
Okay. And again, you pulled out what you believe is the most important information for this courtroom.
Yes, ma'am.
And these are between Ethan and Brady. You don't have any, it doesn't appear that Jennifer or James are grouped into any of these messages, correct?
Correct.
It appears these messages are strictly between those two boys. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am.
So all those papers are just text messages, I guess? Oh, she has another stack over there, but I guess that's all text messages.
It's also fair to say that a topic Ethan talks about with Brady is hiding things from his parents, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
He talks about hiding the bird head and what he's doing with birds from his parents.
Yes, ma'am.
He talks about efforts he's making to wait until his parents leave the house so he can do things and not get caught, correct?
Correct.
There certainly is nothing in those texts that show my mom and dad know I'm cutting off the head of a bird and support me doing this, correct?
Correct.
And if there was anything like that with respect to Jennifer or James, you would have brought those messages into court, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And in the grand scheme of all the messages between Ethan and Brady, there is nothing to indicate that Jennifer or James were told or were aware of a plan to commit a school shooting like what happened at Oxford High School on 11/30.
Correct.
In fact, Ethan discusses repeatedly hiding things from his parents
Yes, ma'am.
and doing it when they're not home.
Correct.
Your Honor, may I have just one moment to check in with my client? I have nothing further for this witness. Thank you, Ms. Evans.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So they're supposed to be presenting. well-
That's the exhibit of what's admitted. Do you want
So this is for the father. They're working together, I guess, but this is for the father. So
No, I think they're good. I see. We can move them up here. Good afternoon, or good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
I just have a few questions for you. So obviously you reviewed a massive number of text messages
Yes, ma'am.
and Facebook messages.
Yes, ma'am.
And you also reviewed text messages between James and his son.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
And it's fair to say that there weren't a lot of messages between James and his son.
Correct.
But in reviewing messages between James and Jennifer, you note that James was with Ethan quite a bit. Would that be fair?
Yes.
In fact, there were often times where James was answering questions that Jennifer had and he was with Ethan, right?
Correct.
And in the messages between James and Jen, or between Ethan and James, you don't see anything where Ethan was asking James for help. Is that fair? Let me clarify. You don't see any messages from Ethan to James where he was saying he needed help mentally, correct?
Not that I recall. Correct.
Or that he needed help because he was going to do something bad. Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
And you don't see any messages from James to Jennifer or from Jennifer to James saying that Ethan had given them that information. Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
And staying with the messages, the 5,000 or 6,000 pages between Brady and Ethan, between the minor and Ethan, there's nothing that you recall seeing where Ethan indicated that he'd said anything to his parents. Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
If that had happened, if you had seen those messages, you would have advised the prosecution.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, stepping away from the messages, I think we've covered them sufficiently. Also, while you were in court last time, there was a recording played. I believe it was. Let's see what exhibit. Exhibit 5, which was a recording of James Crumbley calling 911.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
And in the recording, James called 911. Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
Nobody called him.
Correct.
Okay. James voluntarily called 911
Yes.
and reported that his handgun was missing
Correct.
and his ammunition,
Correct.
and that his son was a student at Oxford High School
Correct.
and he had some concerns.
Correct.
You also saw, and I said I was going to get to stay away from the text messages, but you also saw that James texted Ethan that morning. Is that fair?
Yes. Correct.
He texted him after getting a call about the math homework or the math test and the drawings.
Correct.
And he texted him when James suspected that something was happening at the school. Do you recall that text message?
Yes.
He checked in on him. Is that
Correct.
fair?
Yes, ma'am.
And that text message wasn't, Ethan, are you the shooter? Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
In fact, he just asked if something was happening at the school.
Correct.
He called Ethan. Do you
Yes.
recall that? And then he texted Ethan again.
Correct.
And he asked Ethan to call him.
Correct.
And then he called Ethan more.
Correct.
And then he called 911.
Correct.
And you created a timeline. I believe it was your timeline that was created of phone calls and messages and various things from November 30th of 2021. Part of that timeline is one of the exhibits.
Can you tell me which one you're referring to?
Yes, Exhibit 19, the call logs extract.
Yeah, that's from the call logs. It's not from the timeline of the phone, but yes.
Okay. But you reviewed various phone calls, incoming, outgoing, text messages, incoming, outgoing to James Crumbley's phone. Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall also seeing phone calls and text messages with Sergeant Bryan from the Sheriff's Office?
It wasn't labeled. There's an 858 number I recall seeing, which is phone numbers from the 38 East Sheriff's Office. I don't know what Sergeant Joe Bryan's phone number is, and it wasn't labeled his name.
But you recall seeing phone calls from an 858 phone number?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall there being multiple phone calls with the 858 number? Or do you not? If you don't recall.
I don't recall.
Okay.
That's right, Plan. I believe that too. We heard the 911 call.
From what you remember in reviewing the phone calls, you didn't see anything that would indicate that James wasn't responding to any phone calls. Is that fair?
Correct.
Now, when you were testifying at our last hearing, you made specific mention that James Crumbley was the owner of the cell phones on the account. Is that correct?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Now, it's fair to say that parents get cell phones for their kids all the time. Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
And they may say it's Johnny's cell phone, correct?
Name it Johnny's cell phone? What do you mean? Or
No, a parent may say it's Johnny's cell phone. Give Johnny a cell phone, it's Johnny's cell phone.
yes, ma'am.
But it's actually the parent's phone, correct?
Correct.
Or they may do it for their spouse or significant other. Is that
Yes,
fair?
ma'am.
Now, it isn't expected that simply because somebody is listed as an owner of the phone, that they know everything that that the user is doing on the phone. Is that fair?
It's actually speculation, Judge.
I'm going to sustain, rephrase the question, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let me ask you.
Biden.
You're not aware of any time where the listed owner of the phone has been responsible for what the user has done. Is that fair?
Objection, Judge.
in proper form. It is not relevant.
Your Honor, as for relevance, I would argue that it is relevant.
I don't know what really is relevant. Go ahead, you can answer the question.
I want to hear the
Could you
prosecution.
add the
too.
question again, please?
Sure. You're not aware of any times that the listed owner of a cell phone has been held responsible for what the user of the phone has done with the phone?
Judge, I'm sorry, it's an improper form of question. It's a compound question. It calls for a legal conclusion, and it's overly broad.
Your Honor,
She's asking him what he knows at this point in time. I'm overruling the objection. Go ahead and answer the question.
Now, just for clarification, are you referring to Jane's and Ethan's phones? Like, is he responsible to look at his phone, or, I'm sorry, I don't understand the question completely.
That's fine.
I wanna-
let's take it step by step.
Okay,
Somebody goes to a cell phone store and purchases cell phones.
yes, correct.
Correct. And they purchase the cell phones in their own name, correct?
Yep,
And then they can distribute the cell phones to whom they choose. Is that fair?
yes, ma'am,
Okay. And they can give those cell phones to their children
correct,
or their significant other
correct,
or a stranger on the street.
sure.
Sure.
Bruh.
My
I'm
question is, you're not aware of a time that the person who purchased those phones in their name would be responsible for what the other people that they gave the phones to did on those phones?
I would have to say depend on who the people are they gave the phone to. If it's a juvenile, I would say yes.
You're not aware of a time where the owner has been held responsible for what the juvenile did on the phone. Is that fair?
Fair, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Just wanted to clarify something regarding a few. So I'm going back to the text messages again. I apologize.
It's okay.
There were text messages in Exhibit 22, which I believe are the text messages between the other minor and Ethan,
Okay, yes, ma'am.
or between Ethan and his mother. I don't recall if you looked at the dates, but those were March of 2021.
Sounds familiar, yes, ma'am.
And you don't recall seeing anything after March of 2021 in any of the thousands upon thousands, tens of thousands of text messages that you looked at. Is that fair?
March of 2021, and whose text threads?
So the first text thread, that was a really bad question, thank you.
Okay.
So the first text thread I'm asking about is between Ethan and his mom. And it
Okay,
was talking about the noises and the sounds in the house and...
yes, ma'am.
Okay. And my partner discussed that with you a little bit. But that was March of 2021. And you don't recall any messages after that section that we looked at. You don't recall any messages after that about the voices or anything like that?
Referring to that conversation?
Correct.
Correct, yes, ma'am.
And you don't recall anything in any other text threads about the voices or the noises or anything like that?
Correct.
And just one point of clarification, Exhibit 32, which is it's the text thread between the other minor and Ethan. And I believe that was the text thread that had the videos.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, the firearm in those videos was not the firearm that was used on November 30th. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you guys on Twitter for comments under the link. They're saying her voice is like chalk on nails on a chalkboard.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
That attorney did a little bit better, I think, or way better, at least communicating. They have a whole, I don't know how they're gonna pull this off. They got a uphill battle.
Detective, it's fair to say, isn't it, that the evidence that we've admitted in this preliminary examination, not a trial, but preliminary examination, is a snapshot of the digital evidence you reviewed on these phones?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. And this evidence speaks for itself. If it's on the phone, it's on the phone. If it's not on the phone, then it's not there, right?
Correct.
Okay. You also testified on February the 8th that some information, at least from Jennifer Crumbley's Facebook account, was deleted.
Your Honor, I would object to the leading nature of these questions. This is redirect and not cross.
I can rephrase. Do you recall testifying on February the 8th of this year?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You recall being asked about a screenshot from Kira Pennick to Jennifer Crumbley?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you also testified then that particular Facebook message wasn't on Jennifer Crumbley's device.
Correct.
And do you recall why?
The Messenger app was deleted.
Okay. So what does that mean? Tell me about that.
When it's deleted, the user tells the phone to wipe it from the phone. I no longer want to use it, and it wipes the databases off the phone to preserve storage on the device overall.
So according to your review, Jennifer Crumbley deleted the Facebook Messenger app off of her phone.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you were asked about the Instagram account of Ethan.Crumbley.
Correct.
And you were able to verify that both Jennifer Crumbley and James Crumbley followed that Instagram account.
Correct.
Okay. On February the 8th, you were asked about who posted and who didn't post, and if you could verify that on the Ethan.Crumbley account. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Did you do some research in that regard?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about that, please.
So the pictures that were there all had an uploaded IP address, and I did it again just last night. There were a total of 8 of them, IP addresses. And you can go, there's a website that tells you who actually owns that IP address. Not the particular person, not Ed Wogrowski, but Comcast or Verizon or T-Mobile. And 7 of the 8 IP addresses were owned by T-Mobile, which is the phone carrier that the Crumbleys had. And then the 8th one was owned by Charter Communications, which was the internet service provider.
So does that give you a little bit of a degree of certainty as to where those photographs came from?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and tell me why.
Because, again, that's the T-Mobile, the IPs that are owned by T-Mobile is a phone carrier that they use, that all 3 of them used, and Charter Communications is the internet service provider in that area.
Okay. You were just asked about Exhibit 18, which is the portion of the Facebook Messenger thread between Jennifer and James Crumbley from November the 30th of 2021.
Correct?
Okay.
Yep.
Now, there are no other Facebook messages between the two of them on November the 30th of 21. Is that right?
Correct.
So you didn't take some out and leave some in. Is that right?
No, sir. Correct.
Okay. And those are all the messages from that particular date between those two.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You were also asked about phone calls between Ethan Crumbley or potential phone calls between Ethan Crumbley and these 2 defendants on March the 9th, 17th, and 20th.
Correct.
So I'm going to refer you to those exhibits. Exhibits 22 and 23, that's the text message thread between Ethan Crumbley and Jennifer Crumbley, where he talks about he's seen demons and bowls flying off the shelves. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you went through all devices on those particular dates, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And those photographs that we admitted, the photographs of James Crumbley on a horse, Jennifer Crumbley on a horse, those were taken the same date and time that Ethan Crumbley was texting his mother about seeing those things. Is that right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, were there any phone calls between Ethan and Jennifer Crumbley during that time period?
No, sir.
Were there any phone calls between Ethan and James Crumbley in that time period?
No, sir.
Were there any messages from James and Ethan Crumbley?
No, sir.
And we've already verified on the 8th of this year that there were no other messages between Jennifer and Ethan Crumbley in that time frame.
Correct.
All right. You were asked about the entire Facebook Messenger thread between James and Jennifer Crumbley. There are thousands of messages, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, were there, in your review, and again, this is a preliminary examination, not a trial, but in your review, in those messages, did you see any reference about getting Ethan Crumbley help?
No, sir.
You see any reference about sending Ethan Crumbley to a therapist?
No, sir.
Did you see any discussion about getting him to a doctor at all?
No, sir.
You were also asked about the text message thread between Ethan Crumbley and that other juvenile. And that's the over 20,000 messages. This is the stat the council displayed to us here today, right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you were asked about a few things, but I want to go through a few more. Now, it's true, isn't it, that in June of 21, Ethan Crumbley is sending messages to that friend about how he bought a Derringer.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And what is a Derringer?
It's a small handgun.
Okay.
15.
And he sent messages to that other individual. Again, we talked about the video that he sent holding the 22 Kel-Tec, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you've already testified that James Crumbley did own 22 Kel-Tec.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that had context to that video, that photograph, and said, look what my dad left out. You've already testified to that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in June of 21, Ethan writes, the thing is, I had over $1,000 before the Derringer, but now I only have like 900 or 800. You recall that text message?
Yes, sir.
And there's a lot of discussion between Ethan and other juvenile about wanting guns and buying guns. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And there's also a fair amount of discussion, in fact, quite a bit of discussion between those two individuals about his mental state. Would that be fair?
Yes, sir.
So you were asked about, I think counsel said, is it fair to say that Ethan Crumbley talked about hiding things from his parents? You recall being asked that question?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And specifically their text that Ethan Crumbley sends that other juvenile that he is, quote unquote, fucked up.
Correct.
Okay. And he talks about his dark side.
Yes.
Is that one or two text messages, or are there many text messages like that?
I believe there were many.
And does he also talk to that other juvenile about trying to bring things up to his parents?
Yes.
April the 5th, isn't it true that Ethan Crumbley writes, now my mom thinks I take drugs, and right after that, like she thinks the reason why I'm so mad and sad all the time because I take drugs and she doesn't worry about my mental health? Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And then he writes, they make me feel like I'm the problem.
Correct.
And that's the same text conversation, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And he also writes, my mom makes everyone feel like a piece of shit.
Yes, sir.
And Ethan many times says that he is hallucinating. Is that right?
Correct.
And in fact, he says, like I hear people talking to me and see someone in the distance.
Correct.
He says, I actually asked my dad to take to the doctor yesterday, but he just gave me some pills and told me to quote unquote suck it up.
Yes, sir.
Then he wrote, like it's at the point that I'm asking to go to the doctor. You remember seeing that?
Yes, sir.
And then seeing, my mom laughed when I told her.
Yes, sir.
And in that same conversation, Ethan's describing a, quote, in his words, quote unquote, breakdown to his friend. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And he writes, that's what happened when I broke down. I started sobbing in the shower and then laughing my ass off. Mental breakdown is what it's called. Said I should see a doctor if I have one. Google said they can last weeks and it can cause hallucinations. So fuck me. He wrote that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's the same text conversation where he's telling his friend that he asked his parents to see a doctor.
Correct.
And you've already testified there has been no communications between James and Jennifer Crumbley about taking Ethan Crumbley to see a doctor or therapist, right?
Correct.
And Ethan writes in all caps, I hear fucking people. He writes, because my life is fucked. And for context, this is taking place in April of 2021, the same time that we admitted a portion of that text message conversation in Exhibits 29 and 32. Does that sound right?
I recall it. Yes, sir.
Okay.
He's pointing
And
out
Ethan
not
also writes,
everything.
I also tracked the amount of sleep I've gotten the past 5 days. I've only gotten 17 hours of sleep. And that's a text from Ethan to that other individual.
Yes, sir.
Now, in these text messages, they also talk about playing video games.
Yes.
Okay. And are you able to get a general idea of how often and what hours of the day or night that Ethan and his friend are playing video games?
Through the text messages and the timeline on the phone. Yes, sir.
Okay, and tell us about that.
Well, from the conversation going back and forth, or do you want to get on, play Fortnite, get on, and play games, or the phone usage when there's downtime? If there's a downtime between 5 in the morning and 8 in the morning or 9 in the morning, you could assume that they're not using the phone.
We would object to the relevance of the amount of time spent playing video games.
It all goes to the failure to use ordinary care, Judge. These defendants are both charged with being grossly negligent.
Yes, the plaintiff, on behalf of the defense, overruling the objection. Go ahead.
Thank you. Now, did it appear that he was playing a little bit of video games or a lot of video games?
A lot of video games.
Okay. And that just didn't happen, right after school let out and before a normal bedtime, right?
Correct.
Okay, so what kind of hours was he on his devices?
All hours of the night, 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning.
So this text about I've only gotten 17 hours of sleep in 5 days, that has some weight to it to you, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
And Ethan continues about his mental breakdowns, in his words, mental breakdowns, to his friend, the other juvenile, and says, I need help. I was thinking calling 911 so I could go to the hospital, but then my parents would be really pissed. He wrote those?
I recall that, yes, sir.
And then his friend asked him, when did all this bad shit start happening?
I would object to the leading nature of these questions. This is redirect.
Judge, counsel opened the door by asking general questions, extremely general questions to this witness about a 25,000 text message string. Now, as I pointed out, this is a preliminary examination and not a trial. So we weren't intending to go through all 25,000 text messages, but counsel opened that door, and now she left the impression that we only selectively admitted certain messages and there's nothing else out there. And I have to correct that impression. Thank you. So his friend asked him, when did all this bad shit start happening? Excuse my language, Judge, this is just a quote. And then he wrote 2 weeks ago, is that right?
I recall that, yes, sir.
Okay, and if we're given a context, 2 weeks prior to this text would be...
Your Honor, I object to the leading nature of these questions. I don't object. I am not making a relevancy objection. I'm making an objection to the leading nature of these questions.
Sustained.
Judge, I'm going to ask for leeway in this particular witness with this regard to this particular piece of evidence, and that's because of the nature of the evidence. Counsel made a show of this amount of evidence in the phone. She printed it out for that show specifically, and in order to effectively direct this witness to certain pieces of that evidence to rebut the impression that she so purposely laid, I have to lead the witness. I need some leeway.
I'm going to give you a little bit of leeway, but then we need to move on.
That's fair, Judge. I appreciate that.
As you said, this is a probable cause hearing. The court is perfectly aware of what the burden of proof is and what needs to be presented in order to establish that burden of proof.
Thank you, Judge. I'll just go through a few more with you, okay?
Yes, sir.
Now, we had already admitted, we talked about, I believe this was Exhibit 29. You were showing Exhibit 29. And that is that text message thread from April the 5th to his friend, okay? And that text specifically, which we were admitted, is, I'm going to ask my parents to go to the doctors tomorrow or Tuesday again, but this time I'm going to tell them about the voices. And we've already discussed that one, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And these text messages in this vein, they're not, like I said, they're not just one or two text messages about this particular topic, but there are multiple, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you've already discussed some of the other more disturbing things you found on Ethan Crumbley's phone, and I think you talked about on the last hearing about a conversation about raping and torturing and killing another classmate.
Correct, yes, sir.
And you were asked about the bird head specifically by defense counsel on cross. Now there is a conversation in this text thread about that bird head, am I right?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, he says that he's surprised his mom didn't find the bird head because it was in his room.
Correct.
Oh.
And these texts about his quote-unquote mental breakdown continue not just on March or April 21, but throughout the text thread when it ends abruptly at the end of October of 21.
Correct.
Right? Okay. So approximately 7 months, there are text messages regarding the mental breakdown.
Correct.
In fact, regarding the bird head specifically, on October the 11th of 21, there's a text message thread between Ethan Crumbley and that friend where he says, holy shit, my mom legit almost found the bird head. She pulled away the sheet covering it and was fully exposed, but IDK, meaning that I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know how the fuck she didn't see it. My dad was even in there. Jesus Christ, my heart is pounding right now. And that's in October the 11th of 21, is that right?
Yes, sir, I recall that.
Now, you're aware that a bird head was recovered from the Oxford High School, one of the bathrooms of the Oxford High School, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was recovered on November 11th of 21.
Correct.
So that was 1 full month after Ethan Crumbley's writing about his parents almost found it in his room.
Correct.
So you were also asked about the 293-page text thread between Ethan Crumbley and Jennifer Crumbley.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And during the exam on February the 8th, we admitted certain portions of that text thread.
Correct.
And just so everybody's clear, the portions that were omitted did not remove certain text messages. That's a true and accurate depiction of that text message conversation from the dates that we omitted. Is that right?
Correct, yes, sir.
All right. My counsel asked you, made a point about a text from Jennifer Crumbley to Ethan Crumbley where it said, "I love you." Do you recall being asked that question?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you go through a Celebrate reader report and you export it to a PDF file, are you able to search for certain words?
Yes, sir.
Do you have the opportunity to search for the word love?
Yes, sir.
How many times does the word love pop up?
Objection.
This is so irrelevant.
Judge, they brought it up. Now, was there any discussion in the text message thread, the 293-page text message thread between Ethan Crumbley and Jennifer Crumbley about getting Ethan Crumbley help?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay, so we already talked about the Facebook Messenger thread between these two defendants, but specifically between Ethan and Jennifer Crumbley, anything in there?
No, sir.
Or what about anything in the text message thread between Ethan Crumbley and James Crumbley?
No, sir.
Any talk in any of those text message conversations about getting him to a doctor?
No, sir.
May have one moment, Your Honor.
Wow. Thank you guys for coming, man. If you could hit like, I'd appreciate that to help us out. I know there's some people that probably can't hit like. They might be watching from Twitter or Facebook. They might not have accounts. I put the link, but they might not have accounts. But if you can hit like, I'd appreciate that. The prosecutor's definitely doing way better than what the defense has done so far.
Okay, well, you can step down.
Hold on.
You can step down. No worries. Great, we're going to take a quick break and then we're going to come back with the next witness. So we'll return in about 10 minutes.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, a 10-minute break. Those stack of papers were kind of for show, I guess. Okay, so we'll wait. We'll hang around till they come back. I'm surprised they actually cut that stream. Oh Lord, what's going on right now? Is this live? What's going on over here? Is that a real police chase? I don't know what that is. Oh, it's in another country. Let me see, what are they doing? Oh, it's not even in English. The movement of the paramount chief. Oh, they're moving somebody, some chief somewhere. All right. So I do have a backup. They're leaving court, so I'll keep an eye on when we come back. Let me just pull up another backup stream just in case. I like to at least have two if possible. We can chill. Maybe I should make a little caffeine, a little pre-workout drink. Let me see. We got Fox 17 and we have Mid-Michigan now. I don't think any of them would cause me any issues for claims. Yeah, let's see how the audio is here. Okay. That one, let me just pull up one more backup. All right. So I have 3 backups just in case. So 10 minutes. I thought the prosecutor did really well, man. I thought, the prosecutor. I thought he was like kind of pointing out too that like what just because they talking about these text messages and that's what the defense was like directing everything towards. It's not the only conversation that Ethan's had with his parents, and so I think at one point, like, she was saying that there was no text messages of Ethan saying that he needed help or something like that, but he told his friend that he did need help, and so obviously there was verbal communication. There's also probably phone conversations, like actual phone or maybe in person. That's what I think I kind of took from that. The lady shaking around and stuff, I don't know what was up with that. Maybe she didn't get no sleep. I can imagine the amount of prep that it takes to prepare for that kind of thing. Maybe she didn't get sleep. I've been like that before, like caffeined out, very little sleep. You know, your hands are like, shh, you know what I'm saying? Let me do a hand test. Do a hand test. Good, right? Good right now. I haven't had that much caffeine today. But yeah, they were weak. The defense was weak, man. I have to say, so far, who knows? Maybe they'll have better rebuttals. I mean, I don't know how do you defend that, all the stuff that they have. This kid was clearly troubled. He needed help, I guess, you know? And I think at one point, too, he was talking about in the showers, crying and then laughing and hallucinating. It's like, damn, bro. The stack of papers are there to intimidate the witness. You know what I need? I need like a little away screen too. I gotta make a little away screen sometime. We'll be right back. Some crap like that, right? Bridget says, glad the defense is weak. True that. You can see right here, they're just in the background right now, just kind of waiting. Just kind of waiting to see. They did not give help, but gave him Xanax. Did they give him Xanax? Katie said they're just trying to show there is only hearsay / word of mouth, no proof. He told them. Okay. So that's going to be the thing too, to prove. Did he tell him? Did he not? They're saying, the defense is saying, they're trying to say there's no proof. The prosecutor's saying that I guess he told his friend or something that he did tell his parents, but is that true? And the defense is saying, well, he's hid a lot of stuff from his parents, you know? That social media stuff too, especially these days, man, these kids, they got a bunch of different accounts. Especially as a parent, you have no idea what kind of accounts these kids have. Yeah, 3 and 4 and 5 different Insta accounts. And they're deleting their accounts and starting new accounts. I don't know how you even keep track of that. And then on the phone, they have like the thing where, can't you like hide apps too and stuff like that? And then you have to have like a password to access it. They gave Xanaflex. I mean, what? Xanaflex? It was in a text message. Muscle relaxant. I'm thinking there'll probably be little breaks like this throughout the day, like little 10-minute breaks. And then I'm sure there'll be like a lunch break too, probably. That is how Cross works. They're allowed to lead. Sounds like he was trying to impress his friend. I bet he never even mentioned to the parents. But how do you have that bird head in the room like that, chilling? Is that the new thing? Can't be the new thing kids are on. Amy says, not defending the parents at all here, but this kid was and admitted to hiding stuff from his parents. So maybe he hid that he needed help. Kids do speak ish to their friends all the time. And I think that's what the defense is trying to say. Let me catch this real quick too. I missed a few super chats yesterday, and then some of the super chats now. Then maybe I'll just go get myself a drink or something. Okay, what I missed yesterday. If I missed it, Charisma, thank you so much for yesterday's super chat. Tarina, Grim, Adriana, thank you, Mel, for the time and energy. This is from the Cody stream. Amy, thank you so much for the super chat yesterday. Jackie, hey, Mel, looking with the new background. Comcast is jealous. Oh, I can't. I'm so glad to be done with Comcast. Maxwell, thank you for this morning's chat. Chris Thorne Show, thank you so much. Says sliding through, bro. Be safe out there. Simply Stranger, thank you for the super chat. Little coffee mug. Anne Marie, I praise and thank you for your services this early day today, pa. Yes, early. We're early today. Elizabeth, best because you're best, because you're the best at what you do. I'm horrible at reading. I always like, when I go to read, I'll start reading the middle parts or the ending parts while I'm reading the beginning part. What's for lunch, Mel? Shoot. I don't know. This morning I made some quick eggs. It was amazing though. I made some quick eggs. I did the bacon in the air fryer for the first time. It was pretty good. I was really full this morning. I'm not even hungry. I don't usually eat a lot, especially now that I kind of cut back with the keto and stuff like that. I normally don't even eat breakfast early in the morning, but today, because I'm not doing the gym and we're going to be here, I figured I need to eat just in case. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I still have some leftover dinner I made the other night too. So if I do get hungry, I just warm that up. Bacon and eggs, not eggs and bacon. I think I do have dyslexia. I think I do. If that's the thing, I really do think I do. I think that's why a lot of the times I'm kind of bad at reading. It sounds like a good excuse too. I really do think I have dyslexia. Like a lot of the times I'll start reading kind of like things ahead in preparation for what's coming while I'm I don't know. It's weird. How do you diagnose, like, how do I get a diagnosis for dyslexia? And then if any time somebody makes or says something about me, like, you can't read, and be like, well, I have an illness or something, a disability. So now you're making fun of me. Cancel. Protection from reading, right? Reading bad. My daughter didn't have a cell phone till 16. Honestly, my daughter has a cell phone now. It's not connected. Like I don't have, like she can't get calls. But like for apps and stuff like that, because I already have a lot of phones that I don't use and stuff. And so she has the little cell phone. She has the apps on there. She has a tablet too that she like broke kind of. But kids these days, this is a generation though, man, of people being on apps, kids being on apps at a younger age. They're into social media at a younger age. I thank God back in the day when I was growing up and even in my younger teenage years, I didn't have a cell phone. I didn't get a cell phone until I was 17. And I thank God because I think about it, or even Facebook. I wasn't really into Facebook for a long time. I was like, thank God, because there would be so much crazy stuff of me on the internet. Mel, you read out loud very well. Dyslexia, I don't know. Okay. You were just kind of like, maybe I got something. I hope I got it. So now I'll have a, I mean, I don't hope I have it, but like, just when you're looking for an answer, maybe that's why. What I realized too, it really helps to pre-read things, like articles and stuff, if I can, before streaming. I don't believe that, Sierra. So, I mean, people were talking about it's the video games, right? But Ethan, I don't think that, man. I mean, I think if you already have issues in mental health, maybe it could add to it. But then you're going to have to go to music. Then you're going to have to go to movies. I mean, I guess some people try to say like, oh, well, video games, you can actually like put yourself in that, like you're actually playing it or something. Man, but I grew up as a gamer. I think gaming might have saved my life. Also my daughter, but before my daughter came along, gaming probably stopped me from doing a lot of crazy stuff. Kept me at home, chilling. It was an outlet for me. A lot of my friends, we were gaming and stuff. And a lot of the stuff that they cancel you for now, that's offensive. Back in the day, it was all day long in the video games. Your MySpace got deleted. Yeah. I'm glad I wasn't like into posting on social media back then. It'd be a mess. There'd probably be some viral videos right now. Mel, do you have ADD or ADHD? Yeah, that's what they say. I'm not taking any of the meds though. I have half a bottle of Vyvanse and like a full bottle of Concerta because I was trying Concerta, but I didn't like it. I don't even like Vyvanse. I feel like I've outgrown. I'm like too old to be taking that shit. I know people older take it, but there's too many negatives for me to take it for the little bit of positive. It makes me like antisocial. It makes it, my emotions, it like dulls. I feel like my emotions and stuff. I don't think it's great for parenting either. I had a friend that says that she likes to parent with it, like it helps her out. For me, it makes me more irritable. I need to have a lot of patience. You know what I'm saying? For me, it makes me more irritable and it makes me want to really be super focused, over focused on one thing. And so it doesn't allow me to multitask as much as I'd like to. All right, Flip, man, take care. Heading to school, drop off, BRB. All right, man. Come back. Come back. And with those types of medications, you really have to hydrate yourself. You have to eat properly. Like when you're on that kind of stuff, you forget to really eat or even drink properly, and then sleep too. Really important. You know? Tiny Go said antidepressants saved me. Well, that's amazing. If it works for you, that's good. I think everybody has to kind of find their, what works for them. And even antidepressants, like it's different for everybody, right? Like sometimes it's like a trial and error. You got to keep going back to your doctor. This is what works. This doesn't work. This doesn't work. When I first took Vyvanse and Adderall back in the day, when I first took it, it was like the Limitless pill. Man, I was my manager at the job. He even wrote me an email like, "Wow, Melvin, you're doing so well." Like I was on top of the world. I was talking to everybody. I was, woof. Nowadays, it just doesn't have that effect on me. I don't know. The way you said you read ahead while reading is an ADHD thing. The kids. Oh, I worked with special ed, deal with it too. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I tend to kind of read ahead, but I try to tell myself to slow down because I read too fast and then I start mumbling myself. And for these people too, like the lady in court that may be shaking, or how we watched the the town hall last night, and there were some people that got up there and were kind of nervous. I totally understand. A lot of people would be nervous on camera or in a setting where like you're in front of people, an audience of people watching or whatever, I probably would be myself too, even though I live stream in a different setting where there's like people in front of you and you're on a microphone type of thing, or like physical people in front of you. But then maybe the added pressure of the camera and stuff. But the only thing is with these attorneys, they're used to that. After a while, I would think you're kind of used to that. You're doing it over and over and over and over and over. That's why I was a little surprised. The only thing I can think of is maybe she didn't sleep so well, and then you're caffeinated out, And it's a big trial. It's a big deal, right? This school shooting. It's you got the parents watching, people watching. I really think Adderall though for kids is horrible though. I don't think the young kids, teenagers, I don't think should be on that stuff, man. I don't know. That's just an opinion. A lot of kids are, but I heard that coming back. Devona, thank you so much for the super chat. I've been there though. The whole shaking, like oh my god, like you're looking at you. All right, I'm gonna go. Are they behind over here? There we go. I'm gonna use what we've been using.
Okay.
I'll take those two.
Hold on a second. Facebook.
Yeah, you're good.
Is Candy back?
Please raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear your testimony you're going to give me the truth under the penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Please have a seat. Please state and spell both your first and last name for the court reporter.
Cammy, C-A-M-M-Y.
You're going to have to keep your voice up. We can tell already.
Sorry.
Softly.
Cammy, C-A-M-M-Y. Back, B-A-C-K.
D-A-C-K?
B.
B-A-C-K. Okay, Ms. Back, just a couple of housekeeping rules here. As you noticed, we do have multiple microphones located throughout the courtroom. We are required by law to record all court proceedings, so it's necessary that you keep your voice up and that you verbalize all responses as opposed to saying uh-huh or shaking your head. If at any time you don't understand any questions, please let the attorneys know, and so that there's no misunderstanding as to what the question is. You are comfortable, you can keep your mask off. We do have the partitions here throughout the courtroom. It's up to you.
Okay,
if
thank you.
With your mask on, I do need you to speak up loudly.
Okay, thank you.
May I, Judge? Thank you. Now, Ms. Back, I want you to pretend like I'm at the very back of the courtroom here, so you can keep your voice really loud for us, okay?
Okay.
All right. Now, is it fair to say that you work at a business that sells firearms and ammunition?
Yes.
Okay. And how long have you worked there?
A year and 3 months.
And what's your job title or responsibilities there?
Office manager?
Okay. Now, do you also occasionally conduct the sales of firearms and ammunition yourself?
Yes.
And how many firearm sales have you been a part of in your time there?
Can't say
Is it more than 10?
yes.
Okay. Is it more than 20?
Yes.
Okay. So this is it's just a regular course of business. Would that be right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is there a process when somebody buys a handgun?
Yes.
Tell me what that process is.
We have to take their driver's license, make copies. We have to give the customer the 4473 form. They fill it out, and I do the next check on them.
Okay, let me stop you real quick. What's the 4473?
It's the information of the customer,
Okay.
just their address, date of birth, every the questions on the form they have to answer.
Okay. And you said a NICS form?
The next check.
NICS check? What's that?
On the computer, we run it through the ATF or
Okay.
FBI.
And then,
Okay, so you're going to have to assume that we don't know as much as you do.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
So when you're saying you're doing a mixed check, what specifically are you doing?
Running the form electronically.
Running
Is
the
that-
form, the 4473?
Yes, ma'am.
is that like a background check?
Yes.
Okay. And then is there a trigger lock statement given as well?
Yes.
And what's that?
The trigger lock statement.
Right.
It's stating that the gun that is purchased is cut. We're giving the lock to them.
Okay. Now, when your store sells a firearm, specifically a handgun, do you also give a ATF Youth Handgun Safety Act notice?
Yes.
Is that in the form of a pamphlet?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes.
This is People's Proposed 79. Ms. Back, what have I just handed you?
The youth handgun safety guide.
Okay, and is that what is given to every purchaser of a handgun?
Yes.
Okay. People move to omit 79.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Be admitted.
Now, I'm going to direct your attention to the screen over here to your right. Now, this is a photograph. It actually is from your store, and it's the same color, same size, same material given on every single time. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and this is 33 for the record. I believe we have a stipulation.
It's 33.
The photograph is 33, yes.
Is that correct? You stipulated to that?
Correct, Your Honor.
Now, does the store that you work at have notices posted throughout the store?
Yes.
What sort of notices?
The youth handgun safety and the don't lie to buy.
Okay,
I
I'm going
believe
to, again, direct your attention to the screen here. And Judge, we have a stipulation. This is 34, and this is a photograph. Is this photograph of the notice posted at your store?
Yes.
And this is the don't lie for the other guy?
Yes.
And where is this posted?
Behind the register.
Okay. So if a purchaser were to purchase a firearm, it'd be in their line of sight?
Yes.
Right. And you said the youth safety notice not just is given, but it's also It's also posted,
Yes.
and this is Exhibits 35, and we do have a stipulation in Exhibit 35, Your Honor.
Counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
And that's also posted where?
Behind our register.
Okay. When a firearm is purchased, you keep a sales receipt.
Yes.
This is Exhibit 36, and I believe we also have a stipulation in 36.
Correct, Your Honor.
And do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and how do you recognize this?
My handwriting.
Right. And this is a sales receipt from the date of November the 26th, 2021 to James Robert Crumbley, his address, and his information he provided, and what was sold to James Robert Crumbley on that day.
A pistol, 6-hour pistol.
Okay. And that SP2022, what's that?
That is the model of,
The model number?
yes.
Okay. And this is a 9mm handgun, am I right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you sell a pistol, specifically this particular pistol, do you just hand over the handgun itself, or does it come in some kind of case?
It comes in a case.
Okay, describe the case for me.
It would be a black case, well, a gray color case.
Okay.
With the pistol and the extra clips, if the gun has extra clips, the lock.
When you say clips, you mean magazine?
Yes.
Okay. So there's the pistol itself, and you said the lock. What kind of lock?
Cable lock.
Cable lock. What is that?
It is a lock that locks the pistol, goes through the trigger.
Okay. And is it your store's policy to turn over a trigger lock or a cable lock with every single handgun purchase?
Yes.
And was one given to James Robert Crumbley
Yes.
on November the 26th?
Yes.
Okay. And we've said his name. Do you recall making the actual transaction?
I do.
Do you see that person who identified himself as James Robert Crumbley to you on November the 26th of last year?
Yes.
Can you please point to him, describe something he's wearing today?
Gentleman in the orange jumpsuit.
Your Honor, will the record reflect identification of defendant James Crumbley?
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
So noted.
Okay. Had you seen him in the store before on November 26th?
Prior to November the 20th?
Correct. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. On November the 26th, tell me how the purchase happened.
We were kind of busy. I stepped out of my office to help my counter guy. There was a gentleman between the gentleman my counter guy was helping and James Crumbley. I approached the older gentleman first, and he said, "Go ahead and help James Crumbley." Went over, asked him what I could help him with, and he pointed to the 6-hour pistol, and I said, "Oh, would you like to see it?" And he said, "No, I would like to purchase it. I've had my eye on it for a few days." And I said, "Oh," and which I recognized Mr. Crumbley because he's made multiple purchases from us before. And I said to him, "You know the routine?" And he said, "Yeah." And I got his license, made copies, gave him the form, filled it out, ran the background check on him. His research did not come straight through, so it was taking quite a bit of time. So the store kind of cleared out, and I told Mr. Crumbley, I said, "You're in research." And he said, "That's fine, that's normal. I can just go home, and you guys can give me a call." And so I left my counter guy the information, and I proceeded back to my office.
Okay. And did he go home or did he stay?
He stayed.
Okay. Was he alone or was he with somebody else?
He was with someone,
And was that person an adult or was that person not an adult?
not an adult.
Okay. Had you ever seen that person before?
I had not.
All right. And did you at that point in time know who that person was?
I did not.
All right. Could you describe him, please?
He was approximately 5'7", 5'8". He had dark hair.
Short hair or long hair?
It was kind of long, shaggy.
Now, James Crumbley, he didn't shop around at all? He just picked out that 9mm?
He picked out just the 9mm, yes.
Did he pay with credit card, debit card, or cash?
I believe it was credit card.
Okay. And what happened next?
He paid. My counter guy gave him the item, and they left the store.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 37. Now, you referenced the 4473. Is that also known as the firearms transaction record?
Yes.
Okay. And it has the defendant's, well, it's hard to see on that picture here. It has James Robert Crumbley's information on there. Mm-hmm. And it also has notification on here. One of the boxes that he fills out is that he is acknowledging that it is illegal to buy a gun for somebody else.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And he acknowledged that as well.
Yes.
All right. And that's the effect of the notices posted throughout the store. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay. This is Exhibit 37. We have a stipulation to that, Judge. Move to admit.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
Now, you have testified that a trigger lock statement is given as well.
Yes.
Okay, this is Exhibit 38. We also have a stipulation to this. Is this the trigger lock statement that is provided to a purchaser of a handgun?
Yes.
And what does this state?
It just states that the gun comes with that we provided the trigger lock
Okay.
or the case lock for the firearm.
And you have already testified that it is your store policy to provide one of those to every purchaser.
Yes.
Okay. And when you provide it, is it encased in anything?
The lock,
Yes.
it's in the gun case.
Okay, but is it itself in a plastic baggie?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified earlier about that gun case. I want to go back to that very briefly. You said it's a plastic case.
Are you moving to object this?
I'm sorry, yes, this is 38.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
Now, the case that the firearm is contained in when it's sold, it's plastic?
Yes.
Okay. And is there clasps on it to close it?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a locking mechanism on that?
No.
Okay, so there's no combination lock or a key lock.
No.
And that's what was sold to James Crumbley on November the 26th, 2021.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, one moment, Your Honor. I've nothing further.
Somebody said,
Yes,
Yes,
Your Honor.
sir.
Thank you.
Counsel, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
somebody said this Karen probably gets great aim. Karen most likely shoots pew pew. She probably is a straight shooter. The haircut looks nice. I don't know if that's what they consider the Karen haircut. What is the? It does look good on her though. Let's see, Karen haircut. I don't want to sidetrack. But I don't know. It's kind of tough to say. No, I don't. No, I don't think it's the. I think it's a little bit different. The prosecutor's definitely doing way freaking better. Like, I mean, we'll have to see what they come back with, the defense. And we're definitely gonna have to do an Adderall stream for sure. Coming, I don't know when. I wanted to do a little bit of research, but I really just want it to be people's personal experiences. I'm not too worried about like pulling up articles or whatever, but just some basic information. I just want to hear. I just want to hear people's personal, what they would consider anecdotal. But I still think it's important to hear people's experiences. And wait, why would I hear that?
Making quote unquote multiple purchases.
Yes.
And it's fair to say that he had 2 prior firearms purchases. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And they were approximately over a period of 5 months.
Unsure.
Okay. It wasn't the day before, right?
No.
The week before?
No.
Maybe it
Okay.
is.
So it was over some time.
Yes.
And he told you that he'd been in the store previously and looked at other handguns. Is that fair?
Yes.
And he said that he knew which gun he wanted because of his prior visits. Do you recall that conversation?
No.
You do recall, however, that he was very clear that he wanted the one handgun based on his prior visits to the store.
Yes.
And he purchased the handgun that he asked for. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you spoke with law enforcement after Mr. Crumbley purchased the gun. After November 30th of 2021.
Law enforcement as of
The ATF, the
Yes.
police, somebody. Okay.
yes.
And you recall telling them that you didn't have any reason to believe that Mr. Crumbley was purchasing that firearm for anybody else. Is that fair?
Yes.
There were no statements made that he was purchasing for somebody else, right?
No.
The individual he was standing with didn't say, that's the one I want, right?
No.
He didn't say, this is the one you want, right?
Correct.
In fact, had those things occurred, you couldn't have sold the firearm. Is that fair?
Yes.
Now, the prosecutor showed you Exhibit 33 and 79. He showed you the actual pamphlet, which is Exhibit 79, and then Exhibit 33 is a printout. Actually, I'll pull it from the book. It's a copy of the Youth ATF Handgun Notice. Youth Handgun Safety Act Notice.
Yes.
And you're familiar with this, correct?
Yes.
And you're familiar with firearms laws?
Yes.
You kind of have to be for what you do, right?
Kinda, yes.
So you know that in this notice, it says that it's unlawful for a minor to possess a handgun overall. Is that fair?
Correct.
But there are exceptions, correct?
No.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
Third page?
Yes.
Oh, what's going on here? You trying to throw her off?
You want to look at page 3 of Exhibit 33. There's the heading 18 USC 922 parenthesis X and parenthesis. Do you see that? It's like right in the middle.
Oh, yes, yes.
And if you look at X1, it says it's unlawful for a person to sell, deliver, or otherwise transfer to a person who the transferor knows or has reasonable cause to believe is a juvenile. It goes through handgun, ammunition. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then you look down at subsection 2, and it says it's unlawful for any person who is a juvenile to knowingly possess a handgun, ammunition, all those things. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you get to subsection 3. And subsection 3 says this subsection does not apply to, and it lists a few areas that it doesn't apply. Is that right?
I'm not following you on
Okay,
this.
we'll start with A, which is right below 3. It's in that middle section. Do you see where I'm looking? I'll point on my copy.
Okay.
Subsection 3A says a temporary transfer of a handgun or ammunition to a juvenile or to the possession or use of a handgun or ammunition by a juvenile, and then it lists a few conditions under which that temporary transfer or possession may occur. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And if you go down to, and it's kind of hard to read on the copy, I think, but the next little subsection is subsection I. It's a lowercase I.
Okay.
And toward the end of that subsection I, it lists target practice or a course of instruction in the safe and lawful use of a handgun. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So under federal law, it is not illegal for a minor to temporarily possess a handgun. Is that fair? Under certain conditions.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So they said target practice? What else? Was it just target practice?
And parents come in and buy firearms for their children. Is that fair to say?
No.
So a minor cannot register a handgun. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, Mr. Crumbley did not transfer title or possession to that handgun to a minor. Is that fair?
Speculation, Judge. You can only testify to the actual transaction on November the 26th.
I asked to her knowledge.
You can testify as to what her knowledge is. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
To your knowledge, Mr. Crumbley did not transfer possession or registration of that handgun to a minor. Is that fair? As far as you're aware.
No.
And based on your reading of the law and our review of it today, it wouldn't be illegal if Mr. Crumbley allowed his son to use a handgun at a shooting range. Is that fair?
In his company.
Correct.
Yes.
Or to handle it while he's at home. Is that fair?
No.
assuming you're also familiar with Michigan laws as they relate to handguns,
Not all, no.
just mostly federal.
Some.
It was going to be specifically that Michigan laws are similar to federal laws as they relate to temporary possession for under certain conditions. But you're saying you don't know about that?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
So when the prosecutor shows you Exhibit 34, Exhibit 33, and Exhibit 35, about not buying a gun for anybody else, not transferring possession to anybody else, not giving handguns to minors. So long as a minor has a handgun or uses a handgun within the conditions prescribed by federal law, it's not illegal, is it?
No.
And again, to your knowledge, you're not aware of any time that James Crumbley allowed his son or a minor to use his handgun without his supervision.
Correct.
To your knowledge, correct?
Right.
If you guys could help out with the likes, I'd appreciate it. Gets 1,000. That'd be really good. Oh, Bridget,
One moment, Your Honor.
Streamlabs took your comment away. I don't know why. You got reprimanded. You got canceled temporarily. Don't worry about it. It's just automated. I have no control. That thing just has a mind of its own. Some people try to argue it with it, and I'm like, it's just a bot. You can't. There's nothing you can do.
And I had one other question regarding, it might be a few questions, regarding this trigger lock statement that the prosecutor showed you.
Trigger lock.
Actually, we're going to go a little farther. Exhibit 36, I will clean this up for you guys. Exhibit 36 is the receipt for purchase, correct?
Yes.
That James Crumbley was purchasing the firearm.
Yes.
And then this is the pistol purchase record, correct?
Yes.
And this is typically what an individual would take to register their firearm. Is that fair?
Yes.
And it has to be done within so many days, right?
Correct.
And to your knowledge, that was done. Is that fair?
Yes.
And then the trigger lock statement. This is simply a statement that indicates that the trigger lock was provided with the handgun. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay, and you indicated that it was like a cable lock.
Yes.
Okay. So, to your knowledge, Mr. Crumbley used the cable lock. Is that fair?
Judge, in the form of the question, she cannot possibly testify to that. She cannot testify that she gave the trigger lock.
That's fair, Your Honor. I'll change my question. You're not aware that Mr. Crumbley didn't use the cable lock. Is that fair?
I'm not
Same
aware.
question, Judge, same
It's the
exact-
same.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Any questions about the Jennifer Crumbley?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Any redraw?
Just very briefly. Ms. Beck, as a federally licensed firearms dealer, you follow all the regulations from the ATF and other laws, is that correct?
Yes.
So and you can only testify to what actually occurred on November the 26th, 2021, right?
Yes.
That's your entire involvement with this case?
Yes.
Okay. So had James Crumbley walked in and said, hey, Ethan, is this the 9mm that you want? You wouldn't have sold it, right?
No.
Okay. Just nothing else.
Great. You may step down.
Thank you.
Prosecutor Clay, next witness.
Your Honor, can you call Sean Hopkins to the stand?
Any reason why this witness can't be excused?
No, Your Honor. No.
All right, let's see what's going on here.
Sir, could you please raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear any testimony you're going to give will be the truth under the penalty of perjury?
Absolutely, I do.
If you please have a seat, I'm going to ask you to state and spell both your first and last name for the court recorder, please.
Would you like me to take my mask off?
If you feel comfortable, you can take your mask off.
My name is Sean Hopkins, ShawnHopkins.
Okay. You'll notice there's a few microphones sitting there. I'm going to ask you to make sure you keep your voice up and that you speak loudly and clearly, because we are, in addition to amplifying your voice, we are required to record all court proceedings. We will be required to respond verbally to any question. A shake of the head or are not acceptable, okay?
Understood.
Okay, thank you. If you can, just scoot up a little bit closer to those mics.
May I proceed? Good afternoon, Mr. Hopkins.
Good afternoon.
If I ask you a question you don't understand, just let me know, or if you'd like me to repeat it, just let me know.
Okay.
Okay, can you tell the court what your occupation is?
I am a counselor
And where do you work?
at Oxford High School
How long have you worked at Oxford High School?
since 2015.
Can you tell the court what you did prior to that?
I was a youth pastor.
And how long did you serve as a youth pastor?
I was hired in 2009.
And can you tell the court about your education?
I have a master's in counseling through Oakland University. I graduated in 2015. I have an undergrad from Spring Arbor University 2009, major in youth ministry, minor in psychology.
Okay, so you started at Oxford High School, and your current role right now is counselor.
Correct.
Did you ever serve in any other capacity in Oxford High School?
I was an intern in the 2014-2015 school year. In the 2015-2016 school year, I was the international student counselor before taking over a general caseload.
Okay, when you say a general caseload, what does that include? What are your duties?
I have averaged 400 students. I work with them on transitioning into high school, post-secondary transition, scheduling, social emotional well-being. It's a myriad of different roles.
Okay, when you say scheduling, what does that include?
As far as helping students with their classes that they are in, helping them pick appropriate classes based on their skill set, helping them pick classes that are going to help them in their career after high school.
And is that done every year or twice a year?
That is done once per year.
Okay, and you said you had 400 students on your caseload?
I have averaged 400 students during my time there, yes.
How many students are there at Oxford High School?
There is approximately 1,800 students within the building.
And how many counselors that do what you do?
We have 4 counselors that have a general caseload, 1 counselor that has an early college caseload.
Okay.
I'm sorry, because what? I didn't hear what you said.
We have 4 counselors with a general caseload. We have 1 counselor who has students who are in the early college program.
You said you had an average of 400.
Correct.
Does that allow you to actually meet every student on your caseload?
The one time I generally get to meet every student is during counseling. If all I were to do is meet with students, I would have approximately 2.5 hours per student per year.
In addition, though, to the scheduling aspect, what else are you doing on a day-to-day basis?
Quite a few things. We have general meetings that we have to do. We have general check-ins. This year, there's been times we've covered class periods with COVID and.
What does that mean? You covered class periods?
Where we've actually checked in and given time, like during an advisory lesson or something like that, where we're in front of a classroom of students. We do educational development plans with students where we are in the classroom with a large group. We have presentations that we do for parents. We have professional development that we need to attend.
Okay. What circumstances generally give rise to you getting involved with a student that has nothing to do with scheduling, but might be from a teacher or somebody else?
Generally, it's a concern for a student's social emotional well-being. That there's some concern about a student not being well, or that we have a concern that a student might need some additional support that would be beyond the classroom environment.
And do you have anything to do with discipline?
I do not.
Okay. Can you tell the court what last year looked like for your role as a counselor and the high school?
Last year was difficult. We at Oxford started in person, but we were virtual for about 7 weeks during the school year, and student attendance was sporadic. Anytime a student was either COVID positive or was in close proximity to somebody who was COVID positive, they were quarantined. So it was not a typical school year of what we would have seen previously. It was an adjustment for the staff. It was an adjustment for the students. It was incredibly difficult.
And this year, before November 30th, what did the school year, was it more normal, or was it back to what you would consider normal?
I don't really know what normal would look like at this point from that, but I would say that we were in person with more regularity. We only had 2 days we were virtual. They were the 2 days before Thanksgiving. But student attendance was still low in general. We still had students missing school at a higher rate than we had previously seen.
Okay. Mr. Hopkins, do you know an individual by the name of Ethan Crumbley?
Yes.
And when did you first meet him?
He became on my caseload in the fall of 2020. The only memory I have of meeting him during his freshman year would have been when we did scheduling, and I do not remember that meeting specifically because we did them via Zoom. So I had approximately 3 grades worth of Zoom meetings with students in a 3-week period.
So you meet with all 400 students to schedule every year?
Aside from seniors, yes.
Okay. When was the next time after freshman year that you had any interaction with this student?
The only interaction I had previous to November 29th was I had received an email from a teacher that he seemed sad.
Which teacher was that?
Diana McConnell, his Spanish teacher.
And do you remember approximately what?
It would have been
month
early
that was?
November. And I had just what I would call a check-in. I waited for him outside of a classroom and said, hey, I heard you might be having a rough time. I'm here for you if you need to talk.
And what did he say?
He just looked at me, said, okay, and did not follow up with anything.
When was the next time you had any interaction with him?
The morning of November 29th.
And can you tell the court what that was?
There was an email sent to our Dean of Students and a Restorative Practices Coordinator that was then forwarded to me from an English teacher stating that the student had been looking at bullets on his phone in class. So,
go ahead.
So the student was called down to the office by a Restorative Practices Coordinator who then called me to ask me to be in the meeting as social emotional support for the student.
And did you do that?
I did.
And do you know approximately what time that was?
It was approximately 9 in the morning on the 29th.
Okay. About how long did that meeting take place?
About 5 minutes.
And what was the student's demeanor?
Compliant, calm, understanding. I did not lead the meeting. I was just there in the meeting. But the student understood that it was not school appropriate behavior when that was discussed as the reason
How do
for
you know
being
that?
called down.
How do you know that he understood that?
He claimed that he understood that that was not school appropriate behavior.
Was he argumentative?
No.
Was he oppositional?
No.
Okay. Did you get any other information about that incident?
No other information about that incident.
Did he have any explanation as to why he was doing what he was doing?
He did. He stated that the previous weekend, Mom and him went to a gun range and went shooting, that it was a hobby that they participated in, and he was researching regarding that hobby.
Okay. Before you attended that meeting, did you have any knowledge about his prior history with attendance, grades, behavior?
His attendance was good. He had missed 1 day of school during sophomore year. He was on track for graduation, had no behavior incidents reported at school.
Does the school document behavioral incidents?
They do.
How do they do that?
Through log entries in our student information system.
Okay, and who has access to that information system?
Administration, counselors, dean, anybody with administrative access through our information system.
Okay. And as a result of that meeting, what, if anything, occurred?
Our restorative practices coordinator called home to leave a voicemail.
Were you there when she left the voicemail?
I was.
Okay. And that voicemail's already been entered into evidence. I believe it's Exhibit 9. And at some point, was he allowed to go back to the class?
He was.
All right. And did that meeting end in a negative way or a positive way?
It was not a negative way. I would say it was more positive, as in the student was understanding of the appropriateness of school behavior based on their response. And there was no necessary follow through after the meeting.
At that time, did you have any knowledge of, was there individual education plan for this student?
I had no knowledge of one.
Okay, and did you have any knowledge of any issues that were going on at home?
No.
Did you have any reports of him being bullied?
No.
When was the next time you had any interaction with this student?
The morning of November 30th.
And how did that occur?
I had received an email from a co-teacher in that English class stating that he was looking at a video on his phone. The video was of some sort of shooting. It was said in the email that it was not an actual event. When I met with the student, it was described as a video game.
Okay, we'll get there in a moment. About what time was that email?
That email was sent to me at 8:30. I saw it at 8:50.
Okay, and anything else occur after that?
Yes. Around the same time, the student had switched classes and was in his math class. That was when there was drawings done on his math assignment.
When was the first time that you were alerted to this math assignment?
Our dean of students came to my office around 9 a.m. To let me know that he had received a picture. Actually, had been shown a picture of a math assignment.
And did you see it at that time?
I had not seen the assignment at that time.
Okay, what, if anything, did you do next?
I went to the classroom to get him out of the classroom to have a meeting with him.
And when you greeted him, how would you describe his demeanor?
I didn't see much of a demeanor at the time. He was sitting in the front row of the classroom, so I just said, hey, we need to talk.
Okay, and what did you do after that?
I was standing with him. He stood up and followed me out of the class. I had grabbed the math assignment off his desk.
Okay, and you took him back to your office?
Back to my office, where the dean of students was waiting.
All right, and tell the court what happened in that meeting.
We had a conversation regarding initially the email that I had received about the video.
So when you're talking about we had a conversation, you're talking about you and Crumbley?
Correct. So I had a conversation about the video to ask what it was, because the email was not overly descriptive as to what it was. And that's when he told me that it was of a video game. I never saw the video, so I had a description of it being a video game per the student and not an actual event per the teacher who had referred it.
Okay, so at the time that you brought the student into the room and had the meeting with him, you knew about the email and you had heard about this math assignment.
Correct.
And you had it in your hand.
Correct.
What was the purpose of bringing him into the office? Was it a violation of a school code? What was your role and why did you meet with him?
At the time, I did not know whether there was a violation of a school code or not based on having not observed the drawing at the time. I did have concern about the student because it was a couple of messages in a couple of days, and the purpose of the meeting was to find out what our next steps would be.
And when you said you had concern, what was your concern?
My concern was that I wanted to make sure he was okay.
Okay. So what happened after he sat down? What did you tell him he was there for?
That we had to discuss an email I had received, and also we had to discuss his math assignment.
Okay. And how did that go?
At first, he was very similar to how he had been the previous day, compliant and understanding. With the email, he regarded it as a video game, stated that he had an interest in designing video games after high school. Then I put the math assignment in between the two of us. He sat across from me at my desk, and I said, I would like to go over some of this. He said that it was a video game drawing that he had done in relation to the pictures that were on the assignment.
At that time, there were two versions of that math assignment.
Correct.
Okay. Which version did you have?
I had the hard copy version, which had been doctored.
Okay. And that's exhibits.
Had been doctored?
Had been
Yeah, I'm going to
doctored.
show it, Your Honor. That's exhibit 78.
Let's take a look. Let's see. This is the school counselor for everybody that's watching. Okay.
Mr. Hopkins, is this what you saw at that time of the meeting?
Yes,
Okay. And you asked him about this exhibit 78?
I did.
And what was his answer?
His answer was initially that it was a drawing of a video game he wanted to design. I then asked him to explain some of the words that had been written on the drawing.
Like what?
One that I could read was, "My life is useless." And so I wanted to ask, what does this mean? This does not sound like a video game.
Okay. And what did he say?
His demeanor then changed. He became sad.
And when you say he became sad, what did that look like? Why do you think he was sad?
He started pausing more in his speech. He then described some things that had happened recently in his life.
What were those things?
He talked about how a family dog had died. He talked about that he had lost a grandparent, that COVID had been incredibly difficult for him, that being out of school the previous year had been difficult for those virtual days. He talked about a friend who had left, that wasn't able to attend school anymore, had moved. And he talked about an argument about grades a previous night with parents.
With what?
With his parents.
Okay. What did you do next?
At that point, I determined that there was enough suicidal ideation based on his sadness and based on some of the words he had written on there that I called Mom.
When did you see the other version of this worksheet, the original, which is Exhibit 7? Can you put that up on the screen?
The original was forwarded to me in an email, and I saw it approximately 20 minutes later.
Okay, was it
Later?
After seeing the original.
was it before you called parents or after?
I don't remember.
Okay. Let's talk. You said you were concerned about suicide ideation.
I was.
Okay. Can you tell the court what you consider and what you've learned in your field is suicide ideation?
Suicidal ideation are thoughts, patterns, behaviors, feelings associated with suicide. Sadness, depression, negative self-talk, all of those themes that we see associated with suicide.
Is that the same thing as active?
It is not.
Actively suicidal. What
It
is
is
the
not.
difference?
Actively suicidal would contain a plan, a method, a date, action statements, something that he could take action on.
And how do you determine if it's ideation versus being actively suicidal?
Some of it is taking the information that you have in front of you. I also asked Ethan if he was a threat to himself or others.
So is this part of, you did a risk assessment?
Correct.
Okay, what is a risk assessment?
A risk assessment is looking to gain information on how the person in front of you is and what level of either suicide risk or self-harm risk they may display.
How, I know this social emotional duty is part of your job, but how often are you encountering a student that is either has suicidal ideation or actively suicidal?
As it has become much more frequent, especially in the past year. This year on my caseload, I've had 3 students make attempts.
You've had what?
I've had 3 students make attempts.
Okay.
Wow.
And did that occur, did you speak with, did this, Emily, similar assessments with those students, or you found out after?
It's been different for each one. One I did have a very similar assessment.
Okay.
Sir, can you do me a favor, move a little bit closer? Your voice is kind of trailing at the end, so I'm missing.
It does trail at the end. All right. How many of these check-ins, like the one you did with this student, are you doing? Is this a frequent thing? Is this abnormal? Is it unusual?
It's becoming more common lately. I would state that it happens minimal, once or twice per month, in just a normal school year.
All right. And every one of those meetings, do you end up calling parents?
I do.
And what triggers a call to a parent?
When the student is a minor,
Yes.
when I have concerns about, that's my statement, when the student is a minor. When I have concerns that there needs to be follow-up mental health support for a student. When I have concerns that the student may potentially become suicidal.
Okay. So at some point you said you did call a parent. And
I did.
Who did you call?
I called mom.
Why did you call mom?
I always give students the choice of who they would like me to call. The student stated that mom would be easier to get a hold of.
What was his reaction or demeanor about you calling a parent?
He was very muted at that point. Almost, I would describe it as like resigned to the fact that I was going to call home.
Did he object?
No,
Did he ask you not to?
no.
Okay. Did you get a hold of mom?
I left a voicemail with mom.
And did she call you back?
She did eventually. In between the call back, I also called dad. I don't know whether the phone was answered or not. It was empty air when I
Okay.
called.
You did eventually speak to mom.
I did.
And when you spoke to her, was Ethan in the room?
He was.
Was the phone on speaker, or was it just you talking?
I put the phone on speaker.
Okay. And what did, by the way, do you see her anywhere in the courtroom today?
I haven't looked.
Could you look, please? Do you see, it's Jennifer Crumbley, correct? Do you see her in the
Correct.
courtroom today?
Correct.
Can you describe what she's wearing?
I can just see her face. She has a gray mask, glasses.
All right. Your Honor.
You might have to step aside a little bit. Can you describe an article of clothing that she's wearing?
Can I
Mask.
stand?
Sure.
Gray stripes with white stripes on the shirt.
May the record reflect he's properly identified. Okay, thank you. What did Jennifer Crumbley say on speakerphone?
She wanted to talk to Ethan and ask what was going on. He gave a response of, I don't know, was kind of his response.
What did you tell Mom?
I stated that I was concerned about Ethan based on some of the time I'd had speaking with him and based on the assignment and information I had. I then sent a photo of exhibit, is it 78?
The second version?
The second,
Yes.
the second version to Mom.
Okay. And did Mom eventually have exhibit 7?
Yes, that was forwarded in an email.
Okay. And what did you ask Mom to do, if anything?
I asked her to please come to the school.
And what did she say?
She stated that she was at work and that she would try and get in touch with the dad.
And then what was your response?
I stated that I had tried calling Dad and was unable to get a hold of him.
And what happened next?
We ended the phone call with her attempting to get a hold of Dad.
And eventually, did you have another conversation with Jennifer Crumbley?
I did. She called one more time to state that she was also unable to get a hold of Dad, that she would be there, but it would be approximately a half hour.
Okay. So, was it your impression that she wanted Dad to come because she couldn't come, or that she wanted both of them to come? What did she say?
My impression was that she was hoping that Dad would be able to come because she wouldn't be able to come.
Okay. But eventually, she said she was coming.
Correct.
Okay. And who eventually showed up at the school?
Both Mom and Dad.
How long approximately did that take? Do you know what time that they...
That they arrived?
Yes.
It was, I believe, around 10:30.
Okay. So you, in the meantime, where was Ethan?
He was with me. I didn't want to leave him alone.
Okay. What were you doing?
We had further conversations about some plans for him after high school. Typically, when a student is waiting for parents to arrive, it's a nerve-wracking time for the student, and I don't want them to be focused on that moment if I can help it.
Backing up just a little bit about the risk assessment. When did you conduct that with Ethan?
It was prior to calling Mom.
And what kinds of things did you ask him?
I asked him if he was a threat to himself or others. And his statement back to me was, I can see why this looks bad. I'm not going to do anything. I then asked him to describe some of the words and pictures that he had written on the sheets.
And what did he say?
He stated that the pictures were a video game, but when I asked him to go deeper into the words, he continued to display the sadness that we had discussed earlier of the friend not being able to attend school, dog dying, a grandparent dying.
Did you, when he said, I can see how this looks bad, I'm not going to do anything, did you stop there, or did you ask him any more questions?
I asked him specific questions about what he had written. I did not ask any further questions about a plan.
Okay. And why not?
Because he stated that he was not a threat to himself or others.
Okay. When Mom and Dad arrived, let's back up. How many times approximately a year do you have a situation where you're concerned about a student's mental health and their safety and you call parents in?
12 to 15 per year.
Okay. And can you tell the court what happened when they arrived? Did you go get them, or did somebody else?
I went to go get them in the counseling office lobby.
And who else was in that meeting?
The student was in that meeting, and then I also texted our dean to return for that meeting.
Okay, so who arrived first, the dean or the parents?
The parents.
Okay. And where were you when the parents entered the room? Were you in front of them or behind them?
I was in front of them.
Okay. And what happened when they walked in the room?
It was different than other meetings I've seen.
Why is that?
They weren't friendly or showing care to their student.
To their son?
To their son.
Did they greet him?
No.
Did they touch him?
No.
Did they hug him?
No.
Where did Jennifer Crumbley sit?
I have 3 seats in my office that are not mine. 2 directly across from me and 1 that's more off to the side.
So you're at a desk?
I'm at a desk.
You're behind the desk and there's 2 seats.
There would be 2 seats across from me and then 1 that would not be far from where our judge is sitting.
So about how many feet?
I would say about 7 feet from me.
Okay. Where did Jennifer Crumbley sit?
In the seat further away.
And where did James Crumbley sit?
Next to Ethan.
And what happened next?
I described why I was concerned about Ethan. that he had stated that he was not a threat to himself, but I had concerns about suicidal ideation, and I had concerns about his well-being. I provided a list of resources.
Well, let's back up for a second. Did Jennifer or James ask any questions about what suicide ideation is?
Not to my memory.
Okay. Did they ask any questions at all before you talked about any mental health services?
Not to my memory.
Okay. Did you ask them for any input, or did you ask them any questions?
Not at that point.
Okay. So what happened?
So I provided a list of resources of mental health supports and stated that though Ethan doesn't, though he states he's not a threat, that I am concerned about his well-being and that I am concerned that he needs somebody to talk to for mental health support.
And did you tell either one of them when that should occur?
I said as soon as possible, today if possible.
And what was the response?
That today was not an option because they had to return to work. My response
Just
was...
slow down for a second. Did both of them say that? Did one of them say that?
Mom said that.
Okay. And her exact words were what?
Today is not possible. We have to return to work.
And what did James Crumbley say?
I don't remember anything being said by him about it.
Did he say that he had to return to work?
Objection, Your Honor. The witness stated he doesn't know what James said.
Well, I'll rephrase. With regard to not being able to take Ethan that day, did James Crumbley ever say anything or object to what Jennifer Crumbley said?
He did not object to anything that Mom said.
Okay. And so, has that ever happened before?
Objection. Relevance.
It's relevancy.
The relevancy is I have to show that defendants were grossly negligent and did not have ordinary care or apply ordinary care. And whether or not this professional who has at least 12 to 13 meetings a year like this and asks parents to take this child, their son, for treatment or take them home, I think it's absolutely reasonable because my standard is an ordinary care.
Overruled. Go ahead.
In any of your meetings, when you call parents because you have that kind of concern, have you ever had anybody say no?
I have never had parents arrive to the school and not take their student home.
If you tell them they need to.
Correct.
Okay. So what did you do?
I was a little bit taken aback by that. When parents stated that they could not take their student home that day, my statement was, I want him seen within 48 hours. I'll be following up.
Okay. Did you ask them to take him home or did you ask them to take him to get...
I asked them to take him to get therapy.
Okay. And what was the response when you said follow up, you were going to follow up and it needed to happen in 48 hours?
I would describe it as compliant of, okay. I didn't have a reason to believe it wouldn't happen. I didn't feel 100% confident that it would happen.
And what was your primary concern at that moment?
My primary concern was that Ethan would not be alone.
And why didn't you want him to be alone?
Because suicidal ideation, I don't want a student left alone.
Okay. Did the demeanor or lack of conversation or interaction with him by James and Jennifer, did it seem to have any impact on him?
Not different than I had seen previously with a generalized sadness. I would describe that was how he stayed throughout most of the meeting. His demeanor did not shift.
Okay. How long did the meeting last?
Less than 15 minutes.
In the entire meeting, did Jennifer Crumbley say anything to her son?
I don't remember her saying anything to her son.
Did James Crumbley say anything to his son?
Yes.
What did he say?
He was looking at the math assignment with his son and going over that you have people you can talk to. You have your counselor you can talk to. We talk. You have your journal.
Okay.
I'm sorry, we thought was. I didn't hear the last part.
You have your journal.
You have your journal.
All right. Had you heard anything about a journal before that?
I had not.
Had you seen a journal?
I had not.
Okay. What was the last thing? How did the meeting end?
Abruptly. I was asked by Mom, are we done? Because at that point, the student had wanted to return to class. Parents had described that virtual learning was incredibly difficult for their son. And I then asked our dean if there was any disciplinary reason why a student could not return to class.
And what was his response?
No.
Okay. And Jennifer Crumbley stated before that conversation or after?
I believe it was after that conversation. Are we done?
Are we done? And what did you say?
I guess so.
And was Ethan present for that?
Yes.
Okay. So what did you do?
I then wrote Ethan a pass back to class, and I told him, I just want you to know I care about you.
I can't hear you.
I told him, I just want you to know I care about you.
And why'd you say that to him?
Because I care about my students, and I cared about him in that moment particularly because I thought it was a really rough situation to be showing signs of needing help, of needing support, and it felt like he got the opposite when I tried to get him that help and support.
Did he ever cry?
No.
Did, when he got up and you said that to him, did he say goodbye to his parents? Did his parents say goodbye to him?
I don't remember them saying goodbye to him, no.
Did anybody hug him?
No.
Touch him?
No.
Yeah.
Did he say anything back to you when you said, I just want you to know I care about you?
No.
Okay. At some point then, did Mom and Dad leave right after, or did they stay and ask questions when he wasn't there?
There was about a minute of them just gathering things and going, but nothing.
Did you said you gave them something?
I provided a list of resources, of mental health resources in the community that they took with them.
Okay. Once he returned to class and once the meeting was over, what did you do, if anything, regarding Ethan after that?
I wanted him to not be alone, so I checked to make sure that he was being marked present for his classes.
How many classes after that?
He returned to his 3rd hour class. He went to his 4th hour class to lunch, finished his 4th hour class.
And how do you check to make sure he's there?
I get alerts for his attendance when teachers submit attendance.
Okay. Why did you check?
Because I wanted to make sure he was never alone.
And what was your plan if that horrible event hadn't occurred?
I was going to follow up with him the next morning to make sure that there was follow-up on his mental health support.
Okay.
Cold ass people, cold ass parents, no support. I mean, at least in that, in that counselor room, what he's talking about, even before, not even to, take him out of school, get him therapy.
One moment.
They definitely have like way too many kids to one person, one counselor. What do you say, like 400 kids? There's no way that if somebody's having issues that you can dedicate time and really talk to them. What he says, he gets like 2 hours, I think, or something like that.
Any questions on behalf of Jennifer Crumbley?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Wonder what the defense is going to bring now.
Good afternoon.
prior to coming into court today, did you meet with the prosecution regarding your testimony?
Yes.
Were you instructed on certain things you were not to talk about?
No.
Were you told to avoid any topics?
No.
Were you told any answers that were important for you to give?
No.
I want to go back to November 29th. That was the day before the school shooting. On that day, you said you received notice from an English teacher that Ethan was looking at bullets in class. Is that correct?
I was forwarded an email about that.
And that email was from who?
That email was from Jacqueline Kubina.
So Jacqueline Kubina told you that Ethan was looking at bullets in class, correct?
The email stated that, yes.
And with that, you spoke with Ethan about the bullets?
I was present for the meeting, yes.
Okay, and that meeting included who?
Pam Fine, Ethan, myself.
And Jacqueline Kubina, or not Jacqueline Kubina?
No.
What was Pam Fine's role in the meeting?
She led the meeting.
Why is that? What does she do?
Restorative practices.
Explain to me what that means.
She is our anti-bullying coordinator, and she is a district-wide restorative practices is helping students resolve conflict and to help them maintain their time in the classroom appropriately.
Okay, so you ended up having a meeting with Pam Fine and Ethan regarding him looking up bullets in class.
Yes.
And as a result of that meeting, Ethan seemed to understand looking up bullets was not appropriate for school, correct?
Yes.
And you and Pam discussed how a teacher brewing beer might not be appropriate to look up in class, but people can have hobbies outside of school that are not illegal, correct?
Correct.
Were you present when Pam Fine left the voicemail for Jennifer Crumbley?
Yes.
And you know from listening to that voicemail being left, there was no request for Jennifer Crumbley to call back to you or Miss Fine.
I have not listened to the voicemail since that day.
What, as far as your recollection, can you tell us what you remember about that?
The voicemail?
Yes.
That she left a voicemail wanting to check in on what had happened with Jennifer Crumbley.
As far as you understood, did the voicemail request a call back from Jennifer Crumbley or not?
I do not know whether it did or not. If it did not, I would not find that unusual.
Why is that?
Because it was not a discipline issue.
You said that prior to November 29th and 30th, Ethan had good attendance, correct?
Yes.
No behavioral incidents at the school?
None.
He was on track to graduate?
Yes.
You had no reason to believe there was anything wrong with Ethan prior to your dealings with him on the 29th and 30th, aside from when he was sad when his dog died?
Correct.
And the day that he was sad his dog died, you had a quick conversation with him to just let him know you were there if he needed you?
Correct.
And he didn't seem to take you up on that offer, but that also didn't cause you any concern, correct?
Correct.
You did not communicate with mom and dad, with mom or dad, regarding the day Ethan was sad about the dog dying, correct?
Correct.
You did not tell Jennifer or James, I am available to speak to Ethan if he's extra sad about the dog. There was no reason for you to call Jennifer and James about that, correct?
Correct.
And At the end of the discussion about the bullets, you felt that it had a positive ending. Is that correct?
I felt that he understood the conversation.
Okay, you felt he understood the conversation and he appreciated that he should not be looking at bullets in school.
He stated that he understood that, yes.
So the next day, you said you got an email that you received at 8:50. It was sent at 8:30, and it was about a teacher complaining Ethan had been looking at a video on a phone of a shooting, correct?
The teacher stated that the video was not an actual event, and that he was watching it on his phone, yes.
You never saw the video.
I never saw the video.
So you only know what you've heard people tell you about it. You don't know if it was an actual event, if it was a video game, a cartoon. You have no idea, correct?
I have what was reported to me, correct.
Did you ask to see the video?
I did not.
And when you got the message, the email about the video, who did that come from?
Allison Karpinski.
Allison Karpinski. So Allison Karpinski is a separate teacher from the teacher the day before when there was the issue with the bullets.
They co-teach the same class.
But they're separate people, correct?
Correct.
So Ms. Karpinski made you aware of the video that you did not see. Was it at that time that you spoke to Ethan? Or was it after you heard there was some drawings on a math paper?
They occurred around the same time.
So, close in time, you heard about Ms. Karpinski's complaint that he was looking at a video that involved some kind of a shooting, and you heard from the math teacher that he had drawn some problematic things on a math assignment or test.
I did not hear from the math teacher. That was reported to our dean.
Okay.
But they were around the same time.
Did it come to your attention around the same time?
Within 10 minutes, yes.
Within 10 minutes. And that claim involved a third teacher. It was not Ms. Karpinski or the teacher from the day before, her co-teacher. Which teacher was it that brought about the math issue?
Becky Morgan.
So at that point, you would agree with me that you knew what Miss Morgan told you?
I never spoke with Miss Morgan.
Did you saw the two drawings from the math assignment or test?
Not at that point.
Not at that point, but you were aware there was a drawing that existed? What were you aware of?
In regards to which part, I'm not understanding what you're asking.
Miss Morgan, the information she had, what were you aware of with regard to math?
I was aware that the student was in the math class and that there was some drawing on an assignment.
Okay, and did you ever get a copy of the drawing?
I grabbed it off his desk.
Okay, so you grabbed it off of his desk, and at that point you decided to get Ethan out of class so you could meet with him. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you took him you took him down to your office. Is that correct?
Correct.
So at that time, you knew about the drawing on the math paper.
Yes.
You knew that the math teacher had complained that there was a drawing or brought it to someone's attention, correct?
I knew it was brought to someone's attention, yes.
Okay. You knew that Ms. Karpinski had brought it to your attention that Ethan was watching a shooting or a video on his phone, correct?
Yes.
The video you never saw.
Correct.
And you knew that from the day before, there had also been the incident where Ethan was caught looking at bullets in the classroom.
Yes.
All of those things combined together.
Oh, she is.
You were obviously concerned about Ethan and wanted to speak with him, correct?
Yes.
So when you took Ethan to back down or to your office, you testified that you didn't know if there was a discipline issue. Can you explain that?
The items on the surface do not necessitate discipline.
So students are allowed to watch videos of shootings while in class?
I did not know what the content of the video was, and I wanted to make sure that I was with somebody who could get a complete picture of what was going on.
And you never asked to watch that video?
I did not.
And looking up bullets online, students are allowed to use their phones to Google things while they're in class?
Phone policy is class by class.
Okay. Is there ever a class where looking at bullets would be acceptable?
That is why we had the conversation about school appropriate behavior.
So the following day, when the video popped up in the math paper, you still did not know if there was a discipline issue for you to consider?
I do not do discipline, so I was with somebody who could help make that differentiation. At that time, I did not know.
And the person you're talking about is Mr. Ejak, correct?
Yes.
So you dean of students?
Yes.
Now, at this point,
Correct.
you said your main concern was to make sure Ethan was okay. Is that correct?
At what time?
At the time that you were aware of these incidents and you brought Ethan down to your office, you were concerned that you wanted to make sure he was okay.
Yes.
Okay, explain, tell me about this assessment, the suicide assessment. I don't know anything about it. Is that a tool you've been trained to use? Where did it come from? Tell me about how that works.
It's a compound question, so if you could just take one at a time.
Sustained rephrase.
Can you tell me how it works?
Sure, yes.
How the suicide assessment works?
Yes.
It's a series of questions to gain information from the student.
And the series of questions, is it written out on a form?
No.
Where does the series of questions come from?
Through training.
What kind of training?
I have a master's in counseling.
Are there specific questions you ask?
Yes.
Is there a protocol that there are specific questions that must be asked?
The question that must be asked is, are you a threat to yourself or others?
And when you ask the question, are you a threat to yourself or others, you take the answer they give as true?
I am not a mind reader.
So in this case, you took the answer as true.
Yes.
You are aware that teenagers will lie to get out of trouble, correct?
Yes.
You're aware that teenagers can lie at any time about anything, correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the relevance. I'm not understanding where counsel's going. There's no criminal legal theory that would make this relevant. Particularly if I'm not sure, it seems she's making an argument that if her clients are guilty, that Mr. Hopkins might be too, but they weren't similarly situated. And so I don't know whether a teenager lies is relevant to this, in this proceeding.
What's the relevancy?
It goes to his state of mind in terms of what happens next in his steps to meet with Jennifer and James. Because he's using the answers that he's given from Ethan to make decisions about what to do next.
I'm not allowed to answer the question, Brian.
Can you repeat the question, please?
So my question was, you are aware that teenagers can lie?
Yes.
And when you ask them a question like, are you a threat to yourself or anyone else, you have no way to know whether the answer you're getting is actually true, correct?
That is true, correct.
When you reviewed the math paperwork, you saw concerning material on there, such as the thoughts won't stop, the world is dead, my life is useless, correct?
Yes.
And did you ask Ethan about each of those statements?
Yes.
What was his explanation about those statements?
That was when he started getting into his reasons for being sad.
Okay. And you believed that he was also working on some kind of, or planning to be a video game designer, is that correct?
He stated that, yes.
And you would agree with me, though, that video game design doesn't explain these sad thoughts and my life is useless, the world is dead, correct?
Yes.
You ended up calling over to Mom first to ask that Mom or Dad come up and meet you at the school, correct?
Yes.
And Mom, you understand Mom works about an hour away from the school?
Okay.
Do you know that, or if you don't know that, that's okay?
She stated that she worked in West Bloomfield.
Okay. And are you aware that Dad was working locally as a DoorDash driver in the Lake Orion vicinity?
I was not aware at that time.
Okay. So Mom originally was going to send Dad, but in the end, both Mom and Dad ended up coming to the school, correct?
Yes.
And when Mom and Dad came into the school, you had a conversation with them about what we see here written on this math work, correct?
Yes.
And you talked to them about the video that Ethan was caught watching?
Yes.
And you told the parents that you had done an assessment to determine if he was a threat to himself or others, correct?
I told the parent that I believed he was a threat to himself in spite of his statement.
You believed he was a threat to himself despite his statement.
Yes.
And you say that Jennifer and James wanted to leave him in school. Isn't it true that you gave them the option to take him home?
Absolutely not.
I'm sorry, say that again?
That I gave them the option?
To stay in school or go home?
I did not provide options. I provided the recommendation that he gets help as soon as possible today, if possible.
Okay. If you thought it was inappropriate for Ethan to stay in school that day, you could have said he has to leave, correct?
I could have stated that, correct.
There are kids who get in trouble for things and get sent home, and they have to leave the school and go home, correct?
When discipline is involved, correct.
There are kids who vomit at school and have a temperature, and when that happens, they have to leave school.
How is vomiting in school relevant to the gross negligence of Jennifer and James Crumbley?
I'm showing that there are circumstances, and
I'll
certainly
stipulate there's circumstances where kids go home from school sick.
where this witness is testifying that he didn't give an option, he didn't have an option in that this child stayed in school. There absolutely had to have been an option because the school wouldn't let you stay if staying wasn't an option.
I'm going to let you answer that one question, then you need to move on.
Okay, so ultimately, you did not take a firm position. Ethan needs to go home from school.
Correct.
You did not go to Mr. Ejak, the dean of schools, and say, Ethan needs to go home from school, you make him go home, correct?
Correct.
When you spoke to Jennifer and James, they expressed parental concerns about COVID was rough, it was hard on his schedule. Ethan was a part of this conversation, is that correct?
Yes.
And you also didn't like or wouldn't like the idea of Ethan being alone at home, correct?
Correct.
So Ethan was allowed to stay in school.
Yes.
And he went back to class.
Yes.
And during this meeting that you had prior to the meeting, or maybe during, you can let me know which it is, there was a point where Mr. Ejak went to Ethan's classroom to retrieve Ethan's backpack. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Ejak brought Ethan's backpack to Ethan in your office.
Yes.
And that backpack was something that Ethan was telling you he wanted because he wanted his chemistry work. Is that correct?
Incorrect.
How did Ethan explain why he wanted the bag?
Ethan did not request the backpack.
So was it your idea or Mr. Ejak's idea to go get the backpack?
The backpack was not even a conversation at that point. The backpack was retrieved because classes were changing and we would not leave it in a class for new students.
Okay, so you guys retrieved the backpack, brought it to the office to Ethan, correct?
I did not retrieve the backpack, but it was brought back to the office, correct?
I'm sorry about what?
It was brought back to the office.
Mr. Ejak retrieved it and brought it to your office.
Yes.
And at no time did you look in Ethan's backpack, correct?
Correct.
And at no time did you see Mr. Ejak look in Ethan's backpack.
Correct.
Drink water.
You testified and briefly mentioned a journal, and I missed it in your testimony on direct. Were you aware there was a journal in the bag?
No.
Were you aware that Ethan had a journal?
No.
What was your testimony about the journal? You said something about it on direct that I couldn't hear.
Dad mentioned a journal as a place where Ethan could write.
Okay. Did you ask, when you heard that, Ethan if he had a journal?
No.
If Ethan uses a journal when he's upset or a place he can write, you would agree with me that looking at the journal would give you more information about whether Ethan was stable and able to stay in school or not.
Yes.
And you did not ask if you could see Ethan's journal, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware now that the firearm, that the gun was found in Ethan's bag at the time you were meeting with him. Are you aware of that?
I am not aware of where the gun was.
If the gun was in his bag and you had opened his bag, you would have seen a gun, correct?
I don't know.
Did you make any effort to go through to find out what Ethan did have in the bag?
No.
You made no effort to see the video that Ethan had been watching?
No.
Did you make any effort to look at what kind of websites he was on with those bullets?
No.
You testified that you knew there was an issue with Ethan's friend being out of school. Did you get any information about what that was about? I think you testified you didn't even know how old the other student was, correct?
I did not know the other student.
In terms of collecting information, we can agree there's a lot of information you did not ask about or collect.
In regards to Ethan?
Yes.
There is information I did not know. Correct.
He's annoyed. He's annoyed
You
for sure.
understand that you are a mandatory reporter, correct?
Correct.
What does that mean?
It means that I am alerting people who are in charge of the student of what needs to happen, and that in the event of abuse or neglect, I'm alerting Child Protective Services.
You're aware that if you have a reasonable suspicion a child is being abused or neglected, you must report it to Child Protective Services within a certain amount of time.
Correct.
In this circumstance, after everything you describe about mom and dad, you did not file a 3200 form with Child Protective Services alleging that there was a suspicion mom and dad weren't getting improper medical attention.
I did not.
Failing to get a child proper medical attention, even psychological attention, is grounds for you to file a 3200 form with CPS, correct?
Correct.
And in this case, you did not see any reason to file one and did not file it.
Correct.
And when you talked to the parents, you told the parents you had done your assessment and Ethan was not a threat to himself, or I'm sorry, to other students, correct?
I stated that he was a threat to himself.
And you said it would be fine for him to get into counseling. You wanted it within 48 hours, correct?
I stated I wanted it as soon as possible, today if possible. When today became not an option, I said 48 hours.
And again, we agree, you allowed Ethan to go back to class, and your intention was to check up on him in 48 hours to see that he had been put into therapy.
My intention was to check up on him in the morning to make sure that process was taking place.
Counsel, how much more do you have?
I've got quite a bit more because I have to go through his interview
We're
still.
gonna break for lunch right now. Then come
Ooh,
back
lunch break.
at,
1:15, Judge.
1:15.
Thank you.
We'll do possibly-
Is it okay if we leave things in the courtroom?
And you won't be able to get in his room.
Okay, thank you.
When are we coming back? Are they supposed to say how long? Do they get 30 minutes or an hour? Yeah, I'll slow the chat a little bit, even though we're gonna leave for now. I mean, I'm not leaving. I'm gonna leave the stream running, but slow the chat. I guess I don't know if we need to slow if we're gonna leave. Let's see. I mean, not leave, but you know what I mean. Take a break, take a lunch break. 1:15, is that what they said? An hour and 15 minutes? One or 1:15, they're back. Okay. Oh, Lord. Maybe I should make a little screen or something, right? Be back 1:15 or some crap, right? Let me do this real quick. All right, so I'll put a little slow for now. I don't think we need to slow right now because I think people are going to take a break right now. I think when we come back, I'll slow the chat. Is the chat still too fast? What do you guys think? Let me get the super chats real quick too. Thank you. Yeah, so we're going to come back. Thank you, Devona, so much for the super chat. Unforgettable Beauty. I absolutely love your videos. Thank you for doing this long live stream. Thank you. Appreciate it. Nature Girl, great to be a part of this team. They just cut it. Nancy Santos, thank you for the super chat. I don't know if it's TI or TL. So TL Torini. Yo, man, I don't know what's going on with this Russia stuff right now. Russia fighter jets in Ukraine. Wow, this is freaking insane. Payout. Is that a game or an actual? Oh, that's a video game. I'm about to say, yo, bro, this looks serious. All right, so everybody's taking a break. I'm just gonna leave the stream running. Okay, I could leave this up, right? Maybe I should make my own little screen. Nancy Santos, thank you so much. Tio Rivas, thank you so much. Tech You Mesh, hi Mel, love the channel. Thank you. And Arkansas Sauce, thank you so much for the super chat. I need to make a little. Can I do that? Can I make an away screen? Do that real quick. 1080 away screen. I'll be back. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to just grab a little something to eat, get a little drink. I'm just going to leave the stream up and running. 1:15. 1:15. We could break up the stream and just come back, but I'm just gonna leave it open. Somebody's calling me. How do I do this? I just thought of something horrible. Let me see if I can do this real quick. Put the chat for now. Boom. Or let me see something. Evening Crumbley live. Okay, we got the Detroit. Yeah. Okay, I got streams up. Be funky. Maybe I might ask somebody to make an image for me. I can type some crap out real quick. Be back. 1:15. Court. It's kind of weird. I feel like I really need to get, maybe one day I'll do it. I need to get like something more sophisticated, like all the kids. All the kids are doing. Let's try 1:15. Yep. That's just some text. Russia invaded Ukraine. Yeah, man. I don't know what's gonna happen with that. I don't know what's gonna happen with that. If there's somebody out there that can make me a little, well, I don't know. This is fine. We'll just leave it like this, yo, for now. It's fine. Yo, the drink thing, that would kill me, man. I would be obliterated. There's no way I could do the drinking game with you guys. Well, first of all, I don't know. YouTube might cancel me. Drinking on a serious topic. I think that's what happened with the other one, kind of. But two, there's no way I'd make it through the live stream. 1:15 Eastern. Correct. I could do that. I didn't get that attorney's face. What's her name? Her name is I had her name up. So she's the attorney. A couple people told me. I saw it here on the Twitter. And okay, Larry Nasser, Bluebird Lady said. This is the MSU doctor who sexually abused all of his female gymnasts. Wow. Wow. And she lost that case. Lourdes G, thank you for the members chat. Will you be covering this trial every day entirely? Thank you. I think I might have to, since I've kind of committed to it. The next date, I don't know when the next date is. Let me see. Let me check here. Like I kind of could. We could do it. Let me see when the next, I don't know if I know when the next date is. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure when the next date is. I'm going to find out from Jen Jones. Yeah, we could do it. I've never done one of these like we're following the entire thing. I've always kind of wanted to try the trial thing, but I'm like, I know it's a long, to be here for like 7-8 hours is pretty long streaming. But I have a whole schedule kind of routine thing that I can maneuver. Yeah, it's just preliminary. Yep. It's not even the actual like trial yet. Oh, thank you, BL. Shannon Smith. Correct. 1:15. So we got a little bit of time. Take a little break. Shannon Smith. She looks different though. When I pull the images up on her, she looks different than she looks in court. I guess she changed her hair or something. I think she was pressing this guy though. She was pressing the counselor. I mean, the guy, yo, it's like he's kind of like understaffed. It seems they seem understaffed. They don't, he has all this pressure on him. It's kind of messed up. But at the same time, what I have to say though, like, yeah, you see a kid with that kind of stuff on the paper and drawings, they should not be allowed in school either though. Like they should be sent home, suspended, whatever. I saw some people saying that. I mean, the parents, there was a lot of failures. The school failed. The parents ultimately are like the most responsible, I think. Yeah. Her pictures are all out of date from what I see online. She looks different in court. I need this annex now, thanks. There's a lot of stuff going on this day and age. I mean, and I'm not savvy to it or know what's going on really. My daughter's only 5, so I can only imagine what it is for parents now. And back in my day when I was going through school, I didn't have a cell phone. We weren't all this it's just everything's completely different now. It's a different ball game now. You got these kids on all kinds of apps, and then with the virus situation and all that stuff going on too. I mean, we've covered all these missing stories and all these people, these kids that have gone missing, and a lot of the situations, I'm talking about the babies, I'm talking about like the teenagers, a lot of them are like voluntarily have run away and then they come back, or some of them run away voluntarily and getting themselves into things that they didn't expect to get themselves into, and then it's not voluntarily anymore. Mo, LOL, I'm loving the child case videos. It gives me an excuse to binge watching it. I've never really done this before, like at this length, because we watched Ronnie O'Neal, but they were only giving us snippets. So I've never, I don't know what's the longest stream I've done. I think around 4 hours, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, there's literally, wasn't that the image? Let me see the image real quick. Wasn't the image literally like a gun, and there's like literal people on the floor bleeding? Like, bro, I mean, at some point, somebody's got to be like, yo, okay, this kid should not be in school. Right? I mean, I do feel for the counselor. Like it seems like, I mean, 400 kids, there's no, but at a certain point, there's got to be somebody in that school when they see something like this. I don't know how much more somebody could literally draw you a picture and painting of what's going to happen. So this was the original, and I guess if I remember correctly, when they reprimanded him, I guess, all right, let me just cross it out. Let me just cross this out. No, I wasn't for real. Or whatever. I love my life so much. Like, he's being like sarcastic here, you know, like Oxford High School. Rocks. I love my life so much. Like, he's like poking back, like, all right, well, harmless acts. I mean, it's just kind of nuts. Izzy, what case is he live for? JB, there's a Tampa case. Something going on in Tampa. I don't know. Well, I don't know if it's Tampa. I know Tampa News was streaming another trial, a Florida trial, I think. I don't know what was going on over there. The counselor tried asking if there was any way he could not return to class. Yeah. I mean, the parents should have taken him. Like, he was saying that there had never been a case where they wanted the parents to take the child and they didn't take him. And it was interesting too how, like, he was just being like, well, the parents came, they like, what, they didn't even touch him, they didn't even say hi, there was just no emotion, like they kind of just very cold. The old man in the theater. It's a popcorn trial. What's that? The theater killing? Let's see real quick. The theater killing. What? Oh, it was a Florida theater shooting? Theater. It's pronounced theater. iCkEdMeL. Let me see. So Fox Tampa, is JB doing it too? I see Fox Tampa's been covering the entire trial. Curtis Reeves. So what did this guy do? Curtis Reeves. Curtis Reeves. Oh, no, not Shannon. Oh, they're already on like day 8. Popcorn murder. So all right, let's see. Can we maybe we watch a little clip? Maybe we can watch a clip real quick, and then I'm gonna go take a little, just grab something to eat. I'll most likely I'll be back then before 1:15. I just want to grab a little drink, something to eat. Maybe I'll even hang out here. I don't know. Just want to get up and walk around a little bit. Stretch my legs. Curtis Reeves popcorn murder trial underway. All right, let's check it out.
What began as an argument between strangers over cell phone use in a movie theater and thrown popcorn turned deadly. Here's ABC's Victor Akendo.
Over popcorn.
It started as a quiet afternoon at the movies. A father brought his cell phone to check up on his toddler. A retired cop brought his gun. But before the movie even began, an argument escalated into a fatal interaction.
Everybody's like, go eat.
There's been a gunshot at the Comp Theater.
Do you know who shot him?
I don't know. It looks like an older gentleman in the movie theater.
It's been 8 years since Curtis Reeves shot 43-year-old Chad Olson in a theater near Tampa.
You ready to get this started, Mr. Reeves?
Now, after countless delays and appeals, the 79-year-old's retired police captain is finally on trial for
Retired police captain?
Delays and appeals, the 79-year-old's retired police captain is finally on trial for second-degree murder and aggravated assault.
One of those two individuals brought a loaded firearm into a theater and shot and killed another person after popcorn was tossed on them.
Realization of vulnerability, it's important. We take for granted that we know
about getting older. So he looks all right on the outside, but not so good on the inside.
The fight started after Reeves approached Olson about being on his cell phone during the previews for the movie Lone Survivor. After getting up to complain, Reeves returned and the argument continued. Olson stood up, then threw a bag of popcorn in his face. Reeves claimed that Olson also threw a phone at him, something witnesses have disputed. Reeves then brandished his .380 caliber
I don't make sure they don't show the shooting here. Let me just see real quick.
handgun, shooting Olson in the chest. The bullet also hitting his now widowed caliber handgun, shooting
All right, they didn't show it, so don't be tripping. YouTube.
Olson in the chest. The bullet also hitting his now widowed wife, Nicole, piercing through her ring finger as she tried to hold her husband back.
The gunshot wound will heal. It's a finger. The real pain is in my heart.
And his daughter, Alexis, who was nearly 2 at the time of his death, left fatherless.
Good girl.
Olson's lawyer recently told ABC affiliate WFTS that Nicole's recollection of that day is
No, Ray. He tried to claim stand your ground? Wow.
still crystal clear.
Nothing has ever changed. In my opinion, it's a slam dunk case, open and shut. Curtis Reeves should have de-escalated the situation, but instead all he did was make things worse and continued to make things worse even after leaving the theater and coming back when it was basically done, and decided to shoot someone over popcorn.
The defense has portrayed Reeves as an old man fearful of the much younger Chad Olson. His wife, who was with Reeves during the shooting, testifying about his ailments.
As he got older, did he wear any sort of brace or any such
He wore a brace that went all the way around his middle.
Reeves' defense attorney told WFTS that he felt his life was in danger.
You've got to realize that in a setting like this, within fractions of a second, you can go from being alive to being dead.
Reeves has been under house arrest for most of the past 8 years. In 2017, a judge ruled he could not claim defense under Florida's controversial Stand Your Ground law.
We always have to remember that self-defense is a subjective standard, which means we're always looking at the person who felt the danger. What this judge said in his order is that he's found that this defendant may or may not be credible. He found discrepancies in stories. And what he found is that this is not the actual type of incident that the Florida statute is designed to protect someone for.
So now, the biggest questions are, will Curtis Reeves take the stand, and will the jury decide that he acted in self-defense or that he murdered Nicole Olson's husband, leaving her a widow, raising their daughter alone?
Can nobody in the world stand up in a movie theater without having to fear that they are in jeopardy of losing their life?
Thanks to Victor for that.
Interesting. So that trial's going on now. I guess I think they're on day 8. You said he's testifying today? Kind of interesting. Somebody said that he's testifying. All right, I'm gonna go grab a little bite, I guess, and I'll be right back. And I'm gonna leave it like, let's do this. Chat can stay on the screen. Okay. I'm gonna be back before 1:15 though. I'm just gonna maybe like 20-30 minutes or something. 20-30 minutes, but I'm just gonna leave it up. And I'll be back. All right. Thank you guys. You guys go chill, get a drink, get some food, go relax, do whatever you got to do. All right. Be back. Okay. Let's see. What's up, man? How you guys doing? Just grabbed a little bit to eat. Jess, what's up? We're on a little break right now. We're waiting for the child to come back from lunch break. BRB, be nice. Damn, fast. Flip said I would fast from 7 p.m. to 9 a.m. My bedtime is 8 p.m. I wake up 7 a.m. The preliminary trial, I had an article that it kind of explained, or hearing, I should say. So basically, the preliminary examination, right? They're saying that it's for Jennifer and James Crumbley to resume Thursday in Rochester Hills District Court before a judge who will decide if there's enough evidence to send the couple to trial for involuntary manslaughter. So this is just, they're presenting kind of like what they have to a judge and to see if there's enough evidence to take them to trial for the charges of manslaughter, which I believe there is. And scared the gravity. Yeah, no, I just ate I ate the leftovers of breakfast. I had eggs still, and I just reheated the bacon in the air fryer that I got, the new air fryer. I just ate that. I made 2 calls. I was talking to Momo a little bit. Momo was telling me that, like, she was like, damn, they were trying to throw that counselor under the bus. And I was like, I mean, they were coming for him. I guess that's what we're trying to do. Like, she was trying to point out that I guess that they could have sent Ethan home. Right, Andrew. Yeah, preliminary to see if they have enough evidence to go to court for manslaughter. Yeah, I think they have enough. I don't think the defense, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I know it's an uphill battle. I don't think they're really doing that great. You were in the kitchen? Yeah, I was just in the kitchen too. Yeah, what I've been doing, because I see Flip talking about like the exercise. I signed up to LA Fitness just to get myself into a routine of like going to the gym in the mornings. And I've been doing low carbs, just exercising, doing a little bit of fasting. Usually, like you said, I would kind of try to do it at night. Depends. And normally in the mornings, I don't even eat like breakfast in the early hours. I'll wait and do like a brunch type of thing. I'll make myself a little smoothie, like my own. I put watercress, kale, acai, protein, collagen. There's just like this keto thing, frozen fruits, but it's like supposedly keto, so it's just low sugar. I just take a little bit of that. It has like raspberry, blueberry, has some strawberry, avocado. I just take a couple of bits of those frozen things and I throw it in there for flavor. And it's pretty good. I usually have that first and then I have like a brunch. I like to go work out even on an empty stomach. I know they say you shouldn't, but I prefer to do that. Oh, the channel name? That's just I've had a lot of people ask that. I have a video about it, but it just came because back in the day on AOL, there was this little, it's not really a hacking group, but we thought we were a hacking group, Script Kiddies. and we would use programs to freeze people's computers. So we'd go into like a chat room in AOL, or you'd instant message somebody, and you put the app, or you flood the chat room or the instant message, and their whole computer freezes. So we used to do things like that. Pamela. And so it was called iCkEdArmy. And so to join the group, you had to you had to put iCkEd in front of your name. And so my name is Melvin, so I just put iCkEdMeL, and that's where it came from. Bunch of kids causing ruckus on the internets. Yeah, I think there's totally enough evidence. This is just preliminary, so it's interesting though to see what they have. Dyslexia. You're on break. Is spring break coming up? When is spring break? I heard them talking on the radio about spring break or something. Oh, February 27th. So it's about to be crazy. 27th. That's on Sunday. Wait, Miami? Yeah. Oof. Wait, it says March here though. Well, it depends on the state. Some is February and some is like March, some is April. Most of it looks like March though. Buddhist Punk, just want to say thanks, Mel. I'm from England, stuck in bed, ill, feeling lonely as, but having a familiar voice on is giving me comfort. Hey man, I hope you feel better. Thank you for watching. Are you feeling sick? I hope you didn't get the virus. Though it looks like the virus thing is not, looks like it's getting weaker, I guess. What pre-workout? I take Nitra Flex, I think it's called. Let me see. Nitra Flex Burn though. I just take it because it has like a thermogenic, I think, in there, so it makes me like sweat more. Take that one, Nitra Flex Burn. I used to try a bunch of different ones, but I just got tired of buying crappy ones because it can be kind of costly. It's like, I think it's almost like $40. The last time I bought it was buy one get one half off, so I bought two. But yeah, I usually have that in my morning before going to work out. Yeah, I think it's March. Let me take a look at put some of the links up. Yeah, they've cut all the live streams for now. I wonder what they're gonna do about Russia and Putin. Is NATO and the US, UK, are they gonna respond, or are they just gonna Just kind of curious. This morning, I met with the G7 counterparts to discuss President Putin's unjustified attack on the Ukraine. We agreed to move forward on devastating packages of sanctions and other economic measures to hold Russia accountable. We stand with the brave people of Ukraine. What's up? Welcome. I was on jury duty once. I've always spoken about this. I think it was, I forgot how long, like a month long or something like that. At first it was exciting, and then after a couple of days it was exhausting. I was just tired. I was trying to stay awake. I think they remove you if you fall asleep as a juror. For deliberations, that was kind of cool. Like, you go in the back, you get to kind of chill, you talk to everybody, you get to order food, order whatever you want. The Nitra with one scoop, no. If I take like a scoop and a half, then yeah, I probably would get jittery. I just took some right now. I took half a scoop, but like I ate two. It depends. If you're taking it on an empty stomach, you might get jittery. We won't intervene. Did they pay you what? Pay you, Mel? Who? The company? Oh, you talking about the court thing? Yeah, I got paid. I don't know if I was supposed to or not, but I was working and I got paid. My job didn't pay me, so I think they're supposed to pay. You're not supposed to. I mean, unless you have some sort of special circumstance, I think, Andrew. I don't think you're supposed to. I was excited though. I kind of wanted to get on jury duty. I was always curious to see what it was like. But after that, I mean, it was an experience. Like, we bonded. Me and the other jurors, we bonded. They used to send me like Christmas cards and stuff like that for a while. But I don't know that I'd want to do it again. It was very long and drawn out. It is an experience though. I think everybody should try it out at least once. He's tweaking. I'm not tweaking. Not yet. That lady was tweaking. It seemed like she was tweaking, allegedly. You should have seen that lady shaking. The fence. Yeah, it is hard to get out. BA.2 subvariant. Oh Lord. Is resistant to damn, bro. Really? You got summoned 2 times for jury duty? That's what they say about college and shrooms. It really is a good experience because you just seeing it in person, and if the person has like a paid lawyer, like a private attorney, you can see the difference between public attorney and stuff like that, and all the little things that they do to bring up to try to raise reasonable doubt. $75 a day. They gave me something. Yeah, I don't remember how much it was. I mean, I was just happy to be out of work. But after a while, I'm telling you, waking up every single day super early to be there and stuff, it was just tiring. And then you get a little lunch break. I don't remember it being an hour and 15 minutes. But I think it might have been an hour though. And you just walk around. It was in Fort Lauderdale. And just go out to the different places, go eat, chill. I'm thinking this will probably go on to like maybe 4 or 5, maybe. I don't know how much else they got to go through, but I'm 29 and I only got summoned once, but I was young and I said I had to work. And I was nervous as hell, but now I'm like, summon me. Yeah, it's fun. I mean, at least one time, I would say it's a good experience for sure. And a lot of the times, I don't think if you get picked, I don't think it's usually like a big case. The case I was on was kind of a big case. It was almost a month. Yeah, it was nuts. Normally, I think you might be there for a day or two or something. It's not like the serious thing. I had no idea I was getting pulled into that. James Leyritz, the baseball player, or he was a baseball player, Yankees. It was interesting. Definitely, there was some disagreement at first when we were sitting in the back deliberating. We were gonna even say that we couldn't come to an agreement, and the judge was like, "Well, go back and try again. Like, don't try again." And so we went back and tried again. I think it may have taken like 2 days, maybe 3 at the most, something like that. We were joking about like maybe taking longer just to get the free food, but we're like, nah, we shouldn't do that. Oh, was it? Danielle says the Kyle Rittenhouse trial definitely didn't take an hour for lunch. He was like 15-minute breaks and a 30-minute lunch. He was strict about being on time. Yeah, an hour and 15 is pretty long. Free parking. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I did. I think there's an area. I don't know. It's been so long. I think there's an area. I think for jurors. I think. Parking over there is expensive too. If you have to pay for parking, if you don't go into the court parking lot, if you just go around, they charge you like $20 or something. They know everybody's trying to get close to the courthouse. Good morning, Rivera, boss. Vision says there's no logical way any guidance social counselor. There's no logical way any guidance social counselor to handle years of slow overload in casework individuals. Then there are levels inside every systemic out of control entity making it so. Well, I used to go to therapy, and I remember the therapy, like there's no way like in one session somebody's gonna know, a therapist is gonna know everything about you. It at least takes a couple of sessions, and then even that, sometimes the therapists aren't even good. You have to go looking around, shopping around. Yeah, the times are pretty strict for court. And you have to be awake the entire time. And trust me, there's so many times you just want to fall asleep. I see 11 from 25 now arrested, 2 deceased. Meek says, I think 5 to 7 days is typical. Okay. I think my mother one time, she was in a thing where I think she was sequestered. I think she had to like stay in a hotel. This was many years ago in New York for a case. And she had to stay at a hotel overnight. Yeah, there's no way that counselor handling all those kids could, somebody told me, I hate Vyvanse too. It makes me feel yuck. Even Adderall too sometimes, but my ADHD does not cooperate with my schoolwork. Yeah. The only time I like to take that stuff, I don't even then I don't even like to take it, but if I have a day to myself where I'm not going to be streaming, where I don't have my daughter and I'm just going to be editing for hours or whatever, that's the only time that maybe. And even then, it's like when I take that medication or when I would take it, for a couple hours, it's fine, it's great, and then like a couple hours later, it's like my mood and everything just kind of changes. Have you ever heard of the Paul DeVoe case here in Texas? Happened 2009. No, never heard of that. Tippy. Let me take a look. What was that about? Can't really seem to find too much information on it. Okay, here's an article. All right, let's check it out. Let's see. While we wait. A Central Texas man suspected of a deadly rampage that claimed 5 lives in Texas Hill Country and a 6th in Pennsylvania was arrested Monday in New York. So this is an old story, though. This is from, this one here is 2007. I think it says, Slipper says, Paul DeVoe, 43, surrendered to federal and local authorities around noon Monday at a house in Shirley, Long Island. He's suspected of gunning down a Marble Falls bartender who was trying to protect a female patron Friday night and of shooting 4 people at a home in Jonestown, a community on the north side of Lake Travis, about 15 miles northwest of Austin. A white Saturn station wagon missing from the Jonestown home was found in Greencastle. Penn authorities traced a car from the New York house where DeVoe was arrested and found an elderly woman dead in Greencastle. DeVoe has been charged with slaying Paula Griffith, 46, owner of Jonestown home. Bond was set to $2 million. He also killed were Griffith's 15-year-old daughter, 17-year-old friend, and Griffith's boyfriend, Jay Feltner, 48. Wow. According to the arrest warrant filed in Travis County late Monday, DeVoe and Griffith had dated briefly 2 years ago. The bodies were discovered by Travis County deputies Sunday afternoon after the 17-year-old's father called Jonestown police asking them to locate her and identified as Danielle Hensley. He told police he had gone to the house and spotted a stolen blue pickup truck that he knew from media reports was involved in Marble Falls killing. The father, Daryl Gribble, said the 4 had planned on going to Fiesta, Texas on Saturday, but that he had not heard from his daughter since Friday night, and she had not answered her cell phone. So what happened? I guess he killed all these people. Found ex-girlfriend in town. A witness to the Marble Falls shooting said Michael Allard, 41, of Kingsland, was killed as he tried to protect a female patron. Bartender Barbara Phillips said it was about 7:45 p.m. Friday when DeVoe walked in looking for his ex-girlfriend, identified by Travis County officials as Glenda. Phillips said Purcell, a massage therapist, had been badly beaten by DeVoe 2 months earlier and had taken a protective order preventing him from contacting her. Despite the order, DeVoe continued to call Purcell and made threats against her. When he entered the tavern, DeVoe walked up behind Purcell and put one hand over her eyes and with the other pointed a gun to her head. Phillips said she initially thought it was a toy gun, but when DeVoe began pulling the trigger, she realized it was real. The gun wouldn't go off. He pulled the gun on me and I pushed it off and shoved him against the wall. As the bar owner ran to the police station next door, Purcell ran screaming toward the back of the bar by the restrooms where Allard was fixing a door. Michael walked out and calmly said he needed to give him the gun. said Phillips 51. The man turned around and shot him in the chest and fled. Eller had worked at the bar since January. He lived in his parents' ranch near Kingsland. His mother, Alberta, said Monday that she's still dealing with the shock of her son's death. Let me do a quick check real quick. Make sure these people didn't come back. Let's see. They're taking a full break, huh? Taking a full hour and 15. Tippy said he claimed he was bit by a rattlesnake and don't remember. The day before the shooting, he was in my bar. Oh. And had signed a dollar bill, the lone wolf. Really? That's creepy. His mother, Alberta, said Monday that she's still dealing with the shock of her son's death. She said he had worked at other area bars and enjoyed being bartender, even though he sometimes had to deal with trouble. He felt like he was pretty well trained and capable, but he knew there were dangers, said Allard. She described her son as a country person who enjoyed hunting, fishing, and trading guns. He was very caring and loving, fun-loving. He was a precious person. Oh, so he called his own mother and confessed to killing 5 people. DeVoe had a MySpace page where Haley Faulkner was listed as one of his friends. On a Yahoo homepage, he described himself as divorced and self-employed and linked to an adult-only site for swingers. On another webpage, he described himself as down-to-earth, open-minded, understanding, honest, and just being myself. That's like on everybody's profile, right? The guy kills 5 people. Down-to-earth, open-minded, understanding, honest, just being myself. Oh, yeah, the amount they pay for the jury. Yeah, I don't know how much. Yeah. The amount they give, yeah, barely covers anything. I thought some places pay. Some jobs will pay or whatever. Or it depends. Or maybe you could just use your vacation time. I mean, nobody wants to use their vacation time for that, right? But if you have time. Not scheduled yet. Okay. So there's nothing scheduled yet either as far as the next appearance in court or whatever. That's what Jen Jones says. So we'll just have to play it by ear as far as the next thing. I don't know if they'll say anything at the end of this, what we're watching. Damn. Ethan's pretty tall, huh? Looks like a tall guy. My job has partial pay for jury duty. Yeah, I think some jobs do that. I think that's might have been what I got. Like I thought my job gave me something, and you just give them the time that you were in jury duty. Some places do certain things. I thought. I think I was at the hospital at the time. I haven't even heard of that, Spicy. A 4-year-old boy found in a freezer in Vegas. Yeah, we're going on 4.5 hours. Yeah, Ethan looks kind of tall and lanky. I'm not sure what I'm going to do next. There's a bunch of things that I need to do. I do want to cover this missing woman. I do want to do the Justin Sywick, just a little update kind of with the messages that I was sent. Noemi Boulevard case that I've covered. There might be an update coming with that too. I'm not sure. I've heard rumors that there might be something coming. I don't see nothing yet on Ian Crumbley. I guess 1:15 they'll come back. Court on lunch break. Yeah, Fox 2 Detroit is streaming. This is probably gonna be the longest live I've done. I mean, there was a live that we did a car chase. It was one night. I forgot who did it. I think somebody texted me or something. I couldn't sleep. It was like 1 a.m. They were like, "Yo, this is a car chase." I was like, "Screw it, let's do it." I just jumped on randomly, and we started watching this car chase. And I feel like at one point there was almost 10,000 people watching with us. And I think it was like they said it was like one of the slowest car chase or the longest car chases in history, something like that. Let me see if I could just find the length of that. That thing, we were up to like 5, 6 in the morning just watching that chase. Let's see. Oh, that wasn't even that long. That chase, and maybe there wasn't that many people watching. I thought it was like 10,000 people. But that chase was only 2 hours and 47 minutes. I thought it was longer. That was really fun, though. We had a lot of fun with that. I don't even know if I can do that right now. I guess I have to play it safe until my first strike thing is gone. Welcome back, Alberta. They should call Ethan to the stand, could they? In the UK, you can claim expenses for jury service. It's up to your employer if they pay you or not. Okay. But they have to let you have time off. You can claim benefits. It affects your earnings. If it affects your earnings. There was something the way my job did it. I wasn't getting paid the little minimum thing. I got paid something from, I think, jury duty, and my job did some sort of something. I don't know what it was at the time. It was a really, really long time ago. Let's check for Ethan again. Okay, we got one stream up. Oh, not really. They're just on break too. Oh, there we go. There we go. Let's see. Oh, in yesterday's video, the Cody Bigsby one, the town hall, it got demonetized because at the end, remember we covered the crazy topics about this, the father and the son, the father that killed the son, and then the other guy that, what was it? How many people? I forgot how many people the other person killed. I guess that content was too graphic. That's all right though. Krista, thank you for the super chat. I think I missed that. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Elizabeth, members chat. Thank you for being a member for 6 months. Hey, I enjoy watching you, and also the news you cover. Thanks for what you do. This is fun watching the court trial and chatting. Thank you. Yeah, this was pretty cool too. I enjoyed it. Especially the chat. The chat was killing me, man. That was killing me earlier.
Yeah, we switched out in HDMI form. No, this isn't an HDMI. There's an old HDMI. This one? No. What's that? This was the old one. Why did we swap it? Okay.
Drunken chat. I wonder if you guys were they really drinking earlier? Were they doing the drinking game? They're about to come back from lunch break. Yeah, the guy that. Hey, what's up? This is Pointless. I was wondering where you were at earlier.
Let's see.
Have you been watching this since the beginning? Have you seen what's gone on? Hey, see.
Yeah, we did.
Oh no, you're good, Kay. I appreciate you being a member. The membership helps out a lot too, because anytime something's demonetized, you know, at least I can have that as a safety thing, as a backup. I wonder what they have for lunch.
The computer, the shut off. No. You plug it back in, wait, turn the computer off and then plug it back in.
Okay, cool. Where do you use it? Wait, I want to get it.
The computer, the shut off.
I just want to I want to use a stream that I know is not going to mess with this stream. That's not going to give me issues, so that's why I came to this one. Whatever we've been using already.
No, it has to be plugged into the podium. Is it connected to the podium? Not right now. No, while it's on, you're connected to the podium and then turn it all on. So it's off.
Thanks, Kay. I appreciate that. Thank you. No holding tanks. Happy birthday to Jasmine. Happy birthday. iCkEdMeL, how dare you? You're so sensitive. Wish somebody happy birthday. Alrighty. Lunch break's over. Thank you for the mods, man. BL, appreciate you. Jazz, thank you. And that's it. I think that's all we have for now. Thank you, guys.
Please be seated.
To get CC? What's CC? Oh, yeah. Oh, you know what? Live captions. Yeah, I think we can. I don't know if I'll be in the way, but let's see.
Okay, we are back on the record of People versus James Crumbley, docket number 21006-651, and People versus Jennifer Crumbley, docket number 21006-652. Now have appearances on the record, starting with the prosecutor.
Karen McDonald, appearing on behalf of the people.
Thank you, Mark East, on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. I'm Shannon Smith on behalf of Jennifer Crumbley.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Marielle Lehman on behalf of James Crumbley.
Okay, we are returning from a lunch break. Are all parties ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay, if everybody in the gallery would please have a seat. There's plenty of room to be seated. Sir, you are still on your oath, okay?
Understood.
I think this live has captions too, though. I think. Oh no, I
Okay,
forgot to
Mr.
turn it on.
Hopkins, earlier when you were testifying, you testified about being a mandatory reporter. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that that is a responsibility you take seriously.
Yes.
And when something needs to be reported, you absolutely report it and file the 3200 form you're supposed to file, correct?
Correct.
And in this case, obviously, you did not file those forms. It did not rise to the level where you felt a 3200 had to be filed, correct?
Yes.
And with that, your main concern was about Ethan's suicidal ideation. And my understanding is that's different than him being an active suicidal person. Is that correct?
Correct.
And with the suicidal ideation, going to therapy as soon as possible would have satisfied or helped the problem that you thought existed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's why Ethan was not forced to leave school, correct?
There was no discipline issue. Correct.
Okay, and if mental illness could also be a sickness, there was no illness that caused him, reason that caused him to have to leave either, correct?
I misunderstand. Please rephrase what you're saying.
Discipline is not the only reason a child would have to leave school. Ethan did not have to leave school that day, period, correct?
Correct.
You were concerned about the suicidal ideation, and you testified that Ethan would have gone into his, is it 5th hour after being in your office?
3rd hour.
I'm sorry, 3rd hour and then 4th hour and lunch, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you notify his teachers in the 3rd hour, 4th hour, or anyone in the lunchroom that you believed he might have suicidal ideation?
No.
And you obviously didn't do that because you didn't think there was any reason to have to protect him in any extra way, correct?
No. I would want him to be with people.
Okay, so him being with people was what was important, correct?
Correct.
And that's why him going home alone and having his parents be working would also not have been ideal, correct?
Correct.
You testified a little bit about the parents and how they interacted with you, how they behaved in the office. It's fair to say that Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley were not parents that were frequently in your office. Is that correct?
Correct.
In fact, this was the first time that you had ever had interaction with Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley.
Yes.
I imagine there are other students whose parents you may see more frequently. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And on those parents, you may have ideas of what to expect or not expect based on what you know of them, correct?
Based on the other parents' behavior?
I'm saying you would be able to predict other parents better that you've been around many times.
Correct.
And so when it comes to Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley, these are people you don't know except for your interaction with them on this particular day, correct?
Correct.
And in your assessment, with all of your training, with all of your experience, you would not have done anything different than what you did that day. Is that correct?
As far as alerting the parents about their student having suicidal ideation, that is what I would have done that day.
And that's what you did?
Correct.
Okay, and aside from that though, there's not any other thing that you think you should have done or would have done differently that day?
I'm confused. Are you just asking in general?
Yeah.
I want that situation to be as different as possible. I acted off the information I had available.
You acted off the information you had available, and you acted in a way that was making the best decision with the information you had at the time, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any questions on behalf of James Crumbley?
One moment, Your Honor. Nothing for Mr. Crumbley, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Yes. Mr. Hopkins, counsel spent a lot of time before lunch talking to you about what you knew.
Yes.
I want to talk a little bit about all of what you knew and what you didn't know.
Okay.
So I have some questions for you. Did you know that that James Crumbley had recently purchased a weapon for Ethan?
No.
Objection, Your Honor. Those are facts, not evidence, and that's a misstatement of what the testimony was by Ms. Back.
That's absolutely in evidence. We just had testimony that the gun was purchased. We've already introduced exhibits showing that both Jennifer and Ethan posted about his gun. Jennifer texted him that day or the day before, your gun. So it's a question of fact, but it's absolutely relevant.
We'll go ahead and answer the question.
Did you know they bought him a gun for an early Christmas present?
No.
Did you know that gun was identical to the drawing of the gun on that worksheet?
No.
Did mom or dad ever tell you that they bought that gun for him recently? Just
No.
4 days prior?
No.
Did you know he posted on Instagram about his new gun?
No.
Did you know that he had been experiencing hallucinations in the several months prior to this?
No.
Did mom and dad ever tell you that he had any significant mental health issues?
No.
Did you know that he spent hours and hours by himself at home?
Objection,
No.
Your Honor, that has not been proven. The prosecution keeps asking this question. There has not been testimony to show that.
I'm going to sustain the objection. Let's move on, please.
Did you know that the Crumbleys spent 2 to 3 hours a night, 3 to 4 times a week at the stable without their son?
No.
Did you know that I'm going to go back. When Dad said about the journal, did you know that written in that journal was a lot of really disturbing things?
No.
Did Dad seem to understand that Ethan would write about his feelings in that journal?
That was how I understood it.
Okay. Were you aware that Ethan...
No.
Were you aware that he had asked several times to see a therapist?
No.
Were you aware that he thought he was having
here?
a mental breakdown at some point?
No.
Were you aware that he told his parents
I
that?
object to the question about several times to see a
All right,
therapist.
disconnected for a second. We're
There
back.
are not, Ethan
Someone's
has
back.
never asked his parents several times to see a therapist. The prosecutor is taking that from text messages between Ethan and somebody else.
Okay.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
I was
Your
scared for
Honor,
a second.
first of all, she
Copycat.
just talked about what he said to her clients. That's testimony. They haven't testified to that. And second of all, we've already introduced text messages where Ethan is telling his friend several times that he's telling mom and dad he needs help and he's having a mental breakdown.
Correct.
Okay. Were you aware that Ethan had texted his friend that he talked to his mom about getting help and she laughed at him?
No.
Objection. I don't believe that text has come in as evidence.
Well,
There is not that.
Let's get
the
it.
fact that Mom laughed
Let's get it.
about
Bring it in as
her
evidence. Yeah.
Is not a part of the evidence in this case.
She's bringing the fire.
During the course of some cross-examination, it did come in.
And the redirect of
The exhibit itself didn't come in, but there was testimony regarding it.
with no objection, Your Honor. Were you aware that he told his friend that he talked to his mom about getting help and she laughed at him?
No.
Your Honor, objection. This is, again, going back to what he said to his friend. That is not saying it to his parent and having the parent
I
laugh.
note that for the record, that correction is that was a statement he made to his friend.
I'm trying to make that really clear, Your Honor. Were you aware that he texted his friend that he talked to his dad about having a mental breakdown, and that he texted his friend that his dad said, "Suck it up"?
No.
Were you aware that his mom, Jennifer Crumbley, just the day before, texted Ethan, "You have to learn, LOL, you have to learn not to get caught"?
No.
Were you aware that he had access to the gun and ammunition?
No.
Objection! Your Honor, the day before, Mr. Hopkins has already testified that the day before, well, there's two objections actually. First, that he had access to the gun. That's the first objection. The second objection is Mr. Hopkins testified differently when he was talking about the meeting on November 29th. Because he indicated that Ethan clearly told him on November 29th he had gone to the shooting range with his mother the weekend before. And that he understood that Ethan was shooting guns as a hobby. So that, what Ms. McDonald is asking is not an accurate question, and we're also objecting to the accessibility again.
Response to the objection.
I'm not sure what this...
Are you objecting to facts not in evidence as it relates to the accessibility issue?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead and respond to the objection to facts not in evidence regarding the accessibility issue.
I think the fact that Ethan Crumbley has that gun and had that gun that day, and that it was purchased for him, shows that he had access to the gun.
I'm going to sustain the objection as to that question.
Mr. Hopkins, were you aware that Ethan Crumbley was not on his parents' health insurance?
No.
Were you aware that he hadn't been to the doctor in several years?
Objection! That is not evidence in this case, and it's not true.
Response.
Were you aware that in...
Are you rephrasing?
I'll rephrase, Your Honor. Were you aware that despite Ethan telling his friend that he had asked several times for mental health and they thought he was having a nervous breakdown, that there's no evidence in all of the text messages with his mother that he ever went to the doctor?
No.
Oh.
They're hot. Got the defense on edge, man. Both of them at the same time stood up. Damn.
Were you aware that Ethan texted his friend that mom thought he was on drugs?
No.
Did Jennifer or James Crumbley ever tell you in that meeting with their son that they had just purchased a gun for him?
No.
Did they ever ask to look in his backpack and see what was in there?
No.
Did they ever let you know that he was having a lot of trouble at home?
No.
Did they ever ask to see that video that counsel asked you about?
No.
Did they ever ask about anything specific about the worksheet?
They did not ask anything specific about the worksheet. Dad looked at the worksheet.
Did they ever ask you what suicide ideation was?
No.
Did they ever seem concerned for the safety of their son?
Not in the immediacy, no.
Okay. Nothing further.
Your Honor, if I may just briefly recross, thank you, Judge. Mr. Hopkins, the prosecutor was just asking you a bunch of questions about the things that you didn't know. Now, is it your understanding that, let me back up. You testified about your education and training as it relates to psychology. Is that accurate?
Counseling.
Counseling, okay. And you've worked with teenagers. You were a youth pastor previously?
Yes.
Okay. And so you've worked with teenagers for since about 2009. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. You have a lot of experience with teenagers. Is that fair?
Fair.
And based on all of your experience with teenagers, based on your counseling, education, and training, at no time in your interactions with Ethan Crumbley did you feel that he was a threat to anyone else other than himself. Is that fair?
Correct.
You didn't ask, despite the fact that you knew that Ethan had gone to the shooting range with his mother the weekend before, you didn't ask Ethan or, Mr. or Mrs. Crumbley about a handgun. Is that fair?
I did not ask them about their gun, no.
And you didn't ask them if they knew where it was?
I did not.
You didn't ask them if they thought that Ethan would take it?
No.
You didn't ask them anything about it. Is that accurate?
About their specific handgun?
Yes.
I did not ask about their gun. No.
About any gun?
I did not ask them about guns, no.
Good question, Flip. I wonder that too. They got insurance on the horses, but not Ethan?
And the prosecutor was asking you questions about what you didn't know about text messages between Ethan and his friend. Do you recall those numerous questions?
Yes.
Okay. At no time did you ask Mr. or Mrs. Crumbley if they were aware of any issues with their son. Is that fair?
I was alerting them to issues about their son.
Okay, yes. You alerted them to an issue that you had been made aware of on November 30th. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And you advised them that they should seek counseling for their child.
Yes.
And they agreed.
They agreed, but they did not agree to do it immediately.
They agreed to seek counseling for their child based on your recommendation. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Just briefly, Your Honor. Mr. Hopkins, if you meet with a child
and you've got concerns about that student, what is the last resort in terms of making sure he's safe? What do you do?
Absolute last resort?
Yes.
911.
Okay. And what would a student look like for you to call 911?
It would have to be a medical emergency.
And when you bring parents in, and you've done this in the past, we talked about this earlier, do you just give them information, or do they talk about their child?
Your Honor, objection. This so far exceeds the scope of request.
I disagree, Your Honor. She just got up and asked about what he would do, why he felt that there was no concerns, that mom and dad didn't, I think the assumption is, did nothing wrong, that it was Mr. Hopkins that did something wrong. But I have a right to ask him what he did or didn't do because they just crossed again on it.
Let's answer that question and we're tying this up.
Yo,
I'll rephrase.
bringing the heat.
Who's the best person to find out about a student other than the student?
The parents.
Thank you.
Right, you may step down. Any reason why this witness can't be excused, prosecutor?
No, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Call your next witness, please.
Mr. Dylan O'Connell.
Name again?
Dylan O'Connell. We had a bit of an issue with the projector.
I'm gonna have to clip that double objection. That's going on Facebook. She is fiery though. She was kind of, it seemed like she was waiting. And all those, did you not know, or did you know questions was just to put it out for the judge and everybody else to hear it. She knew he didn't know, but you know, she's just letting people know too that he didn't know. He didn't have all the stuff that what they believe the parents knew. Because they're trying to flip the blame on the counselor. So that was smart.
Do you solemnly swear any testimony you're going to give will be the truth under the penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. And if you will state and spell both your first and last name for the record.
My name is Dylan O'Connell, D-I-L-L-O-N. Last name O'Connell, O-C-O-N-N-E-L-L.
Thank you, Judge. Sir, is it fair to say that you work at a business that sells firearms and ammunition?
Correct.
And is there also a place there for target shooting?
Correct.
Okay. How long have you worked there?
About a year and a half.
And what is your current position?
Office manager, bookkeeper.
Okay. So you would be the person, if someone were to inquire about certain records, you could pull that?
Correct.
All right. And your company does keep receipts for purchases?
We do.
And also for range time?
Correct.
Is your company equipped with an internal CCTV recording system?
Yes, we are.
Okay, that's capable of being recorded to watch at a later date?
Yes.
And was it operational on November the 27th of 2021?
Yes, it was.
Okay. I'd like to direct your attention to December the 1st of 2021. On that date, were you contacted by special agents of the ATF to review certain records from your business?
We were.
Okay. And did those agents come and meet with you at your store?
They did.
Were you given information to search by those agents?
Given information.
Well, let me ask you this. You were made aware at some point of the school shooting in Oxford High School on November the 30th of 2021?
That's correct.
Okay. And after that shooting occurred, were you provided with certain information to search for your company's records?
We were, yes.
Okay. And in fact, were you requested to pull a receipt for ammunition and range time from November the 27th, 2021, purchased by Jennifer Crumbley?
We were.
Okay. And did you provide that information to the ATF?
Yes.
Seriously, Bridget. I know, I just got it.
May I approach witness, sir? May I approach? This is People's Proposed 39. I believe you have a stipulation to the exhibit. Sir, what have I just handed you?
A copy of the receipt.
Okay, and is that the receipts of November the 27th, 2021? And does it have a name of an individual who purchased items from your store?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And does that receipt fairly accurately depict what you pulled for your company's internal systems for the ATF?
It does.
People move to omit 39.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Be admitted.
I'm going to attempt to publish it.
We're gonna see it.
Sir, I'll just refer you to the actual exhibit in front of you there. Can you tell us from that receipt what was purchased from your store on November the 27th, 2021?
Yes, there was by the information provided, a half an hour of range time, one additional paper target, and then 2 boxes of ammunition.
Okay, what caliber ammunition?
9mm.
Were you also requested to review the surveillance recordings from that day?
I was.
And does your internal system, does the surveillance footage capture both the lobby as well as the range?
It does.
Okay. And did you provide that information to the ATF?
I did.
Did you make any additions, modifications, or deletions to that footage prior to turning it over?
No, I did not.
Judge, that is Exhibit 40. We do have a stipulation that it is a condensed version of the video that this witness turned over to the ATF. It's approximately 9 minutes long. I'm going to ask the court to view it at the bench because I don't believe publishing it with the way the projector is will help. I have it on a flash drive. May I approach?
Anytime I hear that, doop, 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 I think it's me. I think it's something got unplugged. Doop, 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 doop. The plexiglass is for everybody's safety from the virus.
Okay, tell me when you're ready.
Whenever the court is ready, I'm going to attempt to play it at the same time as you're reading. And this is approximately 9 minutes long. This is, for the record, again, the condensed version that Detective
Oh, we're gonna see the video.
Borowski put together. And
Right? So this is from the gun store, I guess? Me.
Thank you. I'll play it on mine.
Ooh. Wait, is that him? Is that him right there? All three. Oh, I didn't even realize all three. Is it? Oh. Wait. He would stand out to me. Hmm. Wish we had audio. Guess there's no audio for it. It's like the mother. I guess the mother and Ethan. I think it's mom and son. Yeah, that's what it looked like to me. Unless he comes later. Welcome back. Welcome back. Stacey B, thank you for that super chat. I appreciate it. She says, thanks for the coverage and hanging with us today, Mel. No, thank you guys for hanging with me. I really appreciate it. You're truly the best. This was different for sure. Oh, it looks like it was cut or a skip or something. Hmm. No way. You think so? This is pointless? Oh, so this is range. Thank you, Unforgettable Beauty. Appreciate it. His little jury duty. Thank you for doing this all day live. Thank you so much. I appreciate the super chat and the kindness and you guys riding with me. Oh. Yeah, man. I mean, I don't know. His parents knowing all the issues that he has, and then you're doing this too. This is just like they trained him. Basically, they trained him and provided him with a weapon. Wow. Thank you, Vic. Appreciate the super chat. Gracias. Let me put in on the books because this is a long one. Thank you, Vic. Appreciate it. And thank you for being a member too. You've been writing for a while. Member and on Discord and everything. They set this kid up, man. I mean, he has issues and all that stuff, but yo, the parents basically put the gun in his hands, took him training, everything. This is wow. Yeah. Alicia said this video would be traumatizing for his victims and families. I mean, to me, this is more than enough for them to take this to trial for manslaughter or involuntary manslaughter, I believe. That's crazy, man. Gonna be all out on the headlines too, probably. This whole image video portion. Okay, I can take snapshots. I'm gonna start doing that when I want to take snapshots. I can do that. I'll do it for Facebook. Damn, is he telling her how to do it? Yeah, he's teaching his mom. Wow. Visual stream. Start. Remnant, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you for the coverage, Mel. No problem. Thank you guys for hanging out. First time doing a long, I was gonna say trial, but it's really the preliminary hearing. First time doing a long thing like this. I've been talking about wanting to try this once in a while to see how people like it or whatever, especially for interesting cases. But I wasn't expecting to see this, like the video of these, of them shooting in the range. Jess said I actually feel kind of bad for her. I don't know, man. Are these parents trying to, I mean, it's definitely neglect, but like, are they trying to appease him or something? Is this what they thought would help him with his issues? Hunting is one thing, but a pistol? Kay says, I don't have an issue with the parents taking their kids to shoot guns, but not kids who have obvious mental health issues. Yeah. This is the only time they spent together. That's what Sin said. Oh, did that super chat show up on the screen? I don't even know. Let me see if it showed up. I don't think it did. Wow.
Mr. O'Connell, again, that video was from November the 27th, 2021?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you. I have nothing further.
Maybe just replay these.
Any costs on behalf of Jennifer Crumbley?
Your Honor, could Mr. Crumbley's lawyer go first? I believe she has more questions for Mr.
Costs on behalf of James Crumbley.
Thank you, Your Honor.
S. Warren, thank you for the super chat. Don't forget, Mother wrote Trump. Oh yeah, I forgot about a love letter thanking him for helping.
Good afternoon, Mr.
keep
O'Connell.
guns
Good afternoon.
rights for all.
I'm going to keep this brief.
Okay.
You said that you're an office manager. You deal with records. Is that fair?
Yes, somewhat.
Okay. But you're familiar with the goings on within the store and the shooting range?
Yes, I don't really work over there, but I'm familiar.
Okay. And you're familiar that people come in and bring their children to go to the shooting range. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. And there's nothing illegal about that, is there?
Correct.
And they let their children use firearms. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's not illegal either.
Correct.
You know that people, and I assume you're somewhat familiar with shooting ranges and firearms and shooting guns as a hobby. Is that fair?
A bit, yes.
So you know that people go to the shooting range as a hobby?
Yes.
And some go often?
Correct.
Do some go multiple times a week?
Yes.
And some don't go so often. Is that fair as well?
Yes.
Now, the receipts that you provided, you obviously provided the one receipt on November 27th of 2021.
Correct.
You didn't provide the prosecution didn't provide any other receipts to you today. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Okay. And did you review all of the receipts when you were reviewing the records related to James and Jennifer Crumbley?
I did not.
If I were to say that James or Jennifer Crumbley went to the shooting range 3 or 4 times in a matter of 5 or 6 months, that doesn't sound like a lot to you, does it?
I'm sorry, 3 or 4 in 5 or 6?
3 or 4 times in 5 or 6 months.
Doesn't sound like a lot. I would agree.
And just to be clear, obviously if it were illegal for a minor to shoot a handgun in your shooting range, you all would not allow that. Is that fair?
Correct.
So it was not illegal for Jennifer Crumbley to have Ethan Crumbley shooting a gun at your shooting range, correct?
That is correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any questions on behalf of Jennifer?
No, thank you, Judge.
Any redirect?
Just very briefly, Mr. O'Connell, what does someone need to do to bring a minor into the shooting range to shoot?
They just have to fill out our waiver form as a parent or guardian with the minor's information.
Okay. And that's what Jennifer Crumbley did on November the 27th of 21?
As far as I know, yes.
Okay, so if they would have been at the range in prior months, like counsel just asked, they would have each time filled out a waiver and asserted that that minor's parent or guardian and they are with that person.
Well, we would have had it on file and we would have selected that information in our system.
Right. Because it's illegal for a 15-year-old just to show up and shoot on their own, right?
That is correct.
Right, okay. Nothing further.
I just have one follow-up question. You were talking about the waiver that was filled out. In this case, the waiver was actually filled out by Dad months prior to Jennifer Crumbley coming in. Is that correct?
The waiver, I believe so.
Okay,
I
just wanted to verify, on that day, Jennifer did not fill out a waiver, but there was one on file.
I don't know, unfortunately, when her waiver form was filled out. I don't have that information.
Okay, thank you.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Any reason why this witness can't be excused?
Not for the people, thank you.
No, Judge.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. People called Detective Adam Stoyt.
Jackie, thank you for the super chat. She says, looks like to me this kid was really comfortable setting up the sessions. Is she allowed to rent it and let someone else use it? Apparently, yeah.
I have some changes to our exhibit list.
I know you sent it previously, but yeah, that's what we're saying with the, I guess if you sign a waiver, they can. But, you know, with the context of all this mental health issues, it's not a good thing. Hey, Alexa. Ilana, Bridget, what's up? Welcome. Amy, Hayes, Anna. Thank you for everybody else too. Ashley, Pamela. Ashley's been here for a while too. Riding out. Adrian, Tiny Ghost, Spencer. Yeah, I know. Yeah, Danielle's. Oh, you think so? This is pointless. Says she wants him to look at her. Yeah, she seemed like the one in control, right?
Sir, please raise your right hand.
Mama's love.
You solemnly swear in the testimony you're going to give will be the truth under the penalty of perjury.
I do.
Have a seat, please. Please state and spell both your first and last name for the record.
Adam Stoyek, ADAMSTOYEK.
S-T-O.
YEK.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up as loud as possible. As you know, we do have microphones in front of you. One does record, one does amplify. It is necessary for us all to be able to hear what you're saying at all times, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, Judge. I'm going to do my best with the projector. Oh, there we go. May I proceed, Judge? Sir, what is your occupation?
Detective with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been a detective with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
2 years.
What's your current, where's your current assignment at? What substation?
The Pontiac substation.
Pontiac, okay. And you've been in the Pontiac DB, the detective bureau, the whole time you've been a detective?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how long have you been an officer with the, or sheriff's deputy with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
Just under 10 years.
Now, I want to direct your attention to November the 30th, 2021. Were you working that day?
I was.
Were you made aware of the Oxford High School shooting while you were working?
I was.
Okay. And what did you do when you were made aware of that information?
My partner and I got into our county-issued vehicle and went to the Oxford High School.
Okay.
I apologize. All I can hear is like the humming of maybe the projector. Could the witness keep his voice up a little?
Sure.
Please, you just keep your voice up as loud as possible.
Yep.
Okay, so November 30th, 2021, you were working that day?
I was.
And you were made aware of the shooting at the Oxford High School?
I was.
And did you respond to the school?
I did.
Okay, you said with a partner?
Yes.
And who's that?
Detective McPherson.
Okay. And tell me, please, what did you do when you first responded?
We assisted with the initial search of the high school. After that, we assisted with escorting students out of the high school.
At some point, were you tasked with securing the residence of 112 East in Oxford?
Correct.
Okay. And did you go to that address?
I did.
And tell us what's at that actual address. Was it a condo, a single-family home, or something else?
A single-family home.
If you could, tell us a little bit about the layout of the home. Well, first, may I approach?
Yes.
This is People's Proposed 42. Sir, what have I just handed you?
It looks like a layout of 112 East Street.
Okay. And does that correspond with what your actual memory is when you were there at 112 East Street?
Correct.
Okay, people move to MIT 42.
Any objection?
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, and you can see it's on the screen here displayed. You can refer to the exhibit I've handed you if it's easier for you to know. Tell me, please, what the layout of this residence is.
You walked in, there was a living room, a small dining room. From there, you'd walk into a kitchen. Right off the kitchen, there was 2 bedrooms, kind of close in distance. For that, you walk into a hallway. There was a washer-dryer machine. And after that, the furthest west side of the house was the master bedroom. And off the master bedroom was a stairwell to the basement.
Okay. Now, Detective, I used the word secure. Would that be right? You were there to secure the home?
Correct.
And now, was that pending issuance of a search warrant?
Correct.
And was the search warrant actually obtained to search that residence?
It was.
When it was obtained, did you participate in the search?
I did.
Now, is a residence typically secured prior to the issuance of a search warrant?
It is.
And tell me why.
To preserve any evidence that may be inside of the residence, and just to ensure that nobody goes inside or outside of the residence that's not supposed to.
Okay, so you need to protect the integrity of what's inside the location, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And you did that?
I did.
But nothing's actually searched prior to the search warrant, am I right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, in your preliminary securing of the residence, did you observe anything in plain view? Anything of note?
Yes, I did.
Okay, tell me what you saw.
Inside of the master bedroom, there was a open handgun box on the bed. Next to the handgun box, there was a empty box of 9mm ammunition on the bed as well.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
This is People's Proposed 43. Sir, this is a photograph. What is that photograph of?
That's of the handgun box and the empty box of ammunition that was on the bed.
Okay. Does that photograph fairly accurately depict what you observed November 30, 2021?
It does.
People move to admit 43.
Any objection? No objection, Your Honor. Be admitted.
Okay. So is this the photograph that you have in your hand right now that I'm displayed on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. So this case that's open, what did you describe that as?
Handgun case.
Okay. Now, is that a plastic case?
Yes.
Now, there's clasps on there to close it, am I right?
Correct.
Okay. Is there any other locking mechanism on there?
Nothing that I observed, no.
Okay. And what's the red box next to it?
It was an empty box of 9mm ammunition.
Did you see either James or Jennifer Crumbley while you were there on scene?
I did.
Did you see both of them?
I did.
Can you please point them today and describe something they're wearing today?
James is wearing the orange jumpsuit. Jennifer's wearing the black and white jumpsuit.
You would record reflect identification of both defendants?
Any objection? No objection. No objection, Your Honor.
Now, at some point in time, were you given a code for a gun case that did lock?
I was.
Okay. And who provided that information?
James Crumbley did.
And what was the actual code? What was the number?
000.
So once the warrant was officially authorized, you participated in the search as well?
Correct.
Right. Now, I want to start back at that same bedroom where you made this observation here in 43. May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes.
Sir, I'm going to hand you a couple at once. I'm approaching with what's been marked as People's Proposed 46, 47, and 48. 46 is on top.
Okay.
All photographs.
All photographs, thank you. Starting with 46, sir, what have I handed you?
46 looks like it's the dresser in the master bedroom.
Is that the same bedroom where you made this observation of the open gun case and ammo box?
Yes.
Okay. And is that photograph? Actually, take a look at all 46, 47, 48. Tell me if those photographs fairly and accurately depict what you observed on November 30, 2021.
They do.
People moved to admit 46, 47, 48.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection. Be admitted.
Okay, thank you. Starting first with 46. Now you said this is that same bedroom where you found the empty gun case?
Correct.
Okay. And we're looking at a TV with a dresser drawers?
Yes.
Now, do any of these drawers themselves lock?
Not that I saw, no.
Okay. And did you have occasion to open up the far right drawer?
Yes.
Okay. Was this photograph here, this is 47. Does this depict what you observed when you opened that up?
Yes.
Okay. And what were you looking at here?
It's a handheld gun safe.
And on the top of it, I see some kind of dial. What is that?
That's the combination for the lock.
Okay. And did you use 000?
Yes.
And did it open?
It did.
Okay. And when you opened it, this is 48 here. What did you find?
It was a 22 Derringer and a 22 caliber Kel-Tec handgun.
Okay. And the Kel-Tec, that's a semi-automatic handgun?
Correct.
Okay. And what's the Derringer?
I believe that's a single shot handgun.
You said the 22, the Kel-Tec, that was 22 caliber?
Correct.
Did you also have occasion to look in the kitchen of the home?
I did.
May I approach witness? This is People's Proposed 50. So that's a photograph. Do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
That's the kitchen at 112 East Street.
Okay. And does that photograph fairly accurately depict what you observed that day?
It does.
May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
I'm also going to
Are
give
you
you...
moving on 50 or are you just going to do all of them?
I'll do all at once, Judge. Thank you. I'm going to give you 51 and 53 as well. Okay. Take a look at those, please. 51 is on top. Those are also photographs?
Correct.
And those photographs also fairly and accurately depict what you observed that day?
Correct.
People move to commit 50, 51, and 53.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection. Admitted.
Okay. Now, this is 50. This is a photograph of the kitchen.
Correct.
Okay, so what are we looking at here?
Just looks like the kitchen with the oven. There's an island right across from the sink, and some cabinets underneath the island.
How would you describe the general state of the home?
It was messy.
Okay. What's this bottle we're looking at right next to the kitchen stove?
I can't really see it.
That's on 50.
Appears to be alcohol, bottled alcohol or liquor.
Is that the only one found?
No, there was multiple bottles of liquor and alcohol throughout the kitchen.
Okay, so we're looking at the kitchen island to the left of the screen here. Did you look in that kitchen island?
I did.
Okay, this is Exhibit 51. Is this inside the kitchen island?
It is.
And what's this black case that we're looking at?
It's a Kel-Tec handgun box.
Okay. And did you have occasion to open that up?
I did.
And the Kel-Tec, that's the firearm that you found in the locked gun container, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now here's 53. Is that a photograph of what that black Kel-Tec gun case looked like when open?
Yes.
Okay, and then what's inside here?
That was appeared to be a trigger lock, cable lock of some kind.
A cable lock?
Yeah.
And that's still in its packaging?
Correct.
Now, throughout the search of the home, did you find any cable locks that were broken or tampered with?
No.
Did you find any cable locks that were not contained in their original packaging?
No.
May I have one moment, Your Honor.
So they had other guns in the house, right? And what they're describing the kitchen and what there's multiple bottles of alcohol.
I have nothing further to this witness, Judge.
Thank you. Any questions on behalf of James Crumbley?
Yes, Your Honor, one moment.
Messy house. I couldn't really see the kitchen, but it didn't look like a mess to me. I mean, I couldn't see from a distance. Maybe I missed something. Messy.
Good afternoon, Ted.
Afternoon.
So first we're going to start, when you first went into the home, one of the first exhibits that the prosecution showed you was the empty gun box. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And you spoke with James Crumbley when you entered the Crumbley house, is that correct?
I spoke with him briefly prior to entering the house.
And he told you where his firearms were located?
Correct.
Okay. And he directed you where to go?
Correct.
And they were all in his bedroom?
Correct.
Now, the Kel-Tec that you said there was a Kel-Tec box found in the kitchen. We just saw that. It's empty, right?
Correct.
And you located a Kel-Tec firearm, 22 caliber firearm, in the safe, right?
Yes.
And it was unloaded, correct?
It was unloaded.
With the Kel-Tec was also a Derringer handgun.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
And that was also unloaded?
Correct.
In the safe?
Correct.
And then there was another empty gun box that you found on the bed?
Correct.
Now, is it your understanding that James Crumbley had placed that on the bed after he'd located it?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
But the handgun, the empty handgun box and the ammunition were both placed on the bed. They weren't strewn on the bed. Is that fair?
They were seated on the bed. I don't know how they got there or no, they were seated on the bed.
Just gonna look for the photograph. Oh, you have. I believe it is 43. Exhibit 43.
Uh-huh.
Yes. So looking at Exhibit 43, they're kind of next to each other on the bed, right?
Correct.
The bed isn't made, but the boxes are seated next to each other. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay.
Thank you for the new members. I'm going to mention
And there
you
was
guys
a
in bit.
question in Exhibit 48, I believe, about the cable lock in that box. Correct?
Correct.
And the prosecutor asked you if you'd located any other cable locks, right?
Correct.
You didn't.
I did not.
That you have no information to indicate that there was not a second cable lock that was used to secure the Sig Sauer handgun that belonged in that empty hand box. Is that fair?
Yeah, I personally did not recover any other locks that day, or cable locks that day.
You didn't find any other locks and wrappings that weren't being used. Is that fair?
Fair.
You didn't find any that had been cut off on the premises?
I did not, no.
And to your knowledge, a cable lock could have been taken with whoever took that handgun out of the box. Is that fair?
I don't think I can answer that question.
You have no knowledge?
I have no knowledge, no.
And also, just to make very clear, all of the firearms, the Kel-Tec, the Derringer, and the Sig Sauer handgun. Obviously, the Sig Sauer handgun was not in the home at the time. The other firearms were all located in James and Jennifer Crumbley's bedroom.
Yeah, the
Correct?
two 22 handguns were located in their bedroom, correct?
Okay. And the empty Sig Sauer box was also in their bedroom.
Correct.
And you have no reason to believe that that Sig Sauer had been stored anywhere other than in the bedroom. Is that fair?
Objection to speculation, Judge. You already testified. You can't possibly testify anything.
Sustained.
One moment, Your Honor. No further questions. Thank you.
Any questions of the Justice Crumbley?
Thank you. When you came into the house and saw the Sig Sauer case and the ammunition box on the bed, you have no idea when the box was placed there or when the ammunition box was placed there. Is that correct?
Correct.
And when you came into the house and found those items there, did you ask James and Jennifer when those items were placed there?
I did not.
Did you listen to or are you familiar with James's 911 call when he reported the missing gun?
No, I never listened to that.
I have nothing further.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Just very briefly. Sir, the Kel-Tec and the Derringer were both unloaded, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you find ammunition for those weapons?
No, I did not.
Okay, were there bullets?
That you don't know or you know?
No, I did not. I personally did not know.
I guess not specific to those firearms. Were there bullets found in that dresser as well?
I don't recall if there was.
Okay, that's fair. Now, how far from the school is 112 East?
I'd say around a half mile.
Okay. And it's just a straight shot down that road, isn't it?
Correct.
I've got the further.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Play next witness.
We'll call Sergeant Peschke. Judge, we have going to take some of these out as well. Would you like me to approach and?
Yes, please.
I don't know if I have enough time to... Thank you for the new members: Amy, Hildy, Jen Fletcher, Yvette, Kelsey, the Jeweled Monkey, and Carol Loving, Alaska. Appreciate it. Thank you. Gracias. There's a members area too on the front page of my YouTube that I have to. There's quite a few videos on there, but there's it's due to be updated. I made the 2010 story. When I release it, it's gonna come out members first before I put it out publicly. One of the craziest days of my life. Coming soon.
I do.
Please have a seat. Could you please state and spell both the first and last name for the record?
Matthew Peschke, MatthewPeschke.
May I proceed, Judge? Thank you. Sir, what's your occupation?
I am a sergeant with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. If you're comfortable, you can remove your mask.
Thank you.
And you said you're a sergeant with the Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been a police officer?
Approximately 20 years.
Okay. Now, I want to direct your attention to November the 30th, 2021. Were you working that day?
I was.
Did you receive notification about a shooting at the Oxford High School?
I did.
And what did you do?
I went to Oxford High School.
Okay, so you responded to the scene?
Yes, sir.
What did you do while you were there?
While I was there, I entered inside. I helped clear the area of any other victims or suspects, did a perimeter search.
Okay. Now, at some point, were you tasked with responding to 112 East in Oxford?
I was.
And was that to secure the scene for a search warrant?
Yes.
Now, did you go alone with other deputies?
I went with other deputies.
Was anybody home when you arrived?
Yes.
Who was that?
Jennifer and James Crumbley.
Okay. Did you see them when you pulled up?
I did, yes.
Tell me about that, please.
When I pulled up, there was another detective that was on scene. Jennifer was on a porch and James was in the back. They were having him come out.
Okay. Now, at some point was a search warrant obtained to search the premises?
There was.
And did you participate in the search of that premises once the search warrant was obtained?
I did.
And photographs were taken during the search, am I right?
Yes.
Now, is it true that it is the sheriff's office policy not to take a photograph, not to disturb the scene until a photograph is taken?
Can't say I've ever read that in a policy.
Well, let me ask you this: when a photograph is taken of, let's say, a room, is that photograph taken to capture the way the room actually looks, or is it captured to show what the room looked like after it was gone through by the officers?
What it looked like before.
Okay. What was the general condition of the home?
It was an older home. He walked in the living room. It seemed fine. Then we went through the kitchen. The bedrooms were a little messy. Particularly the Ethan's rooms were pretty messy.
At some point, were you made aware which rooms were Ethan Crumbley's?
I was.
Okay. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm going to approach with a few at once. Sir, I'm going to hand you a stack of photographs. I'll identify them as I hand them to you. We have proposed exhibits 59, 60, 61, 64, 65, 66, and 67. Sir, just take a second. Look through these. 59 is on top. Tell me if those photographs fairly accurately depict what you observed from 112 East on November the 30th, 2021.
Yes.
People move to admit those exhibits, Judge.
Any objection on that, Judge Crumbley?
No, Your Honor.
James Crumbley?
No objection, Your Honor.
All will be admitted.
Thank you. All right, sir, I'm going to start with 59. I'm going to have it up here on the screen as well. If it's easier, you can refer to the exhibit in front of you. Okay, this is exhibit 59. What are we looking at here?
That's the northwest bedroom.
Was it identified to you whose bedroom this was?
It was identified as Ethan's.
Okay. In fact, were you made aware that there were 2 bedrooms attributed to Ethan Crumbley?
Yes.
Okay, so this is one of them?
Yes.
Okay. Now, was this photograph taken before anybody from the sheriff's office went through it, or is this the way it looked?
This was before.
Okay, so this is the way it looked. All right. And what do we see on the wall here?
Those are silhouettes.
Okay. This is 60 here. Is it the same silhouettes?
Yes.
When we say silhouettes, are we talking about
gun range silhouettes?
Targets? Okay. Now here's 61. What do we see here?
That is a empty bottle of whiskey.
Okay. Was that the same brand whiskey found throughout the house?
There was a bottle of it on the kitchen counter.
Empty or full?
It was.
Sorry?
Empty or full, I said.
I believe it was almost empty.
Okay. And this is again in Ethan Crumbley's room?
Yes.
All right, so that's 61. We have 64, and this is still in Ethan Crumbley's bedroom, correct?
Yeah, this is the nightstand.
Okay, this is the nightstand next to the bed?
Yes.
And so what's depicted in this photograph?
There was miscellaneous shell casings found within the dish.
What's a shell casing?
It's a fired shell casing when a bullet's fired from a gun. If it's a semi-automatic, it ejects a shell casing.
Okay. Those aren't pretend, those are real shell casings, right?
They appear to be real, yes.
Okay. Now, this is 65. What are we looking at here?
That was a coin that was found in like underneath that dish on that plate. It was it had a Nazi symbol on it.
Okay, that was on his nightstand in his room?
Yes.
Ethan Crumbley's? Okay, that's 65. And this is 66. What's this?
That's just the other side of it.
Okay. Did you put that in that plastic bag, or was it like that?
That's how it was.
Now this is 67. Is this the same bedroom?
It is, yes.
Okay. And did you find anything of note on that tall dresser to the left?
Yeah, there was like animal, like mouse feces and things on it like that.
On that dresser?
Yeah. Yes.
Now, did you also search the other bedroom that was identified as belonging to Ethan Crumbley?
Yes.
May I approach witness?
Yes.
So I'm going to hand you 3 photographs. They are proposed exhibits 69, 71, and 73. Again, if you don't mind, just take a second, go through those, and let me know if they fairly and accurately depict what you observed on November 30th, 2021.
They do.
People move to admit those exhibits, Judge.
Any objection on behalf of Jennifer Crumbley?
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
All will be admitted.
Okay, thank you. Okay, 69, tell us what's in there.
This was the other bedroom, the northeast bedroom.
Again, does that photograph depict what the room looked like prior to searching or after searching it?
Prior.
Okay. Did you find a notebook on that bed?
The notebook was located by Detective Steele.
Okay. It was found in that room, though?
Yes.
Okay, and it was opened?
Yes, I believe it was a green
notebook.
Green notebook, okay. And this photograph here in Exhibit 71, what does it depict?
It depicts the open notebook.
Okay, so these appear to be drawings?
Yes.
And what are the drawings of?
I can see that one is of a rifle-style gun. It looks like there's another handgun on there with an extended magazine, possibly. That's really all I can make out.
Okay. Now, were there any weapons found in that room?
There was some folding knives.
Okay. The next exhibit you have here?
Yes.
And this is Exhibit 73.
There was a shelf on the wall.
There was a shelf on the wall of this bedroom?
Yes.
Okay, so what are we looking at here in this photograph?
It's a couple folding knives.
Okay. And those are real knives, correct?
They appear to be real, yes.
Okay. The shelf wasn't closed off, it was open like this?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you search other parts of the home?
I walked through the rest of the home. At this point, I went into the kitchen and started doing a tabulation.
Okay. Does the home have a basement?
It did.
Okay. Does it have a shed?
It did have a shed.
How close to the home is the shed?
Oh.
It's on the property, right?
It's on the property, yes.
Okay. This property doesn't have acres or anything, am I right?
No.
Okay, so this is a home in the township of Oxford?
Yes.
Okay, so are we talking a matter of feet from the home to the shed?
Yeah.
Could you put an estimation on it?
I wouldn't say any more than 50 feet.
50 feet at the most?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you look in the basement as well?
I did.
And describe the general, I guess, cleanliness of the basement compared to the rest of the home.
Basement had a couple rooms to it. As you walk down the stairs, there's a kitty litter box at the bottom of the stairs. It was full. You walk through, and the basement, there was appeared to be a couple rooms that were made with like plastic draped down. It was possibly like an old.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance as to what it could be, speculation.
I'm going to sustain this to speculation.
I can lay a foundation, Judge. Sir, you've been a police officer for how long?
Over 20 years.
Okay. In part of those 20 years, have you had the opportunity to participate in search warrant executions?
I have.
Did you have the opportunity to investigate any drug cases in the past?
Yes.
Have you had the opportunity to investigate and find what you've discovered to be marijuana grow operations?
Yes.
Okay. And you know what marijuana looks like?
Yes.
You know what it smells like?
Yes.
Okay. Did you find anything in the basement as an officer, to give you note regarding marijuana?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance as to any of whether or not there was a marijuana grow operation or not in the basement that has no bearing on this case.
Judge, I can lay an offer of proof for the court. Again, both defendants are charged with willfully neglecting their responsibilities. The failure to do that in part is, or doing that in part is their failure to exercise ordinary care. This officer will testify that there was an unsecured marijuana grow operation. And I'm not trying to make a bigger term out of it than what it is. It's just labeled a marijuana grow operation. He's going to testify there was some marijuana found there. It was not in a locked room. It was covered only by a tarp.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This case is charged.
And sir, you said you compiled the tabulation from the search warrant?
I did.
Okay, thank you. We have one moment, Your Honor. Thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
Any costs on behalf of Jennifer Crumbley?
Thank you, Judge. Detective, you are not an expert in mouse poop, correct?
No.
So if I told you that was chinchilla poop from an old pet, would that surprise you?
No.
Okay. And so the bits and pieces that you found in the room, it looked like feces from a small animal, is that correct?
Yes.
The coin that you found that was wrapped in plastic, it's fair to say it was wrapped in plastic like a collector's item would be, is that correct?
Yes.
And Ethan actually had many, many coins that were wrapped in plastic all about his room, is that correct?
I can't comment on that. I don't remember seeing any other coins.
Okay. So, but that one was wrapped like a collector coin?
It was.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any questions of James Crumbley?
No, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
No, Judge, thank you.
You may step down.
Thank you, Judge.
Want to call your next witness?
You can call Lieutenant Willis.
snap. I'm muted. Man, I was talking for a while. Thank you for somebody who told me that. I was saying, where's the evidence for the chinchilla? Where's the chinchilla poop? How long was I muted? Oh, shit. Sorry. I mean, they've been cursing. Whatever.
Take it.
But I don't want to curse too much in case people got their kids. Are they taking a break? Thank you guys. Yeah, I didn't even realize my mother called me. What they say? They taking a break or where they go? What happened? Oh, okay. Let me get another one. I think they said they're taking a little break, right? Where's the evidence for the chinchilla? Thanks, Anna. I appreciate that. I'm trying to drop the weight. Thank you. It kind of seems like what's her name? Jennifer has been running the show with the Crumbley family. Like James looks to her kind of. And even when they came into the counselor's office, the mother sat far away, was fed up, and the father was the one kind of talking to Ethan. I wonder what was the point of the rat poop. I guess to try to say like it was just a dirty environment, maybe. And then she wanted to rebuttal that by saying, well, maybe he was a pet, I guess. I want to see the chinchilla. I want to see the proof. What is a chinchilla though? What those let's see, chinchilla. It's just like those little things right there. Like, I don't want to say rat. People get offended too. How dare you? I remember with the German Shepherd thing. I was like, there was this dog, right? And it looked like a German Shepherd. And so they called it a Malinois. And so I jokingly, I was like, it's the same thing, same crap, the German Shepherd. Bro, the people, the pet lovers came out. They're like, no, it's not the same thing. I was like, all right, I had to go look it up. I was like, oh, okay, it's a whole different type of, it's on another level. Malinois. I had to look up the pronunciation. I was like, my bad. These are sophisticated rodents. Chinchillas are either two species of, I don't even say that, crepuscular rodents of the Parvador. Oh man, that's great. I'm not even going to try to. They're slightly larger and more robust than ground squirrels and are native to the Andes Mountains in South America. Oh no. They got the chinchillas and the people wearing the chinchillas. Sophisticated rodents. Another class of rodents. Well, what was? Oh yeah, he had a bird right in his room. So maybe I don't know. Maybe that was just one of the other animals he had in there. Yeah, he might have killed it. Ethan walking into that target range like he didn't know what he was doing, kinda, and his mother's having trouble, and he's like, "Well, no, this is how you do it." He's like guiding her and directing her. I'm like, wow. So what have we seen so far? We've seen the detectives, the gun store owners. I wonder who else they're gonna bring up. Oh, thanks, BL. I just saw your message too. My mother called me. She was telling me about she was trying to tell me about the Russia stuff, the Ukraine or whatever. I don't know what's gonna happen with that. So I feel bad for those people. Scary times. I'm definitely gonna clip the double objection thing because that was wild to me. Yo, she had them pressed. She had the defense pressed, man. I was like, wow. The Jewel Monkey, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you for becoming a member. In about, let me see. Yeah. In about 30 or 40 minutes, I'm going to have to step away, but I'll keep the stream running for about 15 minutes at most, kind of like the other time. What's up? Welcome back. I hadn't had left the stream earlier. I can't believe this is still going on. Did you take a? Yeah, I took a break. Most of us, we kind of took a break. There was a lunch break, and so I got up and I went to eat. I took like 10, 15 minutes, something like that, and then I came back just to chat and hang out. So, yeah. I'm going to have a little break too, apparently. After tonight, no baby for a couple of days, so be nice to have a couple of days. Or nights, I guess. Yeah, they're coming back. They're just taking a little break. Super chat, I think YouTube takes 30%. On the when it comes to like ad revenue, they take 45% and I keep 55%. And that's kind of like standard, I guess. Facebook does the same. MH, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Prayers for peace in Europe. Let this not lead to a world war. Isn't it how crazy how we thought? You guys remember like when Trump was in office and there was a world war thing going on? Or everybody thought it was gonna be like the end of the world, right? And it never happened. Like we were gonna go to war, and now we're actually in that situation where things really could escalate to that, which I really don't want it to. I really hope not. And I don't really understand it either. I don't know. I tried to briefly read an article this morning, but I honestly don't know. I'm not educated on that whole situation. I'm sure it's complicated, but and the crazy thing too, I don't even know. Russia's claims for going to the Ukraine, one was to wipe out the Nazis or something, or I forgot the term, Nazi eradication and something else. I had sent myself an article because I kind of wanted to read up on it, and I briefed myself a little bit to like what's going on in case we all die or whatever. Did I send it to myself? I sent myself something. I mean, the people that are going to get hit the worst, obviously, right now is just the Ukraine, but I don't know what the outcome, the ramifications are going to be. And Putin has threatened anybody that intervenes, it's going to be like severe repercussions. Looks like they're back. Thank you, Czar. And MH, I see you out there too, MH. Britt, thank you so much for the super chat. Woke up to this live. It's been fun spending the day with y'all. Even though it's over, something tragic. There's a lot of light in the chat. Go team. Yeah, the chat's been one of the most interesting things. Chat's really kept me going. Russia's threatening USA now. Man, you know, Biden's not gonna do that. You know, Biden's weak.
The laptop's okay. We may have worn out the projector, but we don't have anything else to present.
Was that? Should I not have said that? I don't know, man. I just hope whatever it is, they work out something peacefully, if possible. I don't want to see all this. It's going to be major. I think the stock was dropping too and all that. I mean, who cares, right? I mean, I don't know. Well, maybe indirectly it does affect. Stock's probably the least of the problems, right? It really could escalate to something crazy. I don't know, man. I hope it doesn't, though. Oh, they're coming back. It was just a short little break. Let's see if I can. The channel, whatever, should have kept it up. I don't know why they stopped.
We are back on the record on People versus Crumbley. Actually, I'm just waiting.
Maybe they thought it was over.
We're back on the record on People versus James Crumbley and People versus Jennifer Crumbley. Everybody ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sorry, ma'am.
Do you solemnly swear in the testimony you're going to give me the truth under the penalty of perjury?
I do, Your Honor.
Can you just state and spell what your first and last name for the recorder, please?
Lieutenant Timothy Willis, TIMOTHYWILLIS.
May I proceed? Sir, how are you employed?
I'm employed by the Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been a member of the Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
Over 25 years.
Okay, what's your current role there?
I'm the detective lieutenant assigned to the Investigative Forensic Services Division.
Okay. And tell me, sir, what does a detective lieutenant at the Investigative Services Division do?
I oversee our Special Investigations Unit, our Fugitive Apprehension Team, Computer Crimes, and our Warrants Division.
Okay, and what are some of the previous assignments you've had?
I've been a lieutenant since 2016. Prior to this assignment, I was a road patrol lieutenant in Rochester Hills. Prior to that, I was a detective, a sergeant for 10 years, and I did 5 years as a detective sergeant in the Special Investigations Unit.
Okay. Now, would it be fair to refer to you as one of the officers in charge of the investigation in the case of People versus James and Jennifer Crumbley?
Yes.
And also the case of People versus Ethan Crumbley?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I say one of the officers in charge because this is a very large investigation, is that right?
Correct.
So you work as a part of a team?
Yes, sir.
Generally speaking, what does an officer in charge do?
Generally speaking, we direct the investigation.
Okay. Now, have you had the opportunity to review the narrative reports generated?
I oversee our Special Investigations.
Have you been made aware of the 911 calls made in regards to the November 30, 2021 Oxford school shooting?
Yes.
Now, first of all, I want to ask you, as officer in charge, you sat through the hearing today as well as February the 8th, is that right?
Correct.
And you were present when we admitted Exhibit 10, which would be text messages between Ethan Crumbley and Jennifer Crumbley, and specific the last text message that said, "Ethan, don't do it." You were here for that?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall the time on that text message?
1:22.
Okay, 1:22 in the afternoon. And what time did James Crumbley call 911, if you recall?
1:34 p.m.
Okay. And tell us, sir, if you know approximately what time did the actual shooting begin?
12:51.
Okay. And do you know the time the shooting actually stopped?
12:58.
Okay. Now, at 1:22 p.m., had the shooter's name been made public?
No.
At 1:34 p.m., had the shooter's name been made public?
No.
How many 911 calls were made on November the 30th, 2021 regarding the Oxford High School shooting?
Over 100.
Out of those over 100 phone calls, how many of them identified their own son as the possible shooter?
Just one, James Crumbley.
James Crumbley. Now, sir, you were here when Sean Hopkins testified, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you heard testimony from Mr. Hopkins that James Crumbley asked Ethan Crumbley about his journal?
Yes.
And you were here during the cross-examination of Mr. Hopkins when he was asked more questions by defense counsel about that journal?
Yes.
Have you had the opportunity to read the journal?
I have.
Well, first, let me back up. Were you made aware that a journal was found with Ethan Crumbley's belongings on November the 30th, 2021?
Yes, I was.
And where was it found?
It was found in the bathroom that the video showed Ethan went in just prior to the incident.
Okay.
He entered with his backpack. He exited without his backpack. The backpack was found in the bathroom with his journal.
Were you able, when you read the journal, were you able to identify it as being written by Ethan Crumbley?
I was.
How so?
Well, his name was all over it in it. The way his handwriting was very similar. In fact, the way that he makes his D's are very unique. It's almost like a number 2. He references the bird head incident. He references his best friend that we know. We've come to know who that is.
So it's not just from the handwriting or from the location, but also from the content as well?
Correct.
Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, could you describe what the actual journal looks like?
Yeah, it's a hardbound black journal with apartments.com imprinted on the front of it.
Okay. Now, was there writing throughout the entire journal?
The writing starts about 3/4 of the way into the journal, and then it fills up the rest of the book.
Now, from reviewing it, are you able to tell if the first written page on there, closest to the front, if that was the first entry in the journal or the last entry in the journal?
The last entry of the journal.
And how are you able to make that distinction?
Based on the date that was written in it, of 11/29/21.
Okay. And if you were to, let's say, make a photocopy of just the written pages of the journal, how many pages would it be?
21.
Out of those 21 pages, how many discussed the Oxford High School shooting or his plan to shoot up Oxford High School?
Every single page.
Every single page.
Every single.
Now, is this journal all in written format or drawings contained as well?
No, both written and drawings.
Okay. Now, because this is a preliminary examination, I'm just going to ask you about a few pages here. Now, we talked about the first written page and how it said, well, first of all, it being 21 pages long, if I showed you a photocopy of it, would that refresh your recollection when we talk about it?
Yes, that'd be helpful. Thank you.
May I approach the witness? Yes, sir, just for identification purposes, what have I handed you?
This is a photocopy of the journal that we found, that Ethan's journal found in the bathroom.
Okay. So what we have here labeled as page 1, that's not an actual written page, correct? What is that of?
No, that was the inside cover of the book. It's, just states at the top, property of Ethan Crumbley.
Okay, so just so we're all clear, page number 2 is the actual first page written in the journal, closest to the front of the journal. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, and you testify this appears to be the actual last entry of the journal?
It appears to be, yes.
And is this where it has the date on there?
It does.
Okay, what else is on there?
It has at the very bottom, in big bold letters, the words "forgive me."
Okay. If you were to flip the page, what did you see there of note?
Toward the bottom half of the page, it says, "First off, I got my gun. It's a SP 2022 6 hour 9mm. Second, the shooting is tomorrow, comma, I have access to the gun and ammo."
Okay. Now, you said there's drawings in there as well?
Yes.
Okay. Now, again, I'm not going to go through every single page here. I'm going to direct you to what's been labeled as page 15. As far as drawings are concerned, what do you see here?
It appears to be drawings of two separate bullets. One's labeled a 22, the other one's labeled a 9mm. The 22 next to it has kill range 25 max, and the 9mm has kill range 100 M.
Okay. If you were to flip the page to page 16, is there a drawing on that page as well?
There is, the bottom half of the page, a large drawing of what appears to be a cup with liquid in it, a severed bird head, and what I can only describe as a demon drawn next to it.
Okay, now is this a little drawing or is it a bigger drawing?
It takes up the bottom quarter of the page. It's a large drawing.
Now, what about on page 18? What do you see on that page with regards to drawings?
From the drawing, it appears it's the drawing of a head with where the eye is an X, The head appears to have a ponytail, and then a gun extended, a semi-automatic handgun extended out with a round being fired into the back of the person's head.
Okay. Is there any context to that drawing? Any written context?
Just above it, it says the first victim has to be pretty girl with a future so she can suffer like me.
And you said that drawing of the gun, it depicted a semi-automatic handgun?
Correct.
And earlier you referenced the passage where he says, I have access to the gun and ammo. It's an SP-2022 6-hour?
Yes, sir.
Is that, what is SP-2000? I'm sorry, SP-2022. What is that?
That is the model number of the weapon used in the shooting.
And is that a semi-automatic handgun?
It is.
Okay. Now, are some, if you flip through the journal, are some passages written with larger letters, bolded letters?
Yes.
Okay. If you were to flip the page to page 19, what do you see there?
In the middle of the page, in all caps, I will kill everyone I fucking see.
Is there any context made to that statement?
Just above it, it says, I will cause the biggest school shooting in Michigan's history. And then he goes on to say, I will kill everyone I fucking see. I have fully mentally lost it after years of fighting with my dark side. My parents won't listen to me about help or a therapist.
Okay. I want to refer you back to page 6 now.
6.
There you go.
And we talked about some bolded letters. And this isn't just a few pages, right? It's throughout the journal. Is that fair to say, the bolded letters?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On page 6, does anything jump out at you?
The word help in bold letters colored in.
Is there any context to that word?
Yeah. In that, right next to help, it says, I have zero help for my mental problems, and it's causing me to shoot up the fucking school.
May I have one moment, Your Honor? I have nothing further.
Any questions on behalf of Dr. Crumbley?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You just testified about the journal that was found in Ethan's backpack. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you testified it was approximately how many pages? 21.
21
pages.
written pages.
Okay. And I'm holding up what I believe is a copy of it. Does this look close to what you have?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Now, throughout this journal, you testified that you can see it's Ethan Crumbley's writing in the journal, and you can tell it's his writing based on the way he shapes letters, correct?
Yes.
It's fair to say that the only person who you can identify having written in this journal is Ethan Crumbley.
Yes.
There are no messages written in the journal like, to Ethan from mom, anything like that.
No.
There's no messages in there like from James saying.
What happened?
You can tell this journal that has been called Ethan's journal was Ethan's possession. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, ma'am. Can you repeat that, please?
That is a speculation. He can testify to what the writing is consistent of, but as far as possession, the court knows that's a legal concept, Judge. You can only testify to what he reviewed.
And I think she needs to rephrase too also.
Okay. The journal that was found is believed to be Ethan Crumbley's journal, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And on the front, it actually says property of Ethan Crumbley, correct?
Written, yes.
Okay. And in the journal, in addition to writing about school shootings and other issues, there's also a continuous message of, I love you, Mom, I love you, Dad, I'm sorry. please forgive me. Is that correct?
A continuous message?
Well, let's start with page 775.
Okay.
We see there that he writes, yeah?
I don't have 775,
The
man.
one that has forgive me at the bottom.
Okay.
Okay, so above the forgive me at the bottom and above the last passage that's written, it says, I'm sorry for this, Mom and Dad. I'm not trying to hurt you by doing this. I have to do this. Do you see that?
I don't, miss. I'm sorry.
May I approach?
Yeah.
It starts right in here. It starts, and then it continues.
Oh, okay, okay.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
So in that first part, we see there's a message there that says, I'm sorry for this, Mom and Dad. I'm not trying to hurt you by doing this. I have to do this. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that's in Ethan's handwriting, correct?
Yes, it appears to be.
And then below that, there's a paragraph that's indented just a bit. And again, it says, I love you, Mom. I love. And then going a couple pages into the journal, I guess let's go towards the back, the second to last page. There's a little, it would be page 21 on what the prosecutor gave me, page 794 of what I have. On the bottom left-hand corner, you can see where he writes, I hope my parents can forgive me for what I do. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And in this journal, it's fair to say that there is nothing that indicates Jennifer and James know what Ethan is going to do in terms of the school shooting.
Repeat it, please. I'm sorry, ma'am.
There is no evidence in this journal that shows Ethan told his mom and dad what he planned to do in terms of that school shooting.
No, ma'am.
And if anything, his messages about his parents are more so ones of, I love you and please forgive me.
Yes, in the journal, yes.
From what you've seen.
Yes.
On the last page of the journal, so it would be page 22 on what you have, and it's page 795 on what I have. I want to draw your attention to the left side of the page. There's writing written up the side. Do you see where it reads, I will have to find where my dad hid my 9mm before I can shoot the school?
Yes.
Now, closer to the front of the journal, Ethan mentions that at another point in time, he has access to the gun and the ammo, correct?
Yes, I believe that's what, page 3?
On mine, it's page 776. On yours, it's page, yes, 3.
Okay.
Okay, so on that page, he writes, the shooting is tomorrow. I have access to the gun and the ammo, correct?
Yes.
And it does not say in this how he has access to the gun or how he gained access to the gun, correct?
It does not say that.
It does not say how he has access to the ammo or how he gained access to the ammo.
You're correct.
And so from reading his journal, even knowing he had access to the gun, you cannot say that Jennifer or James Crumbley gave Ethan access to the gun.
By reading this journal, you're correct.
There is no way to draw conclusions about what Ethan did to gain that access, correct?
Objection in the form of the question, Judge. Conclusion is before the court.
I believe the witness was already answering. I don't think it was confusing. I'm not sure
I'm going to overrule the objection without being, the question is whether it was pleasing to the witness, and he did respond. Go ahead.
Thank you. Now, this journal also, just so we can be clear, was found in Ethan's backpack, correct?
Yes.
And when I say backpack, I'm talking about the bag he used at school that he had the last day he attended Oxford High School, the day of the school shooting, correct?
Yes.
And this journal was found in the backpack where the gun was also located.
No.
Well, the gun was located there at some point in time prior to the shooting. Is that correct?
I don't know what you mean, ma'am. The gun was...
I'm sorry. You know what? I'm asking a really bad question. Let me back up. The backpack had certain items that remained in it. The backpack was found in a bathroom by law enforcement. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in the backpack that belonged to Ethan, that is where his journal was found. Is that correct?
Yes.
When you found the journal in the backpack, you have no other knowledge of where that journal had been other than in Ethan's backpack, correct?
I have no... I'm sorry, miss. Can you repeat that, please?
You don't... So, for example, you can't say this journal was on the kitchen counter at home where someone would have seen it. This journal would have been here or there. All you know is that that journal, when you saw it, was in Ethan's backpack, correct?
Yes.
Jesus Christ, I don't even know what the question is.
Your Honor, may I have just a moment?
That Ukraine stuff, man, it's really, really disturbing, man. Some of the things that I'm seeing, I'm looking at on Discord too, from the posts, some of the things that Jasmine posted too.
Okay. You were able to tell chronologically how the journal was written, correct?
You mean when it was written?
Yeah, were you able to tell that Ethan wrote some passages and then wrote passages later in time?
It appears that way by the way the journal's written, yes.
Do you agree with me that the statement about I need to find where my dad hid the gun, that statement comes before Ethan saying he now has access to the gun?
Judge, I have to object to the form of the question. I was going to
I'm going to sustain. Go ahead with it, please.
The last page of the journal talking about I will have to find where my dad hid my 9mm before I can shoot the school. This writing was written prior to the writings at the top of the pile on the journal pages.
Is that a question, ma'am?
Yeah.
Okay.
Does that sound correct to you?
Yes. I mean, I can't say for sure this is a margin writing. It doesn't seem to be, but I don't know.
You have no reason to disagree, though. Is that correct?
Yo.
You can't answer. You can't answer.
Stay.
This is crazy. I don't know, man.
I have nothing further.
Any questions on the
Tripping, yo. What's wrong with her?
None, Your Honor. Any redirect?
Just very briefly.
Just bring the other lady.
And the whole 21 pages here, every single page references the school shooting?
It does.
Okay. And if you were to just flip through quickly, we talked about there's some pages with these bolded letters, and this is 6 with the word help in there.
Yes.
Okay. And that's where he says, I have 0 help for my mental problems, and it's causing me to shoot this fucking school.
We're going beyond the scope of the cross at this point.
You were asked about the very last page, on page 22, and I just want to make sure I heard your testimony correctly.
Okay.
The passage in there was, he had my 9mm. Is that correct?
That is correct. I will have to find where my dad hid my 9mm before I can shoot up the school.
And if
Shoot
you were
the
to look
school,
at,
sorry.
if you were to look at page 3, that's closer to the front of the book, right?
Yes.
And that's where he writes, first off, I got my gun. It's a SP-2022 6-hour 9mm?
Correct.
Okay. And then he writes, second, the shooting is tomorrow. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the page just before this identifies the date as November 29th of 2021?
Yes, sir.
And that is actually the gun that he used for the school shooting November the 30th, 2021?
The 6-hour SP 2022, yes, 9mm.
I've nothing further.
Your Honor, may I briefly request? Okay. The prosecution brought up the word "my" in terms of my gun. When you handle cases where a teenager is driving a car, there are times when it is owned by their parent, correct?
Yes.
The objection is the relevance.
Even if they call it "my car,"
Objection is the relevance.
the prosecution is trying to make "my" mean that it's absolute possession when it's very obvious that my gun is technically his parents' gun. It does not mean it's his gun that he has free access to. The prosecution has been tainting the whole hearing.
Well, all he can do is testify as to what was actually in the journal itself and the language that was in the journal.
Right.
So and that's what he testified to.
And I'm just asking him that in circumstances when a writing says "my" something and a teenager has written it, sometimes they're referring to
Well,
property.
you are asking him to speculate at that point because you're asking him to get into the head of some other teenager and what they may or may not have planned. So I'm sustaining the objection.
Thank you.
Okay, I have nothing further. Thank you.
Nothing further.
You may step down.
What's next? What's next? What else they got?
Try to keep a list. Any defense?
This is going to trial for sure.
Your Honor.
Gotta
We're
go
gonna
to
take
trial.
about 5 minutes and we'll come back for the argument on the motion.
Thank you.
Is that the arguing? Are they about to end? So they're gonna take a little 5-minute break. We'll see what happens when they come back. I mean, so yeah, she was saying that the "my" implies that it's his ownership, but then what the judge was saying and the prosecutor, I think, was saying, but that's the language that he's using in the journal or whatever that. Yeah, I think the journal of the book, and so that's just the language that he's using. That's what we're referring to. That's what he said. You know, I don't know, but I guess she's saying maybe the whole time they were saying that. I don't know, but for sure, I don't. This is just. I don't know how you fight this. It's really hard to fight. I wonder if this channel's gonna cut it off the page again. Just leave the thing running. And what did they read that this guy James started crying, or kind of crying? Because I didn't hear it at that moment. They read something that Ethan said, and then they cut it off. I think Biden made some sort of speech, or he's about to make a speech too. Oh Lord. Bro, I don't know. Depending on what happens tonight, I mean, I'm not educated on the Ukraine stuff. Maybe if I pull up a couple of articles, maybe somebody could come on that knows and explain it. I don't want to speak ahead because I probably need to take a little break. But tonight, after I do a couple of things, who knows? Maybe we'll come on. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know. This Ukraine thing is looks like it's going to be a really big issue. Something that could affect everybody. Russia has mobile crematoriums that evaporate dead soldiers, according to the New York Post. Gee, they even got a video of the shit. All right, so we're gonna hang around and wait and see. Show that. Mobile crematoriums. I think with this preliminary thing, it's kind of easy to consume. Because, I mean, I missed the first one. And this is the second one. And like what we said earlier, this is pretty much to show the judge if there's enough to go to trial for manslaughter, which I think there clearly is. There's no question about it. And I don't think they're showing everything, but this gives us like a nice overview, I think. Maybe during trial, they would actually go through each page and each and every single thing and actually show it on the screen and stuff like that, you know? Yeah, I don't think she's done too much of a good job. I mean, unless it's just like impossible to fight the defense attorney. I don't know. I mean, the other lady that she's with seems to have herself a little bit more together. Maybe this lady is just off. I don't know. I mean, she's called out herself multiple times. You know, she's multiple times. I mean, I get it can happen, but multiple times she was like, okay, that's a bad question. That's a bad question. I mean, multiple times it looks like the witnesses are just kind of confused about what the question is. Yeah, I think this is probably going to be the longest stream today. I might as well get you guys on the screen while we're waiting. How do I do it? Got too many things going on here. Screenshot. Probably one of the longest streams so far. It's let's see how long we've been here. I think this thing's going to end soon, though. I think once they come back. 6 hours and 30 minutes. If you guys wouldn't mind hitting like too, I'd appreciate it. Whether you're coming in or just before you leave. Yeah, Ukraine, I mean, there's no challenge for Russia. I mean, Ukraine is so small, I guess, right? Look at this map picture that, let me see if I can find it, that Jasmine sent. I guess everybody's like avoiding flying over there or flying by Ukraine. Like I guess it's like a flight tracker. Check it out. Yeah. Really dangerous situation. Makes me think a little bit of is it China and is it Taiwan? Or who is it? China and Taiwan? They're always having issues, right? And Taiwan has like their kind of like their own independence kind of thing. They're having issues too, I think. They've been having issues for a long time. And I like Taiwan. I think it's dope, kind of, from what I know. I think, not that I know much, but I think it's dope that they're trying to be separate. Yeah, they've been having issues for a long time, and they're still having issues even now. I guess with this Ukraine stuff going on, Taiwan warns Chinese aircraft in its defense zone. Taiwan scrambles fighter planes as 9 Chinese aircraft enter its defense. Yeah, exactly. Taiwan is democratic and China hates it. Yep. I think, isn't it the UK too that relies on their supply for oil or something from the Russia? I think Russia, UK, oil. Right? Isn't it like a big thing for them? Yeah. Well, I don't know how big of a supply it is. It's funny, depending on what article you look, they tell you a different percentage. Some say less than 5% of UK's gas comes from Russia. Another one says 39%. Russia is Europe's biggest supplier of gas, crude oil, and coal, delivered through a sprawling pipeline network on vessels carrying supercooled gas. Russian gas met about 38% of Union demand in 2020. Oil hit 7-year high and shares sink as Russia invades Ukraine. For the UK, I guess. Stock market and oil price reaction to Russia invades. Lord Almighty. Weather watch. I'm on the flight radar right now. A lot of those planes are U.S. Air Force. Oh, okay. Oh, thanks. That's true about the oil independency. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, gas has been going up. Shit, I don't remember what I paid last time, but I know it was a lot higher than what I normally pay. It's been going up. Thank you, Francis. Appreciate that. Thank you guys for joining. Oh, yes. Will you send me the will you send me the clip of the double objection? Jen says. I was like, yes. I took a little note somewhere. Yeah. I took a note of where I clipped it around the time, 4 hours and 50 minutes. I'm going to clip it. I'll send it to you after. They're coming back. Detroit on it. Detroit News.
Please rise.
Jingle bells.
You can see that. Okay, we are back on the record on People versus Crumbley. Both parties have rested with their witnesses for purposes of preliminary examination. Is the prosecutor ready for the motion?
Yes, Your Honor.
I think I did about 60 the other
Judge,
day
we
and put
spent
gas.
2 days and over 12 hours listening to witnesses testify, lawyers arguing, and reviewing evidence. Before I begin, though, this afternoon, I want to first talk about 4 people that we haven't mentioned by name. They are Hannah St. Juliana. She was 14 when she was killed from a gunshot to her back, abdomen, forearm, and thighs. Tate Meir, he was 16 when he was killed from a gunshot wound to his head. Justin Schilling, he was 17 when he was killed from a gunshot wound to his head. And Madison Baldwin, who was 17 when she was killed from a gunshot wound to her head. This exam is as much about them as it is the defendant's guilt. Your Honor, you are an experienced jurist, and I know that you know the burden that I have today. But for the record, my burden is to show that there's probable cause to believe a felony was committed and that James and Jennifer Crumbley committed it. Each defendant has been charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter, and this court knows this is defined in Michigan by an unintentional killing without malice. There are 2 ways we will show and have shown that the defendants are guilty of involuntary manslaughter according to Michigan law. One is a gross negligence in the performance of a lawful act. The second is gross negligence in the failure to perform a legal duty. Your Honor, both Jennifer and James Crumbley were grossly negligent when they failed to perform their legal duty as a parent. As parents, we have a legal duty to exercise reasonable care to prevent others and the community and third parties from our child hurting someone else. As parents, we all know this, but it's also well settled in Michigan law. They are also grossly negligent in the storing and securing and buying of a firearm. Gross negligence is defined as a willful neglect and disregard to the results and a failure to use ordinary care to prevent an apparent result. And for both of those theories, Your Honor, we are required to look at what each defendant knew. So let's talk about that. Both Jennifer and James Crumbley knew, the evidence showed, that their son was experiencing disturbing mental health issues in the months leading up to the shooting. He texted his mother, Jennifer, in the March before. March 9th, 2021, 7:50 p.m. Ethan says, "Can you get home now?" No response. 7:50 seconds later, "There is someone in the house, I think." No response. Seconds later, "Someone walked into the bathroom and flushed the toilet and left the light on." No response. "And I thought it was you, but when I came out, no one was home." No response. "There is no one in the house, though." No response. That was at 7:51. At 8 o'clock, "Dude, my door just slammed." No response. "Maybe it's just my paranoia." At 8:01. Seconds later, "But when are you going to get home?" Your Honor, based on the testimony of Detective Wogrowski, we know that there was no response, there was no call, and the next communication we see is the following day, and Jennifer Crumbley texts her son, where's your dad?" We also know that on March 16th, that same month, 3:18 p.m., "Okay, the house is now haunted." No response. That's at 6:03. Seconds later, "Some weird shit just happens and now I'm scared." No response. Seconds later, "I got some videos." No response. 6:03, "And a picture of a demon." No response. "It is throwing bowls." No response. "I'm not joking, it fucked up the kitchen." No response. "I'm just going to be outside for a while." 6:29, "Can you at least text back?" No response. We know from the testimony where James and Jennifer were. They were at the stable taking pictures of themselves on horses. We also know that they had evidence that they were told, based on the comments in the journal that was just testified to by Detective Tim Willis. and perhaps the most chilling, from the words of their son, a day before he murdered 4 people. I have zero help in my mental problems, and it's causing me to shoot the school. My parents won't listen to me. According to his journal, he told his dad he needed help. According to the text message to his friend, he told his dad he needed help, and his dad told him to suck it up. We know from texts between both defendants that he had a rough night sometime in March, so much so that he didn't know where or how he woke up or how he got there. Both defendants knew he wanted a gun. Both defendants knew he was obsessed with violent content. There was a picture of a target, 2, we saw today, on his bedroom wall. He's 15 years old. He's got nothing on his walls except 2 targets with bullet holes in them. We know that the defendants James Crumbley purchased that gun for him, and that mom then posted, somewhat bragging about it, in her Instagram post. We're having trouble with the visual, Your Honor, so I'll just read it. November 27th, 2021, Mom and Sunday testing out his new Xmas present. My first time shooting a 9mm, I hit the bullseye. There's a picture of the target. Apparently, Mom's boasting about her skill in firearms. A picture of the gun, and a picture of a Christmas tree. We know that Mom took him shooting based on that text and based on the evidence that came in today in the testimony. We know that on the day before the shooting, Jennifer Crumbley received a voicemail from Pam Fine, alerting her that her son was scrolling through the phone and searching ammunition. And chillingly, we know that Mom, when reporting that to her son that day via text, says to her son, "Did you show them a picture of your gun?" And then her infamous text, "LOL, you have to learn not to get caught." Your Honor, both Jennifer and James Crumbley knew that their son had access to that gun. There's not one shred of evidence that that gun was locked. The only locked mechanism in the house, you heard today, was to lock up 2 of the guns they had, and the combination was 000. There was nothing in the house that indicated there was a cable lock. The only cable lock that was found was in its package. They knew that their son was trained. We saw a video of that today. He knew exactly what he was doing. This is not somebody that was new to a firearm. They knew that he was isolated, that he was spending hours by himself at home. And how do we know that, Your Honor? We know that because Kira testified our first day what kind of hours they spent at the stable. Now, I suppose you could say they're great horse owners, but what you can't say is that they were with their son 3 to 4 times a week, 2 to 3 hours a time after work, and lots of testimony to say he didn't want to have anything to do with the stable. He was not there with his parents. Jennifer texted James on the day of the 30th, "I am very concerned," after being shown the math worksheet. James replies, "WTF." Both defendants knew that Ethan had no friends. He had one friend. And Jennifer Crumbley repeatedly told people. She told people at work. She told Kira he had no friends except one. And that friend was taken away abruptly in October and sent to some treatment. We know that Jennifer Crumbley said her son was weird and he wasn't normal. And then, Your Honor, we know that on the morning of the 30th, just hours before the shooting, they received the math worksheet. And the math worksheet says, first of all, it's a picture drawn of a gun that's identical to the picture of the actual gun they had purchased for him. There are words like, the thoughts won't stop, help me, blood everywhere. We learned from Sean Hopkins that James Crumbley said he knew about that journal. He referenced it to his son. Both James and Jennifer Crumbley, the evidence shows, followed their son on Instagram. And the testimony shows what kinds of things he was posting on Instagram, which were disturbing. Also a picture of the gun, calling it his new baby. Those are all the things we know. The testimony shows that they knew. But let's talk about the things that, through the use of ordinary care, they would have uncovered using ordinary care. If they had looked at the journal, they would have seen that every single page out of 21 pages references a school shooting. They would have read the words, I got my gun, shooting is tomorrow, I have access to the gun and ammo. They would have read, the first victim has to be a pretty girl with a future so she can suffer like me. I'll kill everyone I see. My parents won't listen to me. I have zero help with my mental problems. We heard through Detective Wagrowski and the text messages that their son texted to his friend over and over and over again. I told my parents, I need help. I'm having a mental breakdown. My dad told me to suck it up. My mom thinks I'm on drugs. She laughed at me. I also have to prove that this was foreseeable. We need only look at their own actions that day. Jennifer Crumbley, before the news was public, who this shooter was, at 1:22 p.m., texted her son, Ethan, don't do it. James Crumbley, upon learning there was a school shooting and couldn't get a hold of his son, went to his house and looked for the gun. He didn't go to the mire like all the other parents to try to find his son. He went home to look for the gun. And then at 1:34, he called 911 and we listened to his call. Your Honor, you can't argue. You can't even possibly consider that this was not foreseeable. When the moment you hear about a school shooter, you go look for the weapon you just bought him and then call 911 and say, I think my son's the school shooter. And Jennifer Crumbley's text to her son, Ethan, don't do it, before it's ever made public.
What?
I also have to prove that the defendants could have done something to prevent this. Let's talk about that. They could have taken him home or to get help that day, as Sean Hopkins asked them to do. Did they do that? No. Why not? They said they had to go to work. We heard testimony from Jennifer's employer. She absolutely did not have to come back to work. It's a family-friendly environment. They would have understood she did not have to come back to work. This is not a situation where somebody is going to get fired if they don't come back to work. But by the way, most parents wouldn't care about that. They would just take their son. In fact, she came home, or she came back to work talked to Amanda and said, I guess I'm a failure as a parent. And what did Amanda say? You should probably go get him. She states to Amanda, he can't be alone. James Crumbley was a DoorDash driver. I think the court can take judicial notice that being a DoorDash driver is completely, your work hours, optional.
Right.
When you start, optional. When you finish, optional. If you take a break, optional. The fact that they looked at Sean Hopkins in front of their son that day and said, we can't do it. Won't work. We have to go to work. It was preventable. They could have gone home to see if the gun was there after they met with the school. They didn't do that. They could have locked the gun and made it completely inaccessible to their son. They did not do that. We have Ethan's own statements saying they didn't do that. And we also have the other big thing, which is that that was the gun he used to murder 4 people. They could have asked him on that day where the gun was. They could have told the school that they had just purchased a gun for him. They could have looked at them in the backpack and asked if it was there and asked to see the journal. They could have taken him to the doctor. They could have looked at his phone. And what happened as a result, Your Honor? Had they exercised reasonable care to control their son, Hannah, Madison, Tate, and Justin would still be here. This was a direct and natural cause and a result of this gross negligence. Your Honor, my burden is to show there's probable cause to believe this crime was committed. I believe we have shown that today. I also believe that on behalf of the people of the state of Michigan, that it is time for Jennifer and James Crumbley to face a juror of their peers in a criminal trial. And I believe at that trial, they will be found guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see what they got to say. Defense.
Your Honor, the gravity of the losses that took place on November 30th of last year cannot even be stated in all fairness to the victims in this case. The community is hurting. There was a very tragic loss of life. Many were hurt. Families will never be whole. And there is no question that people in the community want accountability to hold someone responsible for the deaths of these young people and the injuries that took place to many more. The law, unfortunately, doesn't work that way. The person who is accountable for this case, Ethan Crumbley, he will be held accountable. And just because it is such a great tragedy does not mean that the law starts to expand into things it's not. And that is what the prosecution is asking you to do. To prove involuntary manslaughter, the prosecution must prove it in 2 ways. First, that the defendant caused the death of the deceased, and that the defendants acted in a grossly negligent manner. In looking at what a grossly negligent manner is, the defendant has to know of the danger to the other and know there was a situation that required them to take ordinary care to avoid injuring another. And the element that the prosecution in this case can never prove is that Jennifer Crumbley or James Crumbley knew that their son was going to commit a school shooting and shoot people with a gun, shoot anyone with a gun. There is also a way of proving involuntary manslaughter when the defendant had a legal duty to the deceased, to the students who were shot. The defendant knew of the facts that gave rise to that legal duty, and that the defendant willfully neglected or refused to perform that duty. There is absolutely no legal duty in this case that Jennifer Crumbley or James Crumbley owed to any other student at Oxford High School. Just because it sounds good to come up with a bunch of things that could have been done or should have been done or would have changed the trajectory of that day does not mean that a legal duty is somehow born and created. When the prosecution argues gross negligence and talks about what the defendants knew or should have known, it's actually not a question about what they should have known. The jury instruction reads that it's about what the defendants knew, and they had to know that their child was going to commit a school shooting. Out of all the evidence that was presented, there were absolutely no text messages or Facebook messages that showed Jennifer Crumbley was ever given information that her son would commit a school shooting. There was absolutely no evidence that Jennifer Crumbley ever saw the journal that indicated her son was going to commit a school shooting. There was no information that a teenager texting his parents about believing the house was haunted would create any belief that that child was going to go and shoot people in a school shooting. When the Crumbleys had a rough night with their son that was talked about between them the next day, talking about how their son ended up in their bed, there was no way to say that that incident would predict and foreshadow their son would shoot up a school. The prosecution absolutely cannot prove that Jennifer or James Crumbley knew that there would be a school shooting. The prosecution knows this, which is why they have stretched hard to bring in evidence, what looks like evidence, to make these people look like the worst parents in the world. At the end of the day, the law doesn't care about what kind of parents they were. It cares whether they knew their son was going to commit these murders. And Jennifer and James Crumbley did not know that any murder would be committed. Jennifer and James would have been horrified had they believed a murder was possible. And the extensive testimony from Sean Hopkins, who is a trained professional that did a risk assessment on Ethan Crumbley, and he did actually have a legal duty to take certain actions that he didn't even think he needed to take. Sean Hopkins was afraid this child was suicidal, not homicidal, not that he was a threat to anyone other than himself. And so when Jennifer texted Ethan later that day, after hearing there was a situation at the school, and said, "Don't do it," it makes perfect sense that she would have believed she was stopping a potential suicide after Sean Hopkins had discussed suicide and suicidal ideation with the parents earlier that day. To suggest that Jennifer said don't do it because she knew her son was going to go into a school and take that gun and shoot students, the evidence does not add up to show that. The prosecution is overstating so much of the evidence to suggest that the voicemail Jennifer Crumbley received about Ethan looking up bullets in the school should have made her know he was going to commit these murders is just complete insanity. We all heard the voicemail. The prosecution admitted it as evidence. In that voicemail, Pam Fine says, you know, shooting and going to the gun range is a hobby, and you don't even have to call me back unless you have questions. How would any person take that message and believe their child was going to go commit a school shooting. There is just no logic that would connect one dot to the other. Talking about Ethan being at home for periods of time while his parents are out with horses and playing video games and doing things alone, there is nothing to suggest that a child who spends 3 to 4 hours at home alone would be expected to go and shoot up a school. That is just not something that a person would logically expect to happen. And any parent this day and age, and I speak as a parent of 4 children, knows that children get busy with video games, their own things, their own lives, they're online, life is different these days, and to suggest that Ethan being alone would lead the conclusion that he would shoot up a school is absolutely ridiculous, especially after all the alone times our children have spent over these last 2 years through COVID.
Damn.
The arguments that the parents could have taken him home, they could have looked in the bag, all the could have, would have, should have, wished we had done this is not how the law works. The prosecution has to prove that there's a legal duty or that the defendants knew this would happen and failed to exercise ordinary care. They absolutely cannot reach that burden, even by the low standard required for probable cause.
Response on behalf of James Crumbley.
Yes, Your Honor.
Somebody said Jeffrey Dahmer
Good
had better
afternoon, Your
parents.
Honor.
Damn.
I'm going to echo a sentiment by Sean Hopkins, Your Honor. He stated that as a school counselor, he's not a mind reader. And Your Honor, neither are parents. The prosecution, as Ms. Smith has stated, is arguing that James and Jennifer Crumbley should have known about Ethan's plans to execute the shooting at Oxford High School, or that he posed a danger to others. First, Your Honor, as Ms. Smith has stated, that is not the standard. The legal standard is not whether or not James and Jennifer should have known. The jury instruction and the law is that they actually knew. Your Honor, there has not been one witness nor one piece of evidence admitted, no piece of testimony presented to this court that indicated that James and Jennifer Crumbley knew that Ethan Crumbley was going to commit a shooting at Oxford High School on any day, including November 30th of 2021. Your Honor, using the should have standard extends this criminal liability so far beyond where we are today. It allows the prosecution to prosecute parents for the actions of their children. An example, Your Honor, 2 high school students are texting each other about having sex. One of them is under the age of consent. They carry out the act, and the parents can be charged, assuming that those text messages were sent on phones owned by the parents.
Still here.
2 high school students are taking and sending nude photographs to each other, which, as this court knows, is a crime, using phones owned by their parents. Using the should have known standard, the parents can be charged for what their children did. Your Honor, the prosecution has presented witnesses who testified about what Ethan Crumbley told other people, not what he told James Crumbley. The comments that he made about his mental health, deteriorating, about him asking for help from his parents, none of those messages were sent to James Crumbley, nor Jennifer Crumbley. They were sent to his friend, as the court noted. There have been no witnesses or evidence presented about a duty that James Crumbley had to any of the students who were tragically killed on November 30th of 2021. There has been no evidence or witnesses presented, Your Honor, because that duty does not exist. There is no legal duty identified by the prosecution or evidence presented or testimony obtained about a legal duty that James Crumbley owed to any of these students that were killed on November 30th of 2021. Additionally, Your Honor, there were no witnesses that testified and no evidence presented that James Crumbley knew that Ethan Crumbley was a threat to anyone, including the students of Oxford High School, or that Ethan would commit the shooting on November 30th of 2021. Your Honor, before we even get to whether or not ordinary care should have been or was used, we can't get past that in order to get to ordinary care, the prosecution has to show, even at their very low burden today, that James and Jennifer Crumbley knew. There has not been a single witness or piece of evidence presented to this court that James Crumbley knew that Ethan Crumbley was a danger to anyone other than himself. Sean Hopkins testified that he was very clear that Ethan Crumbley, that he had concerns that Ethan was a danger to himself, that he was having suicidal ideations. And Your Honor, he acknowledged that when he made James and Jennifer Crumbley aware of his concerns, they agreed to get their son counseling. The one danger that they were aware of, Your Honor, they agreed to take care to address. Unfortunately, they never got that opportunity. Your Honor, under the law, we cannot impute knowledge to James or Jennifer Crumbley without evidence that they actually had that knowledge. The prosecution can't argue that they should have known. The prosecution can't argue that there was a journal, there were text messages, there were Facebook messages, there were these things, there were those things. They can't assume and speculate that because those things existed, that James or Jennifer Crumbley did in fact have actual knowledge that their son was a danger to anyone. Without evidence that James Crumbley had actual knowledge, the prosecution is merely speculating. And Your Honor, the should have known argument that the prosecution has tried to make by saying that there were all of these things that the parents should have looked at, should have done, should have this, should have that, could have this, could have that. The prosecution is essentially conceding, Judge, that James and Jennifer Crumbley did not have actual knowledge that Ethan Crumbley was a danger to anyone other than himself, including the students at Oxford High School. Your Honor, the prosecution has not met their burden. They haven't met the low standard of probable cause. The prosecution has not even satisfied the very first element of the law in showing that James and Jennifer Crumbley had actual knowledge that their son was a danger to anyone other than himself.
Rebuttal?
Your Honor, I'm an officer of the court. And as an officer of the court, it's my responsibility to bring cases based on law, facts, and common law and statutes. So let's talk about what this case is built on, not speculation. Number one, whether or not there's a legal duty. Such a duty forming the basis for manslaughter is not a novel proposition, as it is contained in the literal Handbook on Criminal Law in this well-respected treatise by Lefebvre and Scott that was published in 1973, and all of us as law students looked at this book, studied this book, and were required to know this book and what was in it. The authors discuss manslaughter based on the duty to act. In discussing duties, that it's my rebuttal. I did not object when she was talking.
I can object. A treatise is not the law.
If she would let me finish, Your Honor.
I know what the law is.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. In discussing duties that can form the basis for manslaughter charges, they state, a parent not only has a duty to act affirmatively to safeguard his children, but he also has a duty to safeguard third persons from his children. And we know Michigan recognizes this duty as noted in American States Insurance Company versus Albin, 118 Mishap 201, 1982, and Dortmund v. Lester, 380 Mish 80, 1968. It has been well settled law that there is a duty. Not once did you hear me argue or Mr. Keese argue about what the parents should have known. I didn't say it because that's not my burden. What I said was what the use of ordinary care would have uncovered. I do not have to show that they had actual knowledge that their son was going to shoot up the school. I don't have to prove that he said, I'm going to shoot up the school. I don't have to prove that he said, I'm going to go murder 4 people. I have to prove foreseeability. That's the law. And I have proven that it was foreseeable, Your Honor. And not just because of one fact, and not just because of a meeting at the school or words on a paper. So much more. And so much more than anyone else knew. No one else was in the position to know that that gun was purchased as a Christmas present, that it was accessible, that he had been disturbed, he was having hallucinations, that he was isolated, he had lost all of his friends. Nobody else knew that. Taken all together, it is absolutely foreseeable. They took a disturbed, mentally challenged, and possibly ill kid, their son, and what did they do? They didn't take him to a doctor. They didn't take him home. They didn't walk in that room and say, I love you, I'll do anything for you, what's wrong? They didn't embrace him. You know what they did? They bought him a weapon. They bought him a deadly weapon, and then at the moment when they had an opportunity in that room to say, wait, hold on a second, I'm concerned, and by the way, we know they were concerned because there was a message saying, I'm very concerned. And yet, they didn't even say, we bought him a gun. And we refer to it as his gun. They can't get away from their own words. Foreseeability is what I have to prove. And when a parent learns of a school shooting, and before the shooter is ever even made public, she texts her son, don't do it. I think I've shown foreseeability, but I have a lot of other things that show foreseeability.
Cancel.
When a parent, upon hearing that there was a school shooting, goes to his house and looks for the gun because he's worried it's his son, you didn't see any other parents do that. Why? Because he knew it was foreseeable. Your Honor, People v. Fiesel, Michigan Supreme Court from 2010 opinion. Gross negligence occurs when an individual disregards the consequences of their action or inaction, while aware of the risks but are indifferent to the foreseeable result. Indifference. This perfectly describes Jennifer and James Crumbley. They were indifferent, but put another way, they just didn't care. I keep thinking about all of the things. Just one thing could have prevented this. Just one action they did. Lock the gun up. Let them know he has a gun. Take him home. Immediately find him care. And I also keep thinking about the statements in their son's journal. If there was any question about who cared about him, it was settled on that day. Because he sat there and his parents didn't greet him or touch him or act at all concerned and said, actually, we have to go to work. We can't do this right now. I think there was no question at that point that no one cared about him. And I think that was actually the final straw for him. Judge, I've proven that the defendants are guilty of involuntary manslaughter. And I have case law, and I quoted it because I follow the law. I don't speculate. We don't bring cases against in speculation. And there's one thing I agree with. You're allowed to be a terrible parent. You are allowed to be a terrible parent. And if that's all this was, I wouldn't approve of it, I wouldn't like it, but we wouldn't be here. And it's true. We don't have this charge very often in these cases. You know why? Because I'm not aware of the facts in this case ever being so egregious. It cannot be ignored. It is criminal negligence. Judge, I'm asking you to bind this case over and make and allow Jennifer and James Crumbley to stand in front of 12 of their peers where I will then prove that beyond a reasonable doubt they've committed involuntary manslaughter. Thank you.
The defendants in this case, that being James Crumbley and Jennifer Crumbley, are each charged with 4 counts of homicide, involuntary manslaughter, contrary to MCL 750.321. The prosecutor alleges that the defendant's 15-year-old son, Ethan, shot and killed 4 Oxford High School students with a gun that they purchased for him. Specifically, the complaint in the warrant alleges that the defendants caused the death of Madison Baldwin, Anna St. Juliana, Tate Muir, and Justin Schilling by committing the following acts or acts in a grossly negligent manner, to wit, storing his or her firearm and its ammunition so as to allow access to the firearm and ammunition by his or her minor child, or the grossly negligent failure to perform the following legal duty, to wit, failure to exercise reasonable care to control his or her minor child so as to prevent him from intentionally harming others, or from conducting himself so as to create an unreasonable risk of bodily harm to others, knowing that he or she has the ability to control his or her child and knowing of the necessity and the opportunity to do so. The issue to be determined by this court is a probable cause standard. In other words, after a preliminary exam, is there probable cause to determine that a crime was committed and that the defendants committed the crime? The complaint in the warrant alleges that the defendant's behavior violated Michigan law, which provides that any person who shall commit the crime of manslaughter shall be guilty of a felony punishable by imprisonment in the state prison not more than 15 years or by a fine of not more than $7,500. Because the statute does not define manslaughter, the court must look to common law and case law for guidance. It is well established that involuntary manslaughter requires a death caused by the defendant without legal justification or excuse while the defendant was acting in a grossly negligent manner or while committing an unlawful act which was inherently dangerous to human life. That is quoted in People v. Moscow, 170 Mishak 340, a 1988 case. In 2018, the Michigan Court of Appeals addressed the common law basis for involuntary manslaughter and the threshold for gross negligence. In People v. Head, 323 Mishak 526, a father was convicted of involuntary manslaughter after his 10-year-old daughter accidentally shot and killed his 9-year-old son with a gun that the defendant stored loaded in an unlocked closet. Apparently at the time, the 10-year-old was attempting to reenact a scene from a violent video game they were allowed to play unsupervised in that same room. The court held that allowing children to play unsupervised in a bedroom in which a loaded gun was stored amounted to gross negligence on the part of the father. The Court of Appeals went on to hold that involuntary manslaughter is a catch-all crime for any homicides that do not constitute murder, voluntary manslaughter, or an otherwise justified, excusable homicide. In its opinion, the court noted that the requisites mental state for the defendant is gross negligence, which means wantonness and disregard of the consequences that may ensue. To prove gross negligence, a prosecutor must show 1, knowledge of the situation requiring the exercise of ordinary care and diligence to avert injury to another. 2, ability to avoid the resulting harm by ordinary care and diligence in the use of the means at hand. And 3, the omission or the failure to use such care and diligence to avert the threatened danger when to the ordinary mind it must be apparent that the result is likely to prove disastrous to another. That is cited in the Head case. In the Head case, the court determined that while the defendant was not personally aware that his child would accidentally shoot and kill his other child, or that he was aware that he knowingly created that possibility, the defendant did disregard the risk and the danger of 9 and 10-year-old children playing unsupervised in a room where a firearm was accessible. In fact, the court stated, quote, "It goes without saying that a loaded shotgun poses a danger to young children who are not being monitored by an adult. Defendant had the ability to avoid the harm by exercising ordinary care and diligence. By allowing his young children to play unsupervised in a room where he kept a loaded, readily accessible shotgun, defendant failed to use the requisite care and diligence. He failed to avert a threatened danger where the result was likely to prove disastrous to his children. Therefore, we conclude that there was sufficient evidence of gross negligence. That court also addressed the factual and proximate causation elements of involuntary manslaughter when it held that it was beyond question that factual causation existed. But for the defendant keeping a loaded shotgun in an unlocked closet of a bedroom where the children were playing without supervision, the shooting would not have occurred. Additionally, the court held that the child's accidental firing of the gun was reasonably foreseeable and thus proximate causation existed. Consequently, the head court affirmed the defendant's involuntary manslaughter conviction. In People v. Harris, the court stated the following: the crime of involuntary manslaughter does not require that the defendant be personally aware of the danger or that he knowingly and consciously created the danger. The test only requires the danger to be apparent to the ordinary mind. That's 159 Mish-App, 401, 1987, also citing People v. Seeley, 136 Mish-App, 168. In Harris, the defendant was charged with murder after he confronted his daughter's ex-boyfriend with a gun, and upon racking the gun, a shot discharged, and the defendant immediately stated that he did not mean to shoot the victim. At the exam, the magistrate determined the shooting was an accident, so he dismissed the murder charge. On appeal, the court held that the magistrate abused his discretion by dismissing the case entirely because evidence presented at the exam supported a probable cause finding of involuntary manslaughter. The court relied on the OR factors, which this court previously cited, and further held that the test for involuntary manslaughter under a gross negligence theory only requires the danger to be apparent to the ordinary mind, and the killing certainly could have been avoided by exercise of ordinary care and diligence by the defendant in the use of a firearm.
Ordinary care.
Therefore, in this case, after hearing extensive evidence and extensive testimony, as well as evidence in reviewing and viewing extensive exhibits, the court finds that the deaths of the 4 victims could have been avoided if James and Jennifer Crumbley exercised ordinary care and diligence in the care of their son. Specifically, the court finds that the prosecutor has shown by a probable cause standard that 1, the defendant's son, Ethan Crumbley, presented a danger to the community. Number 2, that danger was apparent to an ordinary mind. Number 3, that the defendants James and Jennifer Crumbley neglected to diligently address and or divert that danger. And number 4, that the danger resulted in the 4 deaths of the young children at Oxford High School. There was extensive testimony that Ethan Crumbley was certainly a troubled young man, and that the defendants had knowledge of that situation. But they purchased a gun, which he believed was his, and that he was free to use. Therefore, the court is binding the defendants over as charged. Any argument on that?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, you've heard extensive testimony, you've seen exhibits. And although the court is binding James and Jennifer over, we are asking that the court reconsider the bond. Your Honor, Ethan Crumbley is incarcerated. James and Jennifer have given this court, they have a minimal criminal history, as we've gone over previously. We've gone through the factors with the court before. There's no substance abuse issue, there's no failure to appear issues. Judge, we're asking that you reduce the bond, allow them to be released. As the court is aware, we've had numerous issues with meeting with our clients while they're incarcerated due to COVID restrictions at the jail. It obviously impedes on their ability to meet with us, to develop their defense, Judge. So I'm asking the court to reduce their bond to $100,000, 10%.
Response?
Thank you for the meeting,
I'm sorry, are you having the same motion as it relates to Jennifer Crumbley?
Yes, Your Honor, I'll just steal what Marielle says.
Yeah, please, just take what she said.
Thank you, Judge. From the people, there's been no changes in their status. There's no reason to amend bond. We addressed bond on January the 7th of this year. 6.106 discusses bond and conditions. This court set the bond initially upon arraignment. This court considered a number of factors, including the information contained in the swear to, as well as their alleged flight at the time the warrant was issued. On the bond hearing, the prosecuting attorney and myself addressed the likelihood of conviction as well as other factors. The last 2 hearings we've had in this case have only added to that, Judge. We have provided this court with a snapshot of what the evidence will be at trial. This court has already determined that probable cause does exist as to both defendants on both theories of involuntary manslaughter. As I stated in January the 7th, these defendants will be convicted. They will go to prison. If their guidelines start at prison, we will be asking for a prison sentence, Judge. There's no reason to amend bond.
This court did hear extensive argument and testimony during the course of a bond motion that was held on January 7th, 2022. After hearing the testimony and also viewing the exhibits in this case, the court finds that there is absolutely no reason for the court to change its position as it relates to bond. The court finds that in accordance with the factors set forth in MCR 6.106, that the defendants in this case are facing very serious charges, that there is a flight risk given their prior behavior, therefore the court is not going to amend the bond. Please deny that motion.
Wow. Finally come to an end.
Thank you, Judge.
Well, this preliminary
Make sure
hearing.
you take all your originals as well.
Yes, Judge. Thank you.
You guys think they'll actually be found guilty of manslaughter in trial? So they're saying this was only a snapshot. When she did the closing arguments, this one, the blonde hair attorney, the defense attorney, she kind of pressed the other one, the prosecutor. And that's when the prosecutor brought out that book, brought that thing down and slammed it. This was really interesting to see. I think what I think was beneficial about this is that even though this is just a preliminary, just to see if it could even go to trial. Let me get the chat up. I think it gave a really good overview for anybody that wasn't too familiar with the story or missing pieces. It's like a nice overview of everything. And so you don't have to sit here when the trial starts or begins. We'll have to see. There's no date yet. I guess they're going to have to announce that. When that starts, it's going to be way longer. So for people that thought this was long, this was just a little click, a little blink of an eye in the terms of like court and everything like that. But when she came out, I noticed she was using the language ordinary care, the prosecutor, and she was going through manslaughter and trying to say that she doesn't have to prove that they actually like knew he was going to go and shoot up the school, like as if he walked over to his parents and said, "I'm going to go shoot the school. I'm taking the gun," and they did nothing. What she had to prove was that they knew of all these issues that he had. They literally buy this gun, which apparently I guess was for him. They took him out training day with this gun thing. The text messages, even I think the day of, that the mother's texting him saying don't do it or whatever. And then that's when the judge started using the same language, ordinary care. I was like, oh, it's a wrap. I was like, oh, it's a wrap. Ordinary care. I was like, oh, it's a wrap. And then the judge went to give examples of other cases of negligence. That's what it is, negligence. You know? That defense, that lady, man, she was off. I mean, it's a really hard thing to fight. I totally understand, a really hard thing to fight. But her counterpart at least did a lot better, because her counterpart, when she did the final statements, she actually at least gave some sort of fighting whatever on that side, where she kind of pressed the prosecutor, and then that's when the prosecutor came back with the law and the book, and I'm like, damn, she was citing it. That was pretty good. And they didn't lock up the gun, right? Jody said, and they didn't lock up the gun. I mean, that's just crazy. You gotta be. And then providing him with that too, knowing he has all these issues. So now it's going to go to big court. Yeah, I'd definitely follow the case and see. I'm curious to see what's going to happen with Ethan. I've kind of, now that I see all this stuff with the parents, it's kind of giving me a bit of perspective that like this kid definitely had some, you know, of course I feel like he needs to be held accountable and maybe they got to figure something out for his mental health. But just to see like what the parents did and ignored, it's like, it's highly just egregious. It's like freaking, it's crazy, man. Let me get the super chats real quick. Yo, thank you so much. This is definitely the longest stream I've ever done. Almost 8 hours, 7 hours and 40 minutes. Holy moly. And usually like an hour in, I'm already like, let me get some of the super chats that I missed. All right, okay. Jackie, thank you so much. Says, looks to me like this kid. Oh yeah, I read that already. Jackie, the Jeweled Monkey, thank you so much. And thank you for becoming a member. MH, prayers and peace to Europe. Oh, I read that already. Brit, woke up to this live. It's been fun spending the day with y'all, even though it's over. Some tragic. Oh yeah, I read all this stuff. I'm tripping. H. Cantrilli, thank you so much for the super chat. Jennifer Cochran, I think her texting "don't do it" pretty much proves that she knew. Yeah. That Beach Mel, thank you so much. That Beach Mel, thank you for being on Discord. Thank you for the super chat. Hooray for the long stream. K-Skull says 7 hours, Mel. Wow, thanks for the coverage. AU. Austria. Thank you, K-Skull. Tamara, thank you so much for the super chat. Lourdes, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for being around. Miss Missy, Ick, I fell asleep 3 times. You're doing great. I keep coming right back. Thank you. Hildy, thank you so much for the super chat. Amber, thank you so much for the super chat as well. Thank you to the mods that have been in and out. I think BL's been here the whole time. I think Jasmine too, maybe. I know for sure BL has been in the entire ride. Thank you, Lexa. I don't know, interesting. And this is kind of like, I guess maybe there wasn't an actual jury there, but in court it's very tedious. It's not like, you know, a lot of, that's why I think people should do at least one time jury duty, because people just want like instant results, or they just, I mean, this was to me so cut and dry, but it's not always so cut and dry when it's a trial and all that stuff going on, these different terminologies. Miss Missy, thanks, Bill. Not sure why I clicked you ick before. I had just woke up again. Thanks for the super chat, man. Mo, thank you for the super chat. How many other parents of the students at Oxford went to see if their guns were missing? Kelsey, please do it again. Thanks. I probably will. We'll see what happens. I enjoyed it. It was kind of interesting writing it out through the whole day. I really appreciate the comments too. That kind of kept me going and laughing. We'll see for the next date what happens, and we'll do another one. If when the trial starts, it's probably gonna be like every day. It'll probably be like a Monday through Friday type of thing. Angie baby, thank you so much for the super chat. Exactly, Mel. They put the gun in his hand as well as ignore his needs. Don't bring kids into the world if you can't help them. Great stream, Mel. Thank you. Yeah, I thought it was like kind of pretty messed up how they said that like the parents came in and they just didn't even like console him or nothing when they came that day to the day before. When they came, was it the day before? Oh no, I'm thinking of the day of. Was it the day before or the day of? Or both times that the parents are there. I know it was the. Oh yeah, it was the day of. I think. I thought they were there both days, right? Oh no. It was the day before, I think. Shit, I can't remember now. Cindy Target, how are you, Mel? Please take care. Thank you. I'm good. Lollers is broke these days. Thank you, Lollers. Appreciate that. Biat is broke these days, but thanks, Mel. Oh, thank you. South Africa. Yeah, no, I have a couple of people from South Africa. MH, I think. BL. I think there was somebody else. Here for 80% chat, 20% topic. Yeah, like I was saying earlier, a lot of times once I end the stream, I get people leaving me actual comments on the video like, yo, where's the live chat? Where's the live chat? It's like, it takes a while. This live chat is probably going to take a while to process. Didn't talk to him, didn't console him, didn't do anything. Yeah. And even the conditions that his room was in and the alcohol everywhere. Like, I mean, what, like if you go to somebody's house, okay, whatever, there's alcohol, but like there's like all over the place kind of, and like in this teenage kid's room. I guess they really didn't pay attention. He could just do whatever he wanted. It seemed like he was crying for help. It's unfortunate too that people have to suffer and people have to die for other people's negligence, you know? Like, it wasn't just like one of those little things. Oh, I just didn't notice this one thing, or had it been. It was like multiple things. Shit, if I had a kid like that, if I had a child like that, there's no way in hell I'd be buying a gun. Not only for the safety of others, but for my own safety. How do I know that this person is not going to flip that thing on me while I'm sleeping one day and kill me? Hell no. Cheeky cheeks. Who's been here all day? Who wrote out the whole thing? Now, this is pretty cool. We should do this once in a while. Every day, iCkEdMeL. Cindy says, change your... let me say real quick, too. Just change your devices, hit like. Real quick, too. Again, just thank you for all the members. Sin, I saw you were able to sign up. I appreciate that. I know, like, the Apple thing, devices are kind of hard. Carol, again. A-Hope, the Jeweled Monkey, Kelsey, Yvette, Jen, Hildy, Shannon. I think I might have missed somebody. Krista said earlier too, said I have an 11-year-old son and this breaks my heart. The victims deserve more, and honestly, Ethan deserved parents that actually cared. Thank you for the coverage. Thanks. There's gonna be somebody that joins in now, like, hey, what did I miss? Literally almost 8 hours later. Hey, did I miss anything? Hey, I'm late, guys. Oh, can you do a recap? Man. Oh yeah, how do I do that? Who's been here all day? What would I make the answer? Me. No, I don't know. I'm not sure how I would do that. Chief Lady, thank you for becoming a member. Gracias. I'm about to head out though. I gotta run. I don't want to speak too soon what's gonna come up next, because I want to kind of wait and see. I do want to do some short videos. This missing person, Justin Sywick, if I have time. I'm gonna be chilling tonight after I take care of some things with my daughter. She's going to her mama's. So you've been here all day, Brittany. Thank you so much. I've been here all day. I watched from minute 1. Damn, I'm right. On my ride to work and all the way through my day. Thank you so much. That's really dope. 7 a.m. West Coast. Yeah, I woke up like at 6. I was supposed to be 6:30, but I woke up at 6:15. I had my alarm. I woke up earlier than my alarm. BL, man. BL. Ride or die. Been here the whole day. Run, Mel. You have to put up. You have to put your time in today. That's true. I might relax later tonight. Once I deal with this, take care of my daughter and stuff. I gotta pack some things. Once that's taken care of, then it's gonna be kind of relaxed time, maybe. Yeah. I am really curious about this Russia thing. Like, I kind of want to see what's gonna happen. I want to be careful what if I do cover that, what I show, because now I can't do anything crazy for. I'm kind of like on punishment with YouTube. I don't know for how long. For a little while. So I don't want to do anything risky. But I mean, I think in terms of, I have to wait till, it's going to be a while. I think in terms of that, it's just the current events and news and what's going on. It's not like, like I'm purposely trying to. No, right. So with the case so far, what Jen told me, there's no dates right now. So we're gonna have to wait and see. I don't know if they're gonna release something tomorrow or the day after. Right now, there's no like future dates. So when I find out, I'll let you guys know. I'll try to schedule something in advance. Russia. Yeah, I didn't want to say BL, but yeah, that's true. It is long ass time. 1 week felt like a long time. Bro, yeah, the lock code 000. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't want to push the line until I'm out of that zone with YouTube. So we'll see how we can do it if it happens. I'm not gonna commit right now though, but we'll see. The Russia thing would be kind of interesting. That's true, Ashley. I could do that on Facebook. That's true. There's a possibility. I'm not in trouble on Facebook. All right, I'm gonna head out, yo. I love you guys so much. Thank you so much for coming through today. Hit like on the way out. All right, the chinchilla poop. Take care. Peace. Love you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming through. It's amazing. I can't even believe we did this. I was like, wow. Let's see what we got. 8 hours. Yeah, 7:50.